do have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swiggy with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't News actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
Really to suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from Long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo. A walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Very a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in, and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, a minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They've all picked Spoxy! 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Crossfire West League, where we continue our finale of this week. At last, welcome aboard, of course, once again. I want to take your, how are you doing, first of all? Let's just go.
I'm doing all right, man. Yeah, it was a very long day yesterday, but I mean, I feel like we always say that, but it was a lot of Crossfire action, a lot of games that went all the distance. But look, it was exciting nonetheless. It was definitely a way to get ourselves here for the final day of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is going to be, I guess, the highlight of the day, right? This is the longest day, at least as per the schedule. This is a super day of the group stage, per se, right? Because each and every other day is just 3 games per day. Today is the only day in the entire phase 1 that is going to be 4 best of 3s all at once, all 8 teams competing. And we've been seeing a bit of a mixed bag, of course, right? Like, I mean, day 1 we had some questions about Vitality, at least, they apparently, I'm not sure, but I would assume that they just had this game as a foregone conclusion, didn't really warm up as much. They looked a lot sharper yesterday in their result, and I feel like a lot of those teams right now are even more in the fray, right? Where we are really struggling to still place the teams. Maybe match sharpness is going to be a factor, but we can talk about that a little bit later. How do you think today's actually going to go, though? 4 BO3s, as we said. A couple of big games, of course, where we got like TEC Vitality and 3BL and Anubis. The latter is a very intriguing derby, but the former is actually the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, no, and honestly, like I think even the whole fact about Anubis like dropping early to 3BL was a huge eye opener for me. Like I wasn't able to catch that game here on the desk, but I was just kind of sitting in the back and watching a little bit, and it was just again kind of questionable, right? Like where we see 3BL being able to get them down pretty easily, like a 10-4, 10-7. So you're like, okay, Nemesis, not the greatest start that we were thinking, considering they were in the grand finals last season, but I do think that there's some teams here that are kind of shaky right now for some reason, Volt. Like, I'm not really sure why the performance is looking a little lackluster. I don't know if teams are trying to kind of, subtly prepare for like EWC and kind of getting ready for some of the international competition. But Vitality definitely look like they are not in good form right now. TEC took a big, little bit of a work yesterday, and they weren't able to get themselves a victory. So it's getting a little bit interesting because they're not, the top dogs are not really the top dogs right now, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good time as any, of course, for most of those teams. But as you can tell right there, like from the trivia, it's pretty much an intriguing stat. Yes, all the games didn't go the distance yesterday. But the day before, even the 2-0s weren't really that convincing for some of the teams. Like, Swamp were pretty competitive up against TEC. But the Vitality results is the one that really caught all of us off guard. 2 13-12s golden rounds to close off Imperium, the team that went down to relegation. That was a shocker for sure.
Yeah, no, honestly, and that was a big conversation yesterday, right? Like I was here for the casting desk, and we were saying like the fact that Imperium were able to, push them for, 13-12s that they lost. It's like you're taking the #1 team in the entire league to the maximum distance. And that's where I think all of us were kind of going like, what is going on here? Like Imperium definitely played well yesterday, even as well. Like it wasn't Vitality they played 3BL. But even despite that, they did quite well. The later portion of the best of 3, that's when you started to notice they were kind of slowing down a bit. And I think that gas, was kind of just like fully exerted. But they were probably running on a bit of a high too. Because I mean, when you're taking #1 team of Vitality the full distance, even though you lose, that's definitely going to be a massive, boost for confidence like for this season. So this is already looking like an improved team, like you said, that was getting relegated and being in this position. It's already starting to look a lot better for this squad. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, with the results of yesterday as well, we kind of only have 2 teams that are 2-0, 3BL and Vitality. So there's definitely an opening here today to snatch yourself a placement in a top half of the league, because that really matters the most for phase 2. Still in phase 1, of course, but as we've seen from perhaps season 1, really being in the lower bracket of phase 2 does hurt a little bit, even if you do get to the playoffs. But even then, like Anubis didn't have a bad showing. They're looking a lot sharper for this season, and 3BL were pretty much the biggest surprise, and they are coming, as you say, sharper than ever for them. But I'll definitely say that I feel like that this is just a bit of rust coming off the top teams. I still think that there's going to be much better performances in teams like Vitality, TEC, unKnights, and Nemesis, who really all are going to be warming up into the season. But at least for now, I feel like the positioning is a little bit concerning, because if 3BL are able to go 3-0 in the opening week, doesn't that nearly guarantee their placement into the top half? Because that's what I'm thinking about, right? They got a game against unKnights, Vitality, and TEC, so they're going to be playing against all the big three next week. So I feel like going 3-0 here matters the most, because if they can just snatch one of those three, they should be sealed for the top four then.
Yeah, that actually is a really good conversation and a good point. I don't disagree, because I think 3BL have definitely shown a lot of improvement from even, you know, the last season and everything, right? So that's where, again, they've been really kind of on the upward trajectory, which is a good thing to see. But again, we just quickly recap, you know, the map pool, which hasn't changed in forever, and then we have our participating teams again. We talked our ear off a little bit about 3BL on the top right. And then again, some of these other teams where even the conversation, you know, yesterday was a little bit about Anubis that were able to get themselves a victory over TEC, which was really interesting, because this has been a team where they've been, you know, they've been quite high in the rankings. They've then kind of had themselves a little bit of a shaky couple, you know, seasons, and now it's starting to maybe be a question if they can find themselves in a better position. I'm not sure, but as you can see with the standings, Vitality are sitting on the top, 3BL right behind, which is a kind of a cool little bit of a you know, path for both these teams, you know, the Egyptian teams that are kind of sitting on the top, you know, 2 position, and then TEC being number 3, which again, you know, taking that loss yesterday was kind of catapulting them a little bit in this position, but still plenty of you know, time and action remaining for the season. But Swamp being, you know, on the very bottom, despite that, again, still able to get a map win here and there, which is always, you know, not too bad considering where we are.
Yeah, but considering the fact that they were pretty much pushed into relegation by 3BL and Anubis, I feel like both them and Imperium are pretty happy about where they are. And well, speaking of Imperium, actually, we're going to be seeing him here today in the first game of the day. Nemesis, a team that we've talked about, perhaps a bit of a shocker, more so I would say the Eagle Eye on the sub base, because we know how good most of the Egyptian teams are on the sub base, especially 3BL. And you know, their footnote in the first season in playoffs was that 3BL is a very dangerous team, and they're warming up into being a true contender in stage 2 or season 2, right? And I feel like we're starting to see more of that. But for Imperium, a much better showing in comparison to what we've seen in season 1. And I feel like Nemesis should really be wary of this game, because this is their game of stability. This is their moment to perhaps catch a sigh of relief, as we would say, because on paper it's an easy game, but considering how well they've actually played for their opening bout, even in their loss against Vitality, as we said, you know, golden rounds on both ones, a 2-1 against 3BL, who's looking very dangerous. Definitely good results, and this could be a time where you could actually catch this Nemesis team a little bit off guard.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is where I think Imperium have definitely, you know, I think Jaguar's done a good job about, looks like he's kind of anti-stratting a little bit. It seems like he's kind of coming in with a bit of a game plan. He's looking at some of the gimmicks that these teams are doing. I think that's why we saw, you know, the Vitality game going the 2 maps, going all the way to the full overtime and pushing it to the, you know, absolute golden round distance. And then even seeing them yesterday where, yeah, Imperium weren't able to get themselves the victory against, you know, 3BL. But it was still a conversation about, they got a 10-3 win on their map pick, then 3BL comes in with their map pick, and then even Port had to go all the way to the golden round as well. 13-12 that did go for 3BL. And honestly, that was an intense game, because both these teams, you know, they were just kind of getting themselves, you know, back and forth. But nonetheless, I think the biggest thing here is for, you know, Nemesis, again, a team that's been relatively together, a little bit of changes here and there, but very impressive last season, but nonetheless, still kind of not the best start for them. So that's kind of where, you know, I think the comments were, you know, were they just coming off, you know, off season, a little bit, maybe lacked of practice, maybe potentially kind of got easing back into it. Who knows? There could be 100 million reasons for this, but I'm still optimistic that Nemesis should be able to, you know, find themselves in a decent position here, just because, again, like, they were the number 2 team last season.
Yeah, and I mean, historically, Alucard has always had a great time against Jaguar and most of the teams that he was in. When they faced off head-to-head, I believe that in Season 1, he was the MVP in both of the matchups that they've actually had. And that should kind of tell you all that you need to know about where the team stands. I think that Alucard lines up pretty well against most of the other Egyptian teams, even if, like, maybe the team as a holistic is a little bit better. But we've always seen Alucard really gearing up into the playoffs. He's one of the players that really like to streak a bit more forward into the longer part of the season. But I think that he's going to be a concern, especially that I'm also thinking about it from the other side. Like one of the players from Imperium that was the reason that the games were this close was Nexlon. But the problem with Nexlon is that in those games against Nemesis, he didn't really have the best of times. And a massive part of that was actually in massive thanks to Alucard and shutting down Riflers, which is, I would say, that is the, what I would say, the expertise of Alucard, is that maybe he's not that good in the sniper on sniper, but he's really good in the clutch, and he's really good at shutting down aggressive Riflers.
Yeah, I know, and it actually is a good point you bring up too, because I feel like, you know, Noxlin is definitely one of those players that can be a difference maker, but Damp was definitely somebody as well, you know, getting the TRG. Man, he was able to hit some really big shots. He was like kind of, you know, essentially out-dueling a bunch of his opponents yesterday, which kind of again was like, okay, like this guy can hit some shots. Like this is really, really interesting. Like he was going toe-to-toe with some, you know, some of the bigger players in this league. So that's where I'm kind of putting a little bit of focus for him. And also, I mean, they're even on the map pick of them for Black Widow. I mean, they had their substitute Laz coming in, and he was actually, to be honest, he was doing quite well for himself. Like he came in, he was able to get some really big multi-kills, like a couple quads, a couple triples that we got to see a few times. So honestly, I felt like he, you know, despite him coming in kind of last second as a substitute, I felt like he did a great job just coming in, and it felt like there was no like worry about having a sub on the roster or like on the teams. But a little bit of head-to-head, and like you were kind of mentioning, it is kind of Noxlin versus Raffin, which again, you get your riflers, right? I mean, this is where I still feel like Raffin has to kind of, like, he has these really big moments, but then he does kind of fizzle, right? Like this is where he does cool off a little bit, where I think Noxlin has really started to demonstrate a little bit of consistency, a little bit of a dip yesterday, but I feel like honestly he's been quite impressive to watch so far in this season.
Yeah, and I mean, he was actually really impressive even when they were playing in Season 1 and wasn't doing that well. But the one problem for them in comparison to 3BL, which was the other team that had a couple of big players like Omega, for example, and like, I mean, I believe that Hunt has also had a bit of a resurgence. When I'm thinking about the team, I'm just thinking about the fact that, yeah, it was the instability of this Imperium lineup that really plagued them in the results. And they need to show stability here today, right? Again, like the result was good against Vitality. 3BL, you can say that maybe it didn't actually pan out as well as they wanted it to, but even then it was rather competitive on the port. And that also, if is actually happened here today and they're still stable, I would have good odds for them. Even if they don't end up winning against Nemesis, I'm thinking about the rest of the teams. As we said, a couple of the other teams are still a little bit rusty, so that's going to be their odds. But at least for us, we are all favoring experience. We're all favoring a team like Nemesis with how far they've gone. But I'm still going to make the case that the jury's still out, that Imperium could be really dangerous here today. But I have the utmost of trust in Alucard in a matchup like this one.
No, I agree. And honestly, I was going to say, like, Alucard to me was, I was actually just looking back at old stats, and I'm like, you know, even the grand final when they were playing Vitality, like, he was consistently performing. Like, he was the guy that was getting so many picks. He was just, like, finding these duels. He was doing a great job of just creating some space for them. So if we get to see that or even better this whole other season now for season 2, I feel like Nemesis could be a really big threat because, again, they came second place. They did really well for themselves. Imperium have a lot to prove. They're the ones that are kind of the dark horse. They're the ones that have to, you know, try to make a bit of a splash. We got to see it a little bit on the beginning, right, on the Friday, and now and even yesterday. There was a little bit back and forth, but this is a different opponent now. I think Nemesis came in the season a little bit cold, but now I think they kind of got that reality check of, okay, like, let's get back in the game and let's kind of figure things out because we cannot let that happen again. They cannot go 0-2 so far in the season. That would just be a travesty so far.
Well, I mean, Imperium are already 0-2. And they would love to avoid an 0-3, but to do that, they need to pick the maps, and Eagle Eye it is for Nemesis. Sub-base makes a fair bit of sense. I'll definitely say one of the best maps for Imperium. Not just in the result against Vitality, but even if 3BL did kind of dismantle them, I don't think that was indicative of how good of the team they are. It was just a testament to how good 3BL are on that sub-base. Nemesis, again, you know, I do like what comics call on the team, but it's not always the best sub-base for them. And a lot of teams do definitely work on that. And a part of that definitely has got to be through Raffin that you were talking about, right? Thinking about the team, thinking about what they're supposed to actually do, and realistically speaking, they should be a lot better on that sub-base, but they just don't really end up panning out as solid as I want them to be. And perhaps that's the one part that I'm a little bit wary of is that their performance is really reliant on a couple of players working their way into the game, right? The same can be said for unKnights, who's a team that we're going to be looking at later today. But you really need at least one of Dipsy or Raffin to be performant for their sub base to work.
Yeah, no, and to be honest, like I'm actually a little surprised about Imperium going for the sub base pick, only because yesterday they got 2 rounds. Like they really weren't looking that great against 3BL. Now, granted, 3BL, you know, essentially probably is scrimming with Vitality, and they're like mimicking a bit of like similar, you know, strategies and kind of, you know, practices together. But like just kind of seeing how they were playing yesterday, I was not overly convinced they were super strong on it. So it's a very interesting pick, because even when Nemesis has played Vitality, it was a 10-6 loss that, you know, Nemesis took, but you still got 6 rounds against one of the better teams on this map. So I am kind of curious about that pick. I thought that was a bit interesting. I know that Black Widow probably would have been their first pick, because you saw that was vetoed at the very end, but that was probably because Nemesis are actually quite good on Black Widow. So they were like, okay, well, we can't go our strength against their strength. So them kind of throwing a bit of a curveball with sub base, a little interesting to me, but I do question it, if I'm going to be honest. I don't know if maybe Jag has caught something we haven't clearly, but I will be kind of, again, watching him to see what kind of mastermind work he's got, you know, on the paper, and see what he's going to bring it to the server.
Yeah, I'll tell you though, I think that Vitality used 3BL as much more of a threat than a lot of the other teams, right? Like, at least from what I've seen, again, we've seen them play on LAN here in Egypt, the 2 teams against each other. And, you know, definitely a little bit of competition. Things can be a little bit heated, but it's very obvious that the 2 teams think of themselves as like the 1 and 2 in the region. Yeah. And that is a dangerous proposition for Nemesis. So for Nemesis, this is really them just establishing their grounds that, hey, like we're still in the picture. Our Egyptian players are still really solid. And I'll definitely say that, like, at least from an experience viewpoint, I'm going to take Comics and Dipsy over Hunt and Sad, where it was in 3BL last season. And I think that that's also an intriguing discussion to be had. Nemesis often can start off cold, but I really like what they actually present when they are in full form. But, you know, it's always about whether or not you're actually going to present your best from day one in a system like this, where it's not like 2 full round robins, just a single phase 1 into a phase 2. And placements can really, you know, make it harder for some of the teams. I mean, a team that really got destroyed by some of those placements were Anubis, for example, in stage 1. And they're going to be hoping that they can actually get out of that contender group for phase 2. But all that is yet to be seen. And I think that Imperium, even if they are like really out of the mix, they'll be actually looking to still pose a real threat, not to go back into the relegation zone if that happens. Because I'm not sure if, like, you want to say that they got lucky, because I think that they're good enough to stay in CFWL, but they need to show more than what they did in season 1. And before we go to the game, before we go to map 1 on Eagle Eye, do you have any last words? Anybody that you want to keep an eye on for this first game?
Yeah, I think for me, like, I think Alucard is going to be the obvious one for me. I am going to kind of put a little bit of a spotlight here for Beck as well, just because I think Beck has really impressed me just with his IGL abilities. And I think that I don't feel like he gets the credit he deserves, in my opinion, or maybe I'm overcooking it a bit for him, or like inflating his tires a bit here. But I really do think he puts a lot of work in with Kevin, like their coach. So I've been really impressed. So I'm going to be curious with the off season, what they accomplished last season to now. What are they going to make a little bit differently? What are they going to cook differently for us? And we'll have to wait and see. But look, it's enough of us here, Volt. We'll let the mighty casters of Elvish Guy and Sekio to take it away here for the first map of the first series of the day. So let's get it going, boys.
Yeah, the mighty casters. I'm back on the casting desk as opposed to on the analyst desk, which is a little bit disappointing because I can't just throw shade at the casters and then disappear like I did yesterday. Either way, Sekio, we've got a big game coming up today. I think both of these teams have a lot that they need to kind of work on so far this season, neither having found a win. And that obviously is a little bit of a concern, I think, for both. So certainly a lot of work to be done in today's match.
Yeah, of course, a lot of them, they need to find a way to solve those problems that they're having when it comes to execution and, of course, closing the game, since we have seen Imperium actually facing a lot of problems trying to close the games, even versus Vitality. Like, it was pretty close for them to even win versus Vitality 2-0, but they always find a way to fumble it out and just drop rounds or, like, maybe miss execution, some of the stuff that they really normally just do it, I would say, in the games, but we'll see. Like, they can't both lose in this game, so one of them should be the winner for today.
That is very true. I mean, look, I think it is hard to say, obviously, in the case of Nemesis. We've only seen that one game, and the game against 3BL. I think 3BL played a really, really good game of Crossfire, so that, for me, is probably the exception to the rule, maybe, when it comes to Nemesis. I'd look at them and say I think they should really be bouncing back here. Imperium, though, have had two, I think, solid games, but they have had 2 losses, so how much can you really take from that? I guess we will have to wait and see. We'll start things off here, of course, on Eagle Eye, and it is Jaguar that gets himself kill immediately out of the gates. Nemesis, in fact, actually taking control of the round. It was going to be Imperial that I said, but in fact, actually, Nemesis strike back with a quick 3k, and all of a sudden, we are, I think, on the right track here, where we didn't very much expect Nemesis to be taking away this series, and well, they've started very nicely in this map as well, so that's good to see.
Yeah, I love the fact also that they just went in through A long, didn't even stop, only one got through the tower, and kept going Alpha, which was here repositioning himself to try and find another kill, and now it's a 2v1. It's gonna be a lot easier to take down for Nemesis. And of course, going back to Imperium, I love how they changed their playstyle. They're all of a sudden playing more aggressive, going for a lot of takes, and actually we have seen a lot of getting better and better in game, more than what we have seen coming out from them in Season 1, and it looks like time did its part. And here Laz, I believe that he's currently starting for Imperium for most of the games, but he just got dropped down after taking a really nice shot here.
Yeah, again, straight into another round, and again, it's a very, very fast round out from Nemesis. They're trying to move through the map really quickly here. So one hasn't been quite as successful as the last, and that's a nice creep back onto the line from Damp. It's going to give Nemesis the player disadvantage. Imperium, I've got that 2-1 split, trying to hold a couple of players over towards B. It's slowed things down, certainly, for Nemesis.
Actually going for the take, and immediately Jaguars makes the trade, and it's currently 2v1, and you see that Beck actually holding this C4, so it might be a little bit easier said than done to try and get in plant in B side, since no one is actually clearing that place. But he gotta go from mid, and maybe he will get intact with Jaguar. Might go through those double doors, and it's gonna be a lot closer than you think. Beck and Jaguar in a 1v1, and Jaguar closes this round, and it feels good to see the IGL doing most of the frags for Imperium. He is stepping up his game this one.
Yeah, early days though, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. See how this ends up in the long term. And there was a lot of conversation on the analyst session around Alucard and what he's going to be able to deliver to today's match, and you know, I think it's been a decent start for him too, but only a couple of rounds, so you can't really get too much into it just yet. Excellent, starting it nicely. After we mention Alucard, he goes down, which is obviously not the ideal start to this round, and it's going to be a little bit of a concern, I think, for Nemesis off the back of that. You do have Comics working hard to try to recapture some control of this round. We're back into the 4-on-4, and A-Long is the point of contact for Nemesis at the moment, which does seem to be working in their favor. Another kill for Comics. Rafa chime in with one there in the meanwhile as well, and it is slowly but surely starting to become a Comics' world where we are just living.
It is. All of a sudden, like, I thought it's a 2v1, but I didn't notice that Raf is pretty low in HP. They are in a 3v1 situation, but I don't know, in some world I can see that Alas can clutch this round. It's still kind of doable. Beck is trying to catch him off guard while him trying to blend, but that's not gonna be the case here. Still Beck with the 92 HP, holding the big box in the middle, trying to get most of the angles cleared to make sure that Laz doesn't fight an open. And of course, once he hears the steps, we just take him out. Beck collects another round for Nemesis, and it feels like so ideal for them since Nemesis has been finding a lot of really good ways to try and execute in the A side. They always go for the A main, and exactly A long being contested here, and they go for the trade. Dam goes down, Comic's been traded. Draft is not going to be stopping here, and he's taking another one with him. Make it 3, make it 4, and Nemesis are dropping down like dominoes. Last, can he actually finish the job done? And the answer is yes. Raf in a 1v2 situation, and it's going to be all cleared, all done.
Yeah, it's a good response, and I mean, I'm kind of starting to get the feeling that today's going to be a little bit like yesterday. We saw a lot of these tit-for-tat kind of games where we'd go one round one way, one round the other way, and there was not a huge level of consistency necessarily in a lot of the cases. And already, you know, we're seeing some, I think, shakiness on both sides. We're seeing some solid work on both sides, and it sort of just seems to be a case of how the chips fall down as we go through a lot of these rounds. 2-2 at the moment. Neither team really pushing the advantage just yet. And it is Nemesis's map pick, so I think you could look at that and say that's a positive sign for Imperium. And again, question will be whether or not that's going to be maintained for the long haul. We'll have to wait and see. Minute and 50 left in this round. Nothing really having happened to kick off round 5. Both teams just kind of looking for a little bit of map control. Laz, of course, up and over that smoke at B-Long, but doesn't see a whole lot at the moment.
Laz here, trying to move forward, getting closer to the hotel, but he got the sense that he doesn't really need to go there, and immediately you're trying to check the B-Long and you go down. And quite frankly, I believe that Laz, we have seen him playing both sniper and rifle, but most likely on a rifle. So that might be not his first rule, but since they're very legalized, so he had to adapt. But Big King Comics telling them you need to work more, and now you can see this sneaky attack gets another one, and it's a 4, make it 5v1 in this situation. And Nemesis are gonna grab this one very fast, and the execution is just insane. Like, they took a little bit of seconds to find the openings, to find the angles, and they just caught a couple of players off guard. They just went in and used the numbers advantage to their side.
That's what you want to be seeing. 5v4 again for Nemesis. It's a stable lead in this round. Waiting to see whether or not Imperium is going to try anything. And at the moment, not really getting a whole lot of movements. They're quite happy, I think, with the hotel control that they've got. Laz is keeping a bit of an eye on this side of the map. Raffen starting to pressure it, and so that is going to push Laz back. And that now is going to start to be a bit of a concern for Nemesis. They were pretty happy with the 2-1-1 split that they had. Now they're going to have to pull Fraxi across to that B site. They recognize that there is a threat headed in that direction, and even those A defenders are starting to potentially feel the pressure a little bit. So they're starting to move as well. One in, 1-4-2 again. Comics finding himself the double. He's having a absolutely stellar map, and I think at this point, you know, you're really kind of seeing Nemesis start to flex their muscles a little bit. Imperium, they were competitive in the first few rounds, but now Nemesis are starting to make it look a little bit too easy. So I think, you know, we're sort of getting into tack timeout territory here for Imperium if they aren't able to nab this next round.
It feels like Imperium, they really need a coach, and with their current performance, if they add up a coach, another eye to their games, it might help them a lot to find some of the flaws, help them have extra strats to be able to use it in the games. And of course, I believe they have been one of the really good teams that been adapting after the new meta been applied just quite frankly 2 days before we started this season. So they've been doing some work, and they played versus the title holder. It looked pretty good, and now they're playing versus the runner-up. And beside the last 2 rounds, it was kinda competitive, and now I believe they should just try and find some of those picks one more time, and they need to get more rounds in this first half. So if they just finish this one in 6-3 or I don't know 5-4 is gonna be the best case scenario for them. But if they kept draining more rounds, losing those rounds, it will be pretty hard for them to get back into the other half. Rav goes for the push here and he immediately gets one and another, and it looks like a playground for Nemesis.
Dipsy's not having quite as good of a time. He falls early on in the piece, so a little bit of a chance back into this one for Imperium, but again, it kind of just seems like Nemesis have it on lock. Plant's gone down. Frapsy and Laz trying to scurry their way anywhere. But realistically speaking, how are you going to break control? I don't think that that's really possible. I'm going to give it a crack, of course, but Frapsy's alone. Essentially, a 1v3. It's not an easy task at all, and so that will be that. As far as Imperium are concerned, like I said, it really did feel like it was going to be just about attack time, out time, and it has come through. They are getting a little bit obliterated now. Nemesis have really started to sort of fix things up on their behalf, and obviously that's causing some issues. So Imperium want to take the opportunity to have a bit of a chat here.
Actually, you know what I really like about Imperium as a roster? Like, they feel like you're like the average Joe that you met, that you know, casually going to the internet cafes day in and a day out, trying to grind to find a way to play versus the big guys, and that's how it feels. Like they are like us. I don't know how to explain it, but like that's an expression in Egypt that they're just like normal guys. They're not. They have. I wouldn't say they don't have something special, but they are grinding so hard to stay in this position to play versus the big teams, big names. And for me, I really give them that, and I really appreciate what they're doing and what they're trying to do across the Western League, and trying to put in the name for themselves, trying to put the time, the effort, and it looks like they need more time to consider that team as one of the good teams that could stay in the West League. Still, they are in that position, which they're not an open league team, and they are not in the top 4, top 6 category, but it looks like that they are improving with time. So let's give them a little bit of time and see what they can actually do in the Western League.
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. See how things end up looking now as they come off of that attack timeout. It's obviously going to be a bit of a recovery required here for Imperium. You do have a little bit of a change up in their setup. 3 players over towards A this time around, a couple pushing aggressively on B. That leaves a really big gap in middle that Raffen at this point is not really looking to exploit, but certainly could think about. And Nemesis happy again to sort of take it a little bit slower in this particular engagement.
See how it goes. Looks like Nemesis are trying to hold that tower and trying to push here, but on the other side, Frapsy is actually trying to go through. They can see him in the smokes, gets one and another. That's a really good trade for Imperium. It looked like the timeout really paid off. If Jaguar can actually close this one off, and he takes the duel now in a 4v2 situation, can Dipsy and Big close this one out, or it's gonna be an Imperium round if they just need to hold angles, play like how they normally do, spotting one of the players. Big's gonna be picked off with Damp on the sniper and closing another round. 5-3. They're getting closer to the 5-4 sweet spot, which will help them a lot in the second half of the map. And keep in mind, Eagle Eye is one of Nemesis' really good maps that they play, and also it's been their map pick, so that's pretty interesting to see Imperium pulling off that trick.
Frapsy this time gets caught out solo, and that's kind of how Laz hanging around, but their spacing is really not good. They have essentially walked into 2 1v1s, and that is only caused them some problems. Another kill through for Alucard, and it's kind of making this round look a little bit too easy at the moment for Nemesis. 6-3, a fairly dominant first half from them. I'm not necessarily too surprised, but I am, I guess, a little bit relieved in a way to kind of see that response from Nemesis to the rough game that they had in their first day.
It looks like I spoke early. Or maybe I jinxed the Imperium. I don't know. Like, it's either one of both. Like, we'll see how it goes. I love this period that Nemesis got, actually. You'll see the guys smiling and they're just having fun with the games.
All right, back in for the second half, and Nemesis moving over onto the GR side. Already, immediately, you can see a double sniper setup. It is going to be a feature of their gameplay. Alucard and Dipsy taking that. Raffin looking to get a as well down. A long, he finds himself the double immediately. Response is swift from Nemesis. They are keen to shut Imperium out of this map at the very least. If they can maintain this forward, they'll be putting them out of the game too. Frapsy did pick up a nice 3K, but that is really all she wrote in that round. And Nemesis, yeah, super solid start to the second half.
They're just trying to pay back what happened for them versus 3PL. They were not happy after what happened, losing to that team, and now they're pulling out of that hangar to Imperium, and it looks like they're shutting Imperium down. And at this point, Beck just picks another one. Raffin with a double K, going for the third. Laz whiffs, but the pistol will save him out. 2v1 situation after all of that shenanigans. We'll see that Laz is actually in a bad spot here, but Raph actually spotted him, goes for the muzzle, sees him, and shuts him down. I love that they're just going pretty fast, and I love the fast-paced games. Like, it really gets me when it comes to the adrenalines, but it feels so good watching those players. And yeah, as we speak, another kill from Damp.
Yeah, Imperium, a bit of a better start to this round, so something for them to get a little more excited about. Again, you know, they still have to get past 4 of these Nemesis players, and that's going to be a task that is easier said than done. And to slow it down a little bit, which is going to give time for Beck to move, and he can be a pretty dangerous player when he wants to be. There's another opener for Beck, brings it back to 4-on-4, and all of a sudden that advantage that we did see for Imperium is swiftly gone by the wayside. Headshots!
V1, Raffin just gets it done. A lot of smokes util been used here, and stuns. Headshots! Still keeping it in a 3v1, make it 2. Frapsy still have a pretty long way to try to close this one out. Here's Alfred, sees him, goes for the sneaky shot and close this round up, and it's just the final round for Nemesis and for Imperium to try to get back into this game. They really have a long road, 6 rounds to get only to the overtime, and with the current Nemesis, I don't think that they have a chance into doing that. Laz and those guys, they still need to practice a little bit more on their execution, and it looks like Nemesis, they just go sometimes with running, gunning, going for the 1v1s, row aim, dropping those guys down. So we'll see how it ends on this round.
It may very well end here for Imperium. This has been a rather unsightly start to the series for them. Subbase, though, you'd hope is going to look a little bit better being their map pick, but they have kind of been picked apart by Nemesis as if it was really nothing too concerning at all. Another aggressive push down A long by the looks of things here. Beck and Comics, and Jaguar might be on the receiving end. He's in a position that is almost surely going to be checked. Timing window does not favor him either, and he just gets picked from behind. Dipsy over towards the B site, still holding for that push coming through from mid. Nemesis aware of the gap in their defense. Alucard maybe didn't quite get the memo. So there is going to be a little bit of a fight over the side here. Ramsey is fragging pretty well in this game. Somehow he's got away with a double to bring it back to a 2-on-2. C4's over towards A. We might not quite be done here just yet. Damp and Laz try and save the day for Imperium.
Yeah, but they still have a pretty hard challenge to maintain. Damp here getting caught by the sniper, and Raffin will finish it up, and it was just like that. Yup, the game is over. We got a 2v2. Yeah, you got the plan, but we got the game. 10-3, a very quick one to Nemesis. And the runner-up is picking Imperium apart, as you have said, and yeah, that's their map pick, but it should not go this way, to be honest.
Yeah, indeed. Super solid win for Nemesis. Great response, obviously, to the loss that they had earlier on in the week. They've obviously still got to close out this matchup, but that is honestly one of the cleaner maps that we've seen so far this week. And, it doesn't happen, obviously, all that often that you get a clean win like that one. But we're at that point where I think in Nemesis, if they do power up, then they're going to be a bit of a handful for Imperium. And I'm sort of questioning how things are going to look, obviously, on map 2. But I really want to see Imperium sort of bounce back, and Subbase hopefully is going to beat that for them.
Yeah, I hope, of course, that they can find a way to bounce back in Subbase, since they really had a really good performance over this map. But we'll go to Laz and Vul to see things through and what happened in the game number 1.
Well. Yeah, I guess the expected result after all, but perhaps in a fashion that isn't it a bit underwhelming for Imperium, right? They were fragging pretty okay, they were fragging well, but especially their BL side perhaps is the one that they would have hoped to start on, because their global risk wasn't the very best. I feel like Nemesis had a lot more liberties when they were playing GR, the way you'd expect an Eagle Eye to go. Your riflers are aggressive, especially Beck. He's had an impeccable game today. You're highlighting him a little bit as the IGL and what the calls were made. The calls were great, but even his fragging was really solid today.
Look, I'm telling you, like, you gotta watch out for Beck, man. He's gonna be able to bring a lot to the server, and yeah, I think he did a good job calling, and obviously being able to put some firepower in the server was a addition as well, right? But also just kind of seeing back about even Raffin having himself some good moments as well. That later portion of the game, I think he was sitting at like a 7-2 or 8-2 or something like that. So he actually did quite well for himself, and that was also the other highlighted player we put as the head-to-head, right? So it is good to see where these guys kind of, again, picking the map pick, it kind of went as business as usual. But it is kind of relieving to see, right? I was kind of wondering if we were going to get a repeat of what this weekend has kind of been, where teams are struggling to get through their picks.
Yeah, this was a lot more of business as usual, as you've said. And in a good way, right? It's not like Imperium played a bad game whatsoever. It's just that Nemesis and the Blacklist were able to really dissect them pretty well, right? Like all the aggressive attempts there from Damp, I feel like that's definitely the highlight that I want to focus on. Is that a lot of their focus, whether it was on the extremities or not, was really shut down. Raven had an excellent Blacklist half, and a lot of it wasn't even him going for the dry entries or even the entries and the executions. It was just him working off the punishes, right? Like Imperium making an aggressive setup, and Nemesis being prepared for it.
Yeah, and that's where, again, I feel like Nemesis really giving us a good demonstration about like how they can play this map, right? Because again, even I was even kind of going back to grand finals last season, and it's like Nemesis I think they lost this map against Vitality if I'm not mistaken, but it was very close. So like to see like the fact of like Raffin putting himself at a 3.67 KD, and then like following that you have both Beck and Alucard sitting dead even with a 1.29. Like again, this was just them going back to their comfort pick. Everything went according to plan, and only losing 3 rounds was an absolute statement. And this is exactly what we were, I think, kind of all hoping to see for Nemesis side, just considering they took that first initial loss. And now, I mean, look, the job's not done, obviously, but I mean, for a map like this, it's good to see them just coming in and just, you know, making a big statement for Imperium. And now they get to go to a second map of Subbase, which will be, I think, even a bigger bit of a conversation here, Volt.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We could have the conversation. I would like to start the conversation with something from this map and carry it on to the next one. Remember what I was saying about Imperium? I was saying stability is the problem, and Nexlon needs to be the answer, right? Nexlon had a very middling game. So that's one of the things that perhaps I'm a little bit concerned about, right? Like, he wasn't doing the well. Jaguar was doing okay, but him and Damp are going to be the more important players later on the point. But Raffin, at least on this kind of form, I think that Subbase, as a conversation, should be pretty much over, right? Like, Alucard as sharp as ever, and with both Beck and Raffin playing to that level, I think that even the global risk of Imperium isn't going to be able to amount them to that much, which is supposedly their better side.
Yeah, and I definitely agree, because I think even kind of seeing Noxlin putting himself at a 0.17 and arguably the worst on the team, which was not a great thing considering we both were kind of saying like he's one of the stronger players. I mean, Frapsy was the one, even yesterday he had himself a decent start, and then it kind of felt like he was cooling off a bit, so even his fragging abilities went down, and he was the only player on this team that was sitting at 1.17. So yeah, it does raise the alarm bells a little bit here, because I was kind of alluding to Damp and saying, like, again, what he has to do, but you are playing against Alucard, and Alucard is arguably, you know, top 3, one of the sniper players in CFWL. Like, I don't think there's much of a debate, I would hope, about that, but he definitely is one of those guys that has really improved his game. He used to be such a passive sniper, but now he really has mixed up his playbook, and you can see that he feels way more comfortable in the server, and he like has a way better idea what he wants to do, which is such a great thing to see. And again, goes back to Beck and Kevin, where I give a lot of credit to them, because probably allowing that, you know, environment and atmosphere for him to thrive the way he is.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, for a team like Vitality, for example, you can say that the system is set up around the Riflers, and while Snare is one of those top 3, right, and that is also pretty much a given, you can say that the team has a setup as a holistic one. I would definitely say Nemesis are a little bit more set up around Alucard. It's like, sure, like Beck and Raffin are there to see what the pieces that they can amount to, but they've been some excellent pieces, and they could continue to be that. So we're going to head straight to the Subbase, and we'll see if Imperium have any chance of bouncing back with Alphish and Sekiro.
Thanks, fellas. Yes, I mean, obviously a big map coming up here for Imperium. It could be their 3rd straight defeat of the week. And this one, I mean, depending on how this map goes, obviously could be their worst defeat. I think the first 2 maps, or first 2 matches that we saw them play, we were quite, I think, impressed in some cases by what Imperium were able to bring to the table, but nothing really shown in that opening map. I mean, what do you reckon, Sekio? Is this going to be another turnaround from Imperium? Do you find them to be the kind of team that can sort of have these one-hit wonder type maps? Or is this just a straight 2-0 from Nemesis? Because from my perspective, looking at that seems like a pretty quick and easy 2-0 for Nemesis on the cards today.
For me, it feels like it might be a quick 2-0 for Nemesis through what we're seeing here from Team Imperium. But at the same time, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they have a really decent sub-base. Yeah, they went all the way versus Vitality. I will always reference Vitality since they're the big dog in the league, of course. And after that, like, yeah, they had a decent run versus 3BL. But at this point, I'm not sure. Like, it feels like it was one-time wonder versus Vitality that they got this far. And we'll see if they can just bounce back a little bit with the game. And quite frankly, it looks like at least they got the opening kill of the map. Like, they're starting to put in the work. I don't wanna speak too early of them, but I hope that they can find the last pieces in the puzzle to try and figure out how they can at least finish 1 or 2 sets to their side. And now I believe that FC might just catch Noxon off guard, but Laz will immediately trade a couple of trades here and there, and Imperium got the better hand out of it.
Yeah, it was a good start for Imperium. And the response that we want to be seeing here on Subbase. I think it would be a little bit remiss of them to come in and not look competitive here. They took a 13-12 defeat against Vitality, which, you know, to be fair, it's a defeat, that's true, but taking 12 rounds off of Vitality is a very, very good start to the season for them. On this map, that was day one, and they played it yesterday as well. They played it against 3BL, and they got absolutely smoked 13-2. So I think that's where they probably let themselves down a little bit. That probably could have been a 2-0 yesterday against 3BL for Imperium. Now they want to had yesterday evening to have a bit of a chat about what went wrong on this map. They peeked into again. They've got to prove exactly why they have done that. The start, a good one, but you're going to need more than just the one round to really trouble Nemesis here. Alucard already tagged up at the start of this round, but not a big concern for Nemesis on this defense. They're happy to just stick with their initial setup. Raffen kind of solo holding A for the moment, though the rotation is coming in from Comics, and the timing on that doesn't look too bad if this pressure actually does come through from Imperium. For now, happy to probe their way through wood, but it definitely seems as though they want to have a bit of a look at this A site, and it seems as though they will be looking into a couple of players stacked up, ready and waiting for them. Already some good damage out from that nade, and it seems like Nemesis have a good grasp on where this round might be ending.
Oh, actually, they just give it away and left the spot, even though they used a lot of util in that shenanigans, like that maneuver in the A side, and now they are putting their head over B side, and it looks like they're throwing their util, trying to get in. Dipsy is actually holding the upper side and waiting for any action to be taken. Jaguar will be the trade here. Frabzy is actually jumping into the action, and now it's a 3v2 situation. The Raffin going in, going to the support tip back, and it looks like they lost the chance to hold this side once they just went in without any coverage over the backside. They had to just clear all the angles while they're just trying to enter, but the thing is, they went in with Raf, and he's just like, yeah, thank you guys for walking into my crosshair. I will just pick a couple of you out and drop down.
Happy days for Nemesis. Immediate response. And slow and steady wins the race here for Imperium once again. See, kick off round 3. Not a whole lot to really write home about for them at the moment. That 3-2 split. They've left the C4 back in spawn as well. So I don't imagine anything here is really going to be any significant kind of commitment from them. This is just a probing move to see if they can find an opening pick, but nothing really being given to them by Nemesis. You got Alucard and Dipsy playing double sniper as well, so it's a little bit risky to be taking your time like this. It gives more opportunities over to these snipers, and one is going to be presented in a second here for Alucard. Gets the free shot in, but immediately traded. That's exactly what that setup is designed to do. Comics, though, he continues his good form through from Eagle Eye for the double. And damn, the last player standing is on a sliver of HP, so this round should be absolutely nothing for Imperium. Nemesis converted with a kill from back end, and that is a very clean round.
It definitely is, and maybe that was just a one-hit wonder for Imperium. Well, let's see. Let's not just judge too early, but it looks like that a little bit of picking kills here and there. And yeah, they need to have some control over woods. They're getting picked off, quite frankly, so hard and too early that will give them a hard time trying to execute anything in A site, and it feels like they are a lot hesitant to enter the site, even though, like, they have only one player holding that site. They didn't even try to contest it, and that's why they won't even know that that's the actual truth. But in the meantime, you'll see them trying to find a catch, trying to do any maneuver to pick one of the Nemesis players out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good start for Nemesis. 5v3, you're really going to be doing in response to this, as Imperium It's a tough one to recover, and you can see they're a little bit tentative about this attack at the moment. They have been struggling up against Nemesis. They've been struggling on this map in particular as well. They're going to walk their way into Raffen, who did double down in that previous round as well. Kills from Imperium, but Jaguar and Damp are so damn low that it's really hard to make an argument that they're going to be able to get anything out of this one, and so far that is very much the truth. Nemesis find themselves in a 3v1. Damp is low on HP with 35 seconds left to play with, and at this stage, not having a very fun time of trying to plant that C4, just not feeling comfortable in order to do it. Eventually, does get it down, and that is going to prompt the response from Nemesis. Beck waiting patiently for the peak to come through from his teammate, Alucard. The trade there, easy for Beck. Nicely coordinated in the end. For Nemesis, they get themselves their third, and they're really on their way.
They are in that. Nemesis are just, I don't know, better than GR at this point. Going forward with control here, and it looks like they might just be going over again and again and again, but this time Imperium just goes with a different strat. They're trying to jump scare Nemesis over B-side. It looks like it's gonna be a bloodbath. Raffen is the only guy left alone, left alive versus 4 of the Imperium players.
Yeah, just a little too many shots missed there by Nemesis on that initial defense. Had a couple of players where they needed them, but some whiffs, and ultimately Imperium get the better of them with that nice change of pace. I mean, you sort of spoke about it, a little bit of a change up for Imperium, and sometimes that's really all that it takes. Trying to grab himself a little bit of a KD here, but nothing really to write home about in the end. So back into it. Nemesis holding on to that lead, which is, you know, even I think a little bit more valuable because of the fact that they're starting on this GR side, but by and large, just having a lead is always good. So run it back and see what Imperium have got to say for themselves as they try to probe towards Locker. So again, they're just really changing things up a lot here on this BL side, seeing if they can keep Nemesis guessing.
They are, but it feels like Imperium found their sweet spot. They might just like abandon A and straightforward go to B side executions. Since like it paid out once, they should just try and do it again. But back here, through the smokes, might actually find a pick or two, but we'll see how it plan out. He just went back, going with the stun, trying to hold his position, and the rest of Nemesis is just holding, waiting to get the right time, and exactly, he will find it. He'll try and jump shot him, but he will immediately drop you back. Damp and Jaguar are the only guys left alone, and now Nemesis will take the revenge through B-side execution. Now, like, I don't know, they're leaving Imperium questioning themselves, what should they do next round?
Get a few more opening picks would probably be a good shout, I would suggest. Maybe easier said than done, though. As, Nemesis are pretty locked in today, which is kind of what we expected for them a couple of days ago. That was not the case necessarily, but response is going to be swift, it would seem, from Nemesis here. So, swift round out from Imperium as well as they try to push their way in through second, middle position. It's been a bit of a frag so far, and we'll continue that a double kill. Comics, to be honest, just seems like he's on a bit of a different level in this game. He's dropped the C4 there as well, so it's gone from bad to worse for Imperium. They are just not having any success. Anytime Comics is on their screen, he's working. Same for Raffen, probably same for Gypsy. They're all popping off in this game of sub base, and Only one of them gets brought down to heal in this round, but it is just far too little too late for Imperium to be having any success. And Comics is feeling it. He's feeling confident, so he's just going to push his way through and clean up Nexlon as well. Looking to close this round out. Can't get the better of Damp. Does spot him out, and Raffen his progress forward as well. Wants to get it done. He does. So it's 5 for Nemesis. And again, you know, I will say, I think we're probably getting into timeout territory here for Imperium, but they haven't opted to call for one just yet, and it does kind of have me worried that this half is going to become a bit of a runaway.
I mean, like, we know that BL side is slightly betted for sub-base, but at the same time, he can be just going for 5-2, getting manslaughter for 3 guys trying to beak on 1 player. Like, I don't know, Comics has just been through the roof in this game, and he's definitely doing some, I won't say heavy lifting, but he's doing his part, doing his job, and we'll see what Imperium got in that bag. They're turning their back around and going to try and execute an A side, but at this time, they need to try and go into the vent, but at the same time, you need to go for the control room. That's going to be a bit tough of act here, since they're gonna face Alucard. He's down, and now they're just going through the stairs. Raph will just kick them out. Comics, the 3v1 situation. Big difference. The second, Jaguar, will he be the third? Or the answer is no. Raph will pick him off, and now it's a 4v1. Jaguar got nothing to do. He will be caught. Like, I don't think that he can do it. It's a bit of a tough challenge here, and it's a 6-2 situation, and with this ratio, we'll have another fast game, and Imperium, that's going to be a disastrous week for them.
Yeah, I mean, so it would seem. Obviously, there's still a world where Nemesis can let this one slip a little bit, but I think they're just having no trouble at all with Imperium. I don't know what's gotten into Comics and Raffen today, but apparently they're the best players in the world. They are kind of swatting Imperium aside like it's no one's business, and I mean, this is, yeah, much more like it for Nemesis. So it seems like any time you go into Comics' crosshair, you are expecting a round loss, and the problem is, like, you kind of can't avoid him. He's in the middle of the map, so regardless of whether you go towards B or whether you go towards A, he's going to be there, ready for the fight one way or the other. Imperium slow it down a little bit in this round. To take that machine room control, they have a bit of lockers control as well. Beck's going to smoke it off, but it's a fairly useless smoke. I wonder if he's aware of Frapsy having already crossed into the lockers. I don't think that he is. Somehow he's still alive. He's taking the fight. He's committed to it. And eventually does get taken down. So that's a little bit of a mishap, obviously, for Nemesis. Dipsy now under some pressure as well. He's going to try and smoke off lockers. See if he can get some rotations in onto the side. First kill does go the way of Dipsy. He's going to be able to hold down that trigger finger for a double. Still 2 on the entry, though, for Imperium. Might just be enough to get them their 3rd in this half. It is Raffen and Comics alive, though, so if anyone's going to clutch this out, it will probably be these 2, or maybe this 1, as it's now just down to Comics, but too much to do from jail, so it ends up being a 3rd at the back end of the half. Imperium at least have that to play with, but it is certainly not enough.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough, and it looks like that the second half might be a different story. Like, I'm still giving them the benefit of the doubt. They might just have a better way of just holding both sides, but the fact is, Nemesis have a really good and unique way of execution in some ways. They've always been that team, and of course they are going for it, since we have a lot of ways to go through this, but Damp will shut them down. 2 guys are down, going for the 3rd one. Dapsy is actually going to spray and pray, not of this. Bullets will be connecting. Damp here holding the sniper and might just go for another one. It looks like Nemesis are getting down. What a dirty shot coming from Damp, and he might just catch the last one and close this one out with a quad kill.
Well, I mean, I suppose there's an argument to be made there, definitely, that if Imperium are going to look that good on the GR side, they could still win this map, and I'm sure that they'll be confident in their own play to make that happen. See what Nemesis have got for us on this attack. First of all, before we draw too many conclusions, but not exactly the ideal start to the half for them. Take another reserved approach in through middle. They do take that control room, a machine room control, I should say. No real defense mounted in that respect from Imperium. Happy to hold back in their sights here. They're not getting too overactive. And I think they're just sort of backing themselves on this defense initially. They're not feeling the need to get up to any fighting business after that previous round, which is nice to see. We're going to see Damage find himself a nice double. Quick trade back from Alucard, but really not enough to challenge. Yeah, Vex found a nice timing to drop into control room, and now all of a sudden we're back into 3-on-3. The sites are kind of split in half. They will not be able to reinforce one another because of Vex's position. The question is just going to end up being, what will the ultimate call be for Nemesis? And seems as though they're just going to wait patiently for the moment, see if they're going to get a push out from Imperium. It's going to come, and eventually Dam walks right into the crosshair. Trade quick, though, from Jaguar onto Alucard. Again, I think a lot of this round is really resting on the shoulders of Beck, and whether or not he can win one of these duels. He does get the timing nicely onto Frapsy, who was being pushed by Comics as well. And that will allow Nemesis into the A side.
Well, the Jaguar might be close here using the triple box, and Comics will pick this kill out. It's always that guy who knows how to clutch rounds, and he turned everything around. He was going for the 1v1s, and he said, nah, I will just pick both 1v1s and win those duel. Comics for Nemesis has been always a key player, and also you gotta mention big Comics, like the elder Comics that started everything in the family, I believe, I don't know. But at the same time, like, he raised the young hero, Comics. This Comics do been running over the West League. I would say at least in the upper bracket final versus Vitality, it was the best show that they brought to action. And for me, seeing Nemesis doing all of that, it's just like, yeah, that's the normal, or like the casual thing for Nemesis to make all of those stuff. But at the same time, they felt that challenge coming out from Imperium, so they just went toward the boss and trying to settle things down.
I don't know if it's maybe a little bit too little too late, though. Oh, this is actually a Nemesis timeout. Never mind. They want to ensure that they can close this out cleanly. Alucard and Comics dressed for success on game day. Is Raffin wearing the jersey as well? Can't quite tell.
Actually, I love the jersey.
Yeah, I think it's nice.
It reminds me of one of the football team. Actually, I don't know. It looks like they're a bit closer to. I wouldn't say Barcelona. It's not even like that. Barcelona got the red stripes, not the white ones. And yeah, I'm speaking about football, not soccer. Like, we don't call it soccer here. I'm sorry, man.
Well, we call it soccer where I'm from.
Come on.
The Socceroos, they just picked up a 2-0 victory over Turkey earlier today, so I think we're allowed to call it soccer if our team is called the Socceroos. That's my take.
All right. I'll give you that. But like,
less confusing.
Globally, it's football. Like, the American football is just like a ball that they play it with their hands and they call it football. Like, there is no foot even getting closer to the ball unless they're shooting ability, which is a very confusing thing that they threw the ball into the air with their legs. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just saying that it's illegal to call football soccer. Like, anyways, let's get back into the game. Just
Let's
kidding.
go. 7-4. And Nemesis looking to close this map out. Imperium are going to try something a little more aggressive into wood. There's a bit of a tickle onto Raffin off the back of that, but they are very quickly dissuaded from that push and pushed back into safer territory. So Nemesis almost lose a player, but happy to continue this round with Raffin alive for the moment.
Nice shot from Damp. He's standing out actually for his teammates. Been always one of the players that you can actually count on him on some rounds. Needs a little bit of time, but it's not gonna be here. And he actually picks a double. Comics will whiff, and Damp with the triple kill. Might go for the quad. He actually is going for the ace, but Frabzy is taking it out from Dam, but what a way to close this round.
That's nice, but still more work to be done. 7-5, still the recovery going to be required. Alucard is looking like he wants to get a little busy early on in this round. Very proactive in through middle. Has a bit of a peek towards B. Doesn't see anything. He's not being given anything by Nemesis, who are playing quite a passive GR side so far in this round. So again, a bit of a change up over this GR side as every single round is offering something a bit different to Nemesis. Some aggression, some passivity from Imperium. It's keeping Nemesis guessing. It's a real test here for Nemesis to see just how strong is that BL side. Not even taking the wood control just yet. There isn't much of a defense. In fact, there isn't really any defense set up for wood at the moment. But Nemesis still not game to give it a crack.
Imperium are not even trying to consider getting some land into their name. Just playing way too defensive. But I really like the setup on Ace. I believe that Laz need to have a different approach over this place. You need to be like sitting down facing the ground and having player number one who's Frabzy trying to find some shots. But the answer is it's not going to be an execution in A here. A lot of connection you can see in the radio side. Knocks in through the smokes, through everything, through the stuns, will make a double, make it a treble. Might be a quad kill here, but Beck will fire them at them back. And now it's a 3v2 situation with Alcott with low HP. I believe like it's 10 or less. Him and Beck are only the two guys that are holding this side. But I believe if Frabzy and Noxon trying to go for the crossfire, they can just pick one after another and close this round. White. Oh, Beck.
Beck's timing, it was so close to getting himself the double. In the end, it will not. It was needed because there, you see the flank coming in onto Alucard as well. And so it will be another round for Imperium. They are definitely starting to pressure Nemesis a little bit now. They have caught the lead, of course, still. But the question will be, how long is that going to realistically last for? And at this point, I think Nemesis may start to get a little bit worried. They've used their attack timeout already. So if they aren't going to start winning some rounds now, they don't have a whole lot to fall back on.
The way to try and equalize the situation. It's still a 4v5. Noxon, and always the guy that known to take those shots. They're still hovering here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, then the hit might go with the stun here, but Noxon actually commits, goes for the peeker's advantage and picks another kill. Dam is holding this side with this sniper, waiting for anyone to get closer, and Beck will be found. Dempsey dropping out, Raffin trying to recover the damage been done already, but Raffin will be the last guy to drop down, and now we're back into an equal situation, and for the first time, Imperium and Nemesis will have the same rounds.
Yeah, it's got to be a good feeling for Imperium. You know, they know they're on their map pick. They know that they can come away with a victory here if they have a solid GR side, and that is exactly what they're doing. Nemesis maybe feeling a little bit antsy here. Let's try something a little bit quicker. See what they can do to finish off this map, if possible, in their own favor. And a couple of quick entries into A, but very quick response from Nexlon for the double. Still, I'm not sure that's going to necessarily matter. Nemesis now have the site. Oh, they should get a post plant clean, but Raffin just gets his head knocked off. Nexlon with 3 for this round is keeping it in line and possible for Imperium. I don't know if I'd want to be peeking his crosshair right now, but Alucard is up to the challenge. Immediately deletes Nexlon. Dipsy there to help out onto Jack here as well, and Nemesis will regain the lead. So just at the 11th hour, they have snaked away an advantage against Imperium.
They're dead now. Imperium actually went through a lot to get closer to this situation. Jaguar getting a rain out of stuns around, a rain out of nades to just pick him off. And at this point it's just a 1-for-1, but like it looked so intriguing that like he got 3 nades, 4 nades, trying to pick off a guy holding his side. And to be honest, it's a tricky position, like whether you see it or not, you need to clear that angle, and if you just went through it without even picking or like having something to blind him out, it will be a pretty hard one to try and enter the side. But here we're back again, still a 4v4, going for the doors in A side, and they might just be trying to reconsider going through the stairs, but at the same time Beck will be picked out of that place also. Alucard is moving around the map.
Yeah, they're going to try and push their way back into that A site, but they've got themselves into a little bit of a hole here that they need to now dig themselves out of. They might be given the plant if they are lucky. Going to be able to put that down. Just 40 seconds here, and first shot absolutely has to go the way of Nemesis if they want to win this round. Alucard under tons of pressure from that util, but doesn't really take a whole lot of damage, and he's still going to be a gun in the game here. TRG looking for it, finds Laz. Has he spotted the next player on the cross? I don't know. Either way, Damp is going to knock his head off, and this is all on the shoulders of Dipsy, who's tucked behind the boxes, but spammed away by Damp, and so Imperium are going to be able to equalize.
I'm smelling an overtime. I can see it coming in 8-hole, and Imperium are looking kinda sharp at this point. You'll love to see Noxon after the timeout. He's been a different guy. He's been just knocking heads left and right, trying to force every angle and every fight off of Nemesis. And now we'll see Comics trying to fire back, trying to say we're still in it. We're just inches away from closing the game, and they don't want to really go to that timeout. They don't want to go to the overtime, but Frabsy is firing back. It's a 2v1 situation after all of that.
So tough one to win here as well. Dipsy and Alucard on the other side of it. Alucard spotting him out, a missed shot. But Frapsy's position now noted is going to bring Dipsy across. It's scary for a second. Just trying to dump util and make life as difficult for Frapsy as possible. He'll try and push his way in, but not going to happen this time. So Nemesis are going to be the team that have got map and series point. They've got only one to play with, though. It's not a huge buffer. Final round of the map here. Are going to head in to another slow one by the looks of things. No early engagement from any of these teams. Just yet.
The question for me at this point, can Nemesis actually close this out? They got the firepower, they got the strats, they got the coach, gaming house, everything to back them up. The org, of course, one of the big orgs in the esports. Now it's all about the execution. One more round to close it out. And it looks like they're going for A execution.
Looks to me like they're going to go through middle here. Whether or not that means they go mid to A or mid to B is going to be the question. Got 3 to dislodge, but Laz is kind of isolated here. In control room, spam battle through the box goes the way of Nemesis as Alucard will be able to challenge for a second. He's holding the rotation. This is it for Nemesis. It's exactly what they need. Next one, though, drops the C4. It's madness. They send the C4 alone into Nexlon's position. Luckily, Alucard is able to retrieve it. A little bit of a mishap for Nemesis that doesn't seem like it's going to be punished. That goes down 1v3 now for Jaguar to try and negotiate, and he is 0-5 since the reset. He will end 0-6. Has not had a great time since that final attack timeout, and that will be that. Nemesis will take the second set. They close it out 2-0 for the series, and they have their first win on the board for this season of CFWL.
Yeah, first win for them in the CFWL, and of course, you saw, even though that they had a really mis-execution in the A side through the walks, but at the same time, if their aim backs them up, so it doesn't really matter if they're playing versus, I would say, a little bit a lower tier team like Imperium. They did the work, and of course, first game was a bit hard for them, but the second one, they had it in them, but like it's not gonna be the case for this game. They got the 2-0 from, of course, Team Nemesis, but we'll see how it goes for them. GG's for Nemesis, and I believe the desk will have a lot to say about this game.
Yeah, that we do. I mean, very, very interesting game. And again, I think the fact that Imperium, the fact that now they're unfortunately sitting in a position of 0-3, kind of puts them in the bottom of the rankings, right, Volt? And that was something you were kind of saying, like, well, let's see if they can get a win and all the efforts they've done so far. And it feels like it's almost there, but they just somehow can't get in the win category right now.
Yeah, it goes back to pretty much what we've seen a bit of them from Season 1, where they've been competitive, even with the top of the board, but just their inability to close off the game, perhaps some of the decisions that they've made that are also a little bit puzzling at times. But realistically speaking, though, hats off to Nemesis. They played a very solid first half, but the second one was absolute chaos. And, you know, credit to Imperium as well. Good global risk work, but some puzzling decision-making as highlighted by Alfish and Sekio right there.
Yeah, and I mean, it was, you know, again, it was kind of making me beg the question about like sub base being picked, right? I was like, well, I don't know if like Imperium are really going to be able to like bring a competitive map into this. I just wasn't fully convinced. But honestly, the fact that they pushed it the distance they did, yes, it wasn't a win, but at least it's still getting close games. I think like that's down the right path, right? We're talking about a team that was getting relegated, like, you know, the previous season. They had to make their way back into this position. So I feel like honestly, give them a bit more time and we might see some improvements, because I think the fact that they've pushed Vitality, have done a little bit of a decent map against Nemesis. Like, these are good showings, right? Like, it's not wins, but it's progress is what the team is doing.
It is progress, but I mean, let's just turn it over to the other side, though. Like, what happened there for Nemesis in the second half is perhaps a little bit of what we were talking about, right? They definitely look like they have a bit of rust around them, that even if they're mechanically solid, mind you, this line they were a lot more evenly matched than a big part of it is next one. You know, we wrote him off early on for map 1 because he didn't have the best performance, but it was a solid bounce back here on the sub base despite some really good individual play, as you can tell right there from Nemesis to do it. Like, they just were able to recover. Next one did pretty well, but really it was the snipers that were the highlight for Imperium once they went to global.
Yeah, and that's kind of, again, like where, you know, we were talking about this in the beginning, where I said, like, I think someone like Damp is, you know, I definitely think Alucard has some, you know, pretty much like head to head, I would say like, you know, Alucard's going to be a lot above him, but Damp has been very impressive. Like I feel like, again, just give him a bit more time and a bit more of the reps playing, I think we could really see him being kind of like a, you know, maybe a potential, like, you know, top prospect right now, because I feel like, again, he can make good connections, he can make the plays and create a lot of good space, but there has been a couple games where he's non-existent. But yeah, like you said, the snipers seem to be a little bit more of the playmakers on this, and that allowed them to have such a close encounter on this map, which is, again, not a win, but it's still a lot to take note of for them, so it's got to feel good.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's really what they care about. And, well, I mean, statistically speaking, still a pretty solid performance across the board from Nemesis, right? Like, we've seen, of course, an overperformance, I would say, from Rapid on map 1. A bit back more to normal. Like, these are still good stats for an entry fragger. But, yeah, Comics and Dipsy have really continued to impress, especially Dipsy, who was the MVP of their previous game. And, well, I mean, he's looking pretty okay right now, despite the result against 3BL, where they fell down to 3BL. And again, they didn't look the sharpest here either, but Dipsy have been impressive all throughout. And he's one of the few guys of the team that has been looking sharp since day one.
Yeah, he has, and I feel like Dipsy has really done a good job about, like, even for this 2026 like, entire year. I feel like it's been kind of the Dipsy show a little bit on this team too, where we didn't get to talk too much about him in the beginning, but it's like he definitely can be the guy with a ton of influence. He's the guy that can put up big frags. He's the guy who can put up the hype. So he definitely is a crucial piece to this team. I would definitely agree with you both.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for the MVP of this one, it is Dipsy. Who do you actually have as the MVP for the entire best of 3, though? Like, is it Raffin, is it Dipsy, or is it someone else that you would actually have the
Oh, don't do this to me. You know, honestly, I feel like I'm going to lean on Dipsy. I think you said Raffin had himself a bit of a performance on the first one, like kind of probably like an overextension or overperformance, but I do feel like, you know, he was able to put up some good numbers. But Dipsy, at the end of the day, he's just one of those guys that's like usually relatively over consistent. Like it's a good thing, right? So either way, yeah. But as you can see, the 10-3, 10-8, so it's a good day in the office here for Nemesis to find themselves their first win back into the second season, which is a good thing to see.
Yeah, win that they needed, as we said. Like, they need to be stable, and well, that they have found 1-1 right now, as things are tied for them. And well, it is gonna be Dipsy after all. Definitely a deserved performance for him. 1.37 across both maps is, you know, a pretty good number for the positions he actually do play and where he does play. And really, the important part, again, about Nemesis that we've talked about is that this still is probably not the best form that we're going to see out of them for the rest of the season. I still think that they're going to have better games later down the line, especially when you consider, like, hey, Alucard warming up into the season. I think that you've seen it as well, right? Like in phase 1 and even some parts of phase 2, Alucard was above average, but at the end of the day, when playoffs did come around, he was really impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's going to conclude this first match. But as you guys can see, we have our second matchup that is going to be underway. We are going to take a little bit of a break, though, as we get these players ready to go in the server. So don't go too far. We have unKnights taking on Swamp Gaming, which will be a fun matchup, considering that we have, you know, Famous that was previously on Swamp. It's play against some of his former friends. So let's take that break. We'll see you ready for that second series of the day.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo. A walking path through a small tight angle here takes another one, and a Snake pushing here. Pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todson and a snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting. It will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why it's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will stay.
Welcome. As of course mentioned last before the break, it is going to be a rematch here. But if you've just tuned in, this is going to be Swamp facing unKnights. For unKnights, this is their debut in the second season. For Swamp, of course, there are a little bit more of an intricacy. It's just not even in that, like, I would say, like, there probably is no love lost for Famous at Swamp, right? They probably still like him. He just went for a better team, a team that probably would fare him better odds in making it to the international stage and maybe even going a little bit further, even if unKnights perhaps have been a little disappointed in their placement in season 1. But you know, do you want to start from there? Or do you want to talk about Swamp a little bit first? I feel like unKnights is probably going to be a more intriguing talking point, given that this is their debut season.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I mean, I think the biggest thing really, yeah, for the Swamp Gaming side is, like you said, I mean, they've had some roster adjustments. It's a team that's kind of always been floating around a little bit in the league, right? I mean, last season, you know, they were kind of, you know, or previous seasons, they weren't always on the top. They were kind of like that lower end of the group and everything. But like you said, I mean, I think the fact that they have kind of showcased a little bit of different action here now for season 2, like we're talking again where, yeah, they didn't get wins, but they're going like 10-8 against, you know, TEC, which is formerly LCK. Like they've been able to, you know, they take a map away from Vitality, which was yesterday, which was a very grueling game, but like they got it done. So it's still kind of the Swamp Gaming effect, right? Like these guys seem to be like this, you know, 5 players that can just really, again, just frag out and play. And Kai seems to be leading the team very well. And I feel like for me, he's such a playmaker in this squad, like not only just his attitude and everything, but just even his like sniping abilities as well. He's definitely one of those guys that you have to highlight for what he brings to the team as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That could be a factor. But of course, as you can tell, for the side of unKnights, now they got a coach in Excavate. Or sorry, not Excavate. I think not Excavate is just a sub. If I'm not mistaken, it was actually Swamp that got a coach. And that was Ad. So that's
right.
also another intriguing point. But yeah, like for unKnights, you know, we're talking about Rust, things affecting teams like Vitality, TEC, and Nemesis. I mean, realistically speaking, it should affect unKnights the most, given that they are the team that do always say they don't really scrim as much as the other top 3. So that could be the part that is a little bit worrying. But at least for now, you know, like still a team that I feel like has the most experience out of everyone in handling lower resources. Even in the start for the first season, when they were saying that we didn't scrim enough with Famous up until the point that they got to the playoffs, they looked a lot more confident in comparison to Nemesis, who eventually ended up being second seed.
Yeah, you know, and I'm so glad you bring that up because I felt like that was such an interesting take for them, like where, you know, was able to sit down with unKnights. And I actually did like a podcast with them a little while ago, and we like had a conversation about, okay, like how often do you play? And they're just like, honestly, like maybe one official practice a week. And I was like, oh, okay. But considering, like you said, of how much practice they were kind of putting in, like they came 4th. Like they were able to walk last season, they were able to walk away with like $26,000. Like let's not, you know, we can't like shy away from the fact that these guys did really well for themselves. And again, unKnighting a team where, yeah, the iteration of the roster has been around and there's been a little bit of flip-flopping, you know, with some of the players, but generally it's been the same, you know, relative core for quite some time. And now adding Famous has been such a boost as well, because we already know Famous is known for his fragging abilities, like the one taps, like just his rifle control is just absolutely something to behold, right? So I think it's been a great move for unKnights, and it's been exciting to say the least. And like you said in the very beginning, this whole thing with you know, for this team of Swamp, you know, Famous was a part of it for a long time. It was kind of one of those things where it was just a matter of time before he did go for a new adventure, and I don't even blame him. He gave it a really good college try.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, though, that it kind of does also put Famous in a weird position, right? Because if he stayed with Swamp, most likely he was always going to repeat the same thing that always happened, right? They go to the NA regionals, they're just better than everyone there, and they're able to somehow sneak their way into the stars, where Famous clearly displays his talent on land, but they just aren't really able to perhaps push far enough with the current firepower of the team. And that is supposed to be one of the things, you know, like, unKnights is a step up, but they're not really a guaranteed lock for an EWC, for example, or stars later down the year. If anything, we know that that is probably the most important race of the season, right? It's not even just who becomes a champion, it's who also makes it to the international events. And for Swamp, they still got that outsider chance of maybe making it through NA, But for unKnights, that's one of the points for Famous, right? Like, of course, Famous, as like highly touted as he is, he hasn't really been able to go as deep as you would like him to see. I mean, that is probably the case for the entirety of the West League. But I think that for a player of his talent in particular, it really would be, I guess, a disappointing tale to see someone so good just really not being able to display it on the highest level of the competition.
Yeah, and it actually, again, like, it just takes me back to the very beginning of this year where, like, we knew the roster shuffles were coming, and then, like, the biggest rumor was about Famous. It was like, hey, where's he gonna actually go? Like, we all heard the rumor that he was leaving Swamp, but we had no idea it was gonna be this team. And honestly, I think for, considering of, like, his abilities and, like, his content he does on the side and still playing and, like, the performance he's able to bring, I mean, to be honest, I feel like this was a good little bit of a stepping stone for him to go on a team like this and just kind of play with the European core and see what it's like. And when you're looking at the head-to-head, I mean, again, like, it just feels like I'm talking about Famous this whole time, but it's hard not to, because, like, look at the stats. Like, Awesome is a great player, of course, but when we're talking, like, these two, like, as your best players statistically, like, Famous is by far going to, like, make circles around this. And that's where, I think it'll be interesting them playing each other, because he's also going to have the insight to be able to provide to his team to say, like, hey, I know a couple gimmicks that we do, and, we can kind of maybe abuse that a little bit. So that's where, again, I kind of wonder what Kai's has been trying to cook up a little bit with this roster, and you can see they had a ton of players out of this next season here. So it does kind of beg the question about the veto that'll come up here momentarily, because I do feel like unKnights have proven they have a pretty well-rounded map pool, considering their limited practice that they have as a squad.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I feel like we talked about Famous and unKnights long enough, so I want to actually turn over the leaf to the other side, right?
Sure.
Because there's definitely a lot more talk to be had about unKnights, but as we said, there's a lot more games to also talk about that. So for Swamp, for me, it's just a tale of, well, what are they supposed to do from here, right? Like the game against DEC, as you said, a competitive map one. Even against Vitality, still they got a map of them, and they weren't that bad on New Compound, but they just weren't really, you'd have to say, up to snuff when it came to the top blocks. And that's something that we said about Stage 1, and something that I personally feel is going to be the case for Stage 2. And is that why you also picked them for the prediction? Or is there like something in particular more to the, hey, they got Famous, they got Pietro, they know how Swamp plays, so it's more of a tactical thing? For me, it's just a whole mechanical difference, right? Like, with full respect, of course, to the players of Swamp, like, unKnights should be better on paper.
I agree. Yeah. And I think, to be honest, like, I take a lot of biasness away from the last season too, where, again, they were able to push, LCK to a 5-map series, where they were able to go the full distance, and they made LCK, which is now TEC, really sweat in those playoffs. And unKnights have been able to really perform well. Again, I wasn't super optimistic. I wasn't 100% sure how I felt about the team in the very beginning, but honestly, as the games kept going on and just seeing what they were able to do, and Pietro calling the way he was, I was sold. I was like, okay, I think this team can definitely be, if overlooked, they can definitely be a huge threat. And I think a lot of teams actually did overlook them, which put them in a top 4 category.
Well, unKnights are not going to do that for the second phase of the bans. They decided to take away the Black Widow, so it means that it is going to be Ankara that will go actually through for this phase of the pick ban. I mean, New Compound also makes a fair bit of sense for unKnights and what they like to play. And, well, that is going to leave Subbase as the decider. Perhaps not the one that I expected. I really thought that Swamp wouldn't actually mind Port as much.
And I mean, I'm not even surprised at all that Swamp decided to go back for Ankara, because let's not forget, this was the map yesterday that they were able to take away from Vitality. Again, let's just a quick recap for folks that may have not been here. Again, that was a 13-12 win, so it was an absolute grind of an Ankara for Swamp, but a win was getting the win. So now for unKnights to play on New Compound, I will be curious to see what they want to bring into this. I feel like a lot of teams, truthfully, haven't really played this map as much as we used to see. I feel like 2 years ago, this was a map that was pretty much a guarantee for every single team in the West League, but now I feel like it's kind of one of these, like, the unicorn maps. Like, it's kind of, to me, it's becoming like the New Mexico. It's like no one ever plays it. I don't know why, but either way, I am glad to see that unKnights go for this pick. It's nice that they're kind of rounding out their map pool a little bit. But if we have to go to Subbase, that will definitely be an interesting third map in my perspective.
I feel like we know why for New Mexico, but for Ankara, it really just feels like, when you're playing the best of 3, there's definitely a little bit more variance in the way that the post plans can play out, especially there. and a lot of reliance on the snipers, right? Like, so that's the thing that always catches me off guard. It's like a team like Nemesis, I would have thought they would actually favor the Ankara a little bit more, right? A team like Swamp, maybe some games they could try to flaunt it as a decider, but then again, like, why would you not play Port if that's the case, right? So that's where Ankara is split. I feel like it's okay enough that it's split as a secondary map, but it's something that the teams do actually need to be prepared for. It comes the best of 5 later down the line into the playoffs, but that's not where we are right now, just a best of 3. And as we were talking about it, right, when we were talking about the veto and mentioned in this game, I feel like unKnights are going to be in a good position for that new compound. We haven't talked about anyone other than Famous, so let's just start it from there. Like HDZ, pretty good on the map. I feel like more often than not, he's always impactful in making sure that the servers are kept clean from any pesky players on BL.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring that up because I know we were just kind of highlighting Famous only, but yes, I do agree. Like, I think HDZ, I think my biggest criticism for him is I always kind of considered him a top 3, top 4 sniper player, but there was kind of that asterisk of like, he has some weird dips sometimes. Like the consistency would really flip-flop a little bit for me, where I was getting a little bit nervous for a team like this, but I felt like last season we actually got to see him being a relatively more consistent. It was kind of the same conversation with like a player like Alucard, right? Where he could really make some good impact in the server, but sometimes it was a little bit more, you know, quiet where you were getting a bit worried. So I think HDZ, if he can play the way he is, or even better, that's going to be a huge influence as well with Famous. I would also kind of say as well, like Snox definitely doesn't get the love he deserves, because to me, Snox is one of those guys that he can put up a lot of multi-kill rounds, and he's kind of like I always kind of say he's like a silent MVP, because he just finds these like doubles or triples sometimes in some interesting positions. He's not super flashy of a player, but he gets the job done. Like, he plays his role and he does it very well. So like when this move happened and he was over here, again, I thought this made a lot of sense here for unKnights, because I do like what Snox is able to bring to the table.
Yeah, I always liken Snox a little bit to Flex, right? Like, perhaps a little bit less flashy, as you say, perhaps a little bit quieter, but he's got some of those qualities of just wiggling around the fights really well, knowing which angle to poke and prod at, and just finding those pockets of timing that will make things a little bit more difficult. And especially on a compound, where it's going to be an intriguing part whether or not they're actually going to be able to do that. And again, you know, it's a global risk start for unKnights, so perhaps for me at least, both on Pietro and him, I'm actually expecting a little bit more out of, right? I think that, especially once it comes to map 2, given the fact that it's going to be an NA server matchup on that one, maybe Famous will be more activated. But for now, we'll have to see if Swamp actually are going to still be competitive on the EU server. So we'll throw it over to Elfish and Zekio.
Indeed, let's find out. I mean, again, look, unKnights, the big talking point, I think the big story for them coming into this game is this is their first game of the season. We actually haven't seen them on day 1 or day 2. So it's a little bit surprising they're the only team so far this season that has not yet played a game. We're looking forward to catching up with how they've been going in the off-season. Swamp, on the other hand, a couple of losses. I mean, look, a pretty good loss, all things considered, yesterday against Vitality. They took a map off of Vitality, so I think you can say that's a pretty big win for them, but unable to do the same against TEC on day 1. It's been a bit of a hodgepodge kind of a season so far for Swamp, and I think this is probably their best opportunity. It's a tough starting week when you play TEC into Vitality, into unKnights, 3 of the top teams in the region, but hopefully they'll be able to find themselves something here today.
Of course, it's a bit tough to have that rough first week after you were going with the relegation stuff, after you had a pretty long off season to start versus those big teams, but at the same time, they had like a bit of back and forth versus Vitality. It was not definitely a one-sided. They had also another kinda a decent game, so we'll see how it plan out for them. But on the other side, unKnights will be playing their first game, and it looks like that. I mean, after the playoffs, or like the final games of the first season this year, we have seen Pietro getting warmed up, playing out of his hand, and also it felt like the whole team got activated later on the last season. So the question for me will be, and for the audience of course, will they keep it going? And it looks like they will. And of course, like, guys, when there is Famous in the server, you can expect anything. Like, yeah, we'll see a lot of multi-kills. We'll see him just dropping kills here and there, getting doubles. I believe he might just get a triple kill here. And keep in mind, he's playing... Okay, I'm sorry, I jinxed him. he is playing on a very high ping. Keep in mind, whenever he plays in an NA server, you're gonna see a different Famous, but even with that high ping, he's just like, yeah, I mean, the kid who likes to show off.
Well, either way, into a 3-on-3 with about a minute and 10 left on the clock here. And Swamper taking it pretty slowly for the moment, trying to determine where exactly they want to end up. The push toward A-Long is actually not a bad shout. That's an area of the map that Snox thinks he's kind of cleared, and he sort of did, but Swamper moved in very, very quickly since it's been cleared out. And so you kind of have to wonder whether or not anyone's going to be turning around to check on that. HDZ is keeping a bit of an eye on it with the TRG. Looks like he's been flashed off that line, though, and that's going to bring Snox across. His attention turned onto Imagine. Just try to dislodge this offensive. That's a solo push by Snox, and maybe a little bit over eager on that one. It's going to leave HDZ now alongside LSY fairly solo. They're trying to work in tandem, but Postman's going to take one here. Also, nice over the top. Gets himself one before dropping to LSY, who is now in the 1v1 against Jin, but Jin will get it done. I think, looking at that, I really have to highlight Snox trying to push his way in there early in the 3v2 as a pivotal point in that round where unKnights could have just retaken the site 3v2 together. Instead, he tries to push the issue. It's not worked out, and so Swamp will take the first round.
He just had to wait a little bit for his teammates, but he felt it. He rushed in. He can just do it, but the fact that he didn't, it's just like, it's a bad one. Like, it's one of those plays that if you take it, you're a hero. If you didn't, you just messed up the retake. And it looks like Pietro is going with a shotgun in, I don't know, new compound, man. He is planning for something evil, and it definitely is. Goes for the 2v1, but immediately gets traded here. And man, like, it's always that shocking shocking moments when you play with a weapon like that. I hate it.
LSY has got a bit of a job to do here, as he's got 4 members pushing in his direction. We're seeing Famous on the other side of the map make a push on A. There's nobody here, and he's getting all of that information. So round at the back, and he might actually run into Swamp, who are on the exit. Josh goes down early. A quick trade from Imagine, which is very important considering Imagine is the player holding on to the C4. And again, we find ourselves into a 3-on-3.
Yep. Imagine and Famous are both of the players that got 10 plus years of experience. I know them together into the mix and versus each other, and I believe they have played together at a certain point. They always represented NA internationally, but now, like, yesterday's friend is today's enemy. unKnights and Swamp Gaming, can they figure out how to get closer to Ace? And then of course whiffing this shot be pretty bad, but at the same time Snox back it down. Imagine is left alone, and HDZ will close it out, and unKnights will make it equal. I don't know, it's like we're still in the first 2 rounds. I don't want to say that we might see the same thing that we have witnessed yesterday. Like, you take a couple of rounds, we do the same, and unKnights and Swamp Gaming go through the same thing over and over again. But we'll see how this first half pan out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can judge too harshly necessarily. Obviously, unKnights playing their first game of the season, so that, I think, gives you a little bit of leeway, at least as far as I'm concerned. 1-1, fair enough. Obviously, very, very early on in this map as well, so really not a whole lot to look at so far. It's a nice start for Famous, again, wanting to sort of try and get aggressive early on in these rounds. We heard so much from the desk about how impactful of a player he can be, and he has been so far. 4-2 out of the opening 3 rounds is a really good spot to be in for him, and if he can maintain that kind of a level, it's going to be a headache for Swamp. Again, looking to push the issue, and this time in towards middle, he'll get himself one more before Pietro does fall. Still, it's a favorable enough exchange as far as the unKnights players are concerned. He is famous for his 3rd fight of the round. He'll win another one and finally falls at the hands of Kais, but he's gone from B to mid again, and essentially ripped Swamp apart 1 by 1. So exactly what you want to be seeing from one of your high impact players. And Awesome is the last one standing here in a 1v3, a tough 1v3 as well, given he has to retrieve the C4, and he's really got no idea where these defenders are.
Yeah, I mean, he's famous, one of the players that stayed in the Pro League for, I don't know, more than 10 years. He took a break, he got back, he's playing casually, and he's just being one of the top players in the server, and if he keeps doing that, I don't know, he can push it to 40s. I don't know, like, with a player like him, it's always been S-ranked in international stages, dropping 20 kills more than once internationally, and he's just like, yeah, walking around having fun, going back to play on high ping, low ping. He does it all. So the experience, the time he spent in Crossfire just pays off for him. And as we can see here, the 4th round just started, and Snox is making some trades here, trading with Awesome. Kais actually gives an upper hand for Swamp Gaming, and it's a 43 situation, but HDZ makes it a different situation with those double kill. Make it trouble! He's looking for the quad, and Jen is the only one guy remaining in a 2v1 situation. They know where he's at. They're waiting for the chance to see him. They have the C4, they see him, they struck him, and they close their round.
That was certainly something from unKnights, and you suddenly get the idea really that this is not just a one-man show. You know, Famous obviously had his round. You've seen HTZ have one as well, and everyone really contributing, exception kind of being Pietro. He's not necessarily expected to, in his role in this team either, contribute quite so much on the scoreboard. As long as the rest of the squad is performing, then I think it's a job well done as far as he's concerned. So it's a pretty good start at this point for unKnights, although they have lost an extra player. Snox going down in this round has kind of opened that A site back up. Transition has to come through from Pietro, LSY, and HDZ. They're going to group back up by the looks of things to clear out middle. Pietro gives it a cursory look and doesn't really see a whole lot. And now they'll have to turn their attention to this retake over on A.
Needs a bit of a skill, and HDZ is just looking for the stairs. He might just trying to find the shot before he enters, and now checking each and every corner that he can look. On your left, catch is Awesome, and now he's waiting for the stairs to get peeked on. HDZ is making wonders here for unKnights, and another one goes to them. Like, it feels like they have the total package. At least in this game, I know that Swamp Gaming are one of the teams that got into the relegations. They're not one of the top teams in the league, but I love the flexibility that unKnights have. You can count on Famous, you can count on HDZ, LSY, anyone will step up from this squad.
Yeah, they made it look a little bit too easy in that retake. You're starting to get the idea that maybe Swamp are a bit outmatched here in this particular game. And another good start from unKnights in this one. Famous and LSY, the two to push into pillars. They take a lot of map control away from Swamp early on in the piece. That'll be a headache that they have to figure out how to deal with. At the moment, they're kind of just stalled up. They're a little bit stunned at what has happened. Trying to figure out what the next avenue of attack is going to be, and it will be into LSY that they are going to be headed. So it's a question of timing here for LSY. If he's watching the right angle at the right time, he might be good for one or maybe two. He gets one. And out of this position, if he can get away with two, it would be nice. That's always going to be tough, though. A bit more of a one and done kind of a spot. So I think that's totally fine from him to just grab the single kill there and move on. 4v3 maintained for his team. The advantage is all they need to feel comfortable about closing this round out.
And now for Swamp Gaming, they're starting to figure things out. They're a man down, but they have whole lots of util that can help them trying to enter any side that they might just think of. In the meantime, it's Famous trying to sneak peek them. He finds the one, goes for the second. Imagine actually goes for the trade, but awesome will be the last man standing, and boom, HDZ close it out. You will see a lot of good individual performance, good reading on the map, and Knights are running through Swamp Gaming. Rain coming out from nades, and we'll see how this thing will pan out.
Just a standard mid take from them. Going back to the basics. They're really going to be super contested on this initial entry. If they make the call to go B, it will be a nice read. We've only got LSY over there. He's actually not even defending the B site. Swamp have actually kind of allowed them to walk their way into an undefended B site, which is maybe going to be a little bit of a mishap. Like I've said before, it's typically considered to be a pretty difficult site to retake. 5v5 retake is certainly not going to be an easy task, but there is a bit of util available for unKnights. Even a couple of grenades that could be quite useful, given that Josh is pretty low on HP. If they just chuck it into the site, there's every possibility they pick themselves up a player advantage. But time starting to tick away, and for unKnights, they do need to get a bit of a wriggle on here. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to find all of these kills in the time that they have available to them. Less than 10 seconds now, trying to all their way into the site. It is an absolute bloodbath. They get the kills they need, and they get on that defuse just in time. unKnights claim another, and that is why they are happy to leave the site open. If they are that confident on their retake, then, hey, folks, you're right, with 6-1's the lead.
I mean, yeah, those lunks are actually shooting heads and making it look easy, but trust me, it's not easy at all. Like, doing a retake versus a full house is definitely one of the hardest thing you'll see, and they made it look pretty smooth. The setup, the angles that they took out, and the coordination that came out of this team was just unpickable. Famous, Snox, HDZ, I mean, all the guys been doing everything it takes to just take another win, take another round, and with this tempo, with this rhythm, I believe that I believe that unKnights might just go for the 7th round right now, or just like close the first half in 8-1 fashion. But now LSY is facing a pretty tough challenge. He got 1, 2, 3, 4 players trying to peek him, but at the same time, he got one and done, traded 1 for 0, which is pretty good for him. I mean, yeah, he got traded, but that's all what it takes for him to make it look fine. And at this point, after all of that happened, it's back to a 3v3, and always just commit to the B-side push, or they have other thoughts.
I think they're going to have to commit to this. At this point, they don't have a whole lot of map knowledge as to what things are looking like on the other side. Josh has just picked up a opening kill as well onto Famous, and that will, you'd think, incentivize them to make their way into this B site. Meanwhile, obviously, you've got Pietro and HTC on the way through. The longer that unKnights, well, I guess the longer that unKnights are given, the more likely they are to hold this site. Although, you know, even still, Swamp are kind of like just finding pick after pick over towards this B site. But yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. Pietro around the back. If Snox can hold the fort, which apparently he can, then all of a sudden Pietro's not coming to play. He's somehow got past Awesome, but in the end they find him, and 7-1 is going to be the score. And I just think Swamp are way too tentative in that round.
Yeah, they took a lot of time to just commit to a play. They gave the chance to unKnights to just rotate, to play it out, and just go around the world. I believe Pietro took the long rotation and then he just moved around, and this one, Snox is facing a lot of critical push here that's coming through the mat, and now you can just go mid to B or mid to A. It all comes to your choice, but Famous will shut them down. Picks the first one, the second, the third comes from LSY, and oh my god, it's absolute slaughter, and it goes to unKnights 8-1. 2 more rounds to close the game, and well, like, I have a lot of questions, but one of them, why Swamp Gaming didn't take their timeout till now?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess at this point it's probably going to be just a little bit too little too late regardless. You're going down 8-1, chance at a 9-1 here. Swamp really struggling. The cleanest map of the season so far. The fastest we've had is a 10-2. unKnights looking to make a bit of a breakout performance in their opening game, and that is a fantastic start. They have kind of just steamrolled over Swamp. I mean, imagine the last player standing here is quaking in his boots. He doesn't really want to have a bar of this round. He's just wondering, where on earth have all of my teammates gone?
Looks like it's gonna be a fast one. Right, 1 match point. And Swamp Gaming will actually have a really nice start, and now they are trying to plan things out. We have a lot of chances to try to use this util to try to open mid to A, go trying to stick it, trying to go for the fast push play. Their odds, but actually the thing, actually I forgot that they're back into being on the GR, so never mind. unKnights, what are you going to do?
Apparently that, Snox just winning a duel against Kai's. Gets them right back into this round. Forward Famous is going to drop down on top of Josh. The timing just not working out at all for Swamp here. It seems like we're going to have a very swift map here. Imagine it will be the last one dealt with, and that is the easiest win of the season that you're going to see. 10-1. And this day progressing pretty damn swiftly. unKnights 1-0 in the series against Swamp, and I mean, look, I definitely expected big things from unKnights. I think they're a good lineup. They've got some really great players on this team, but I don't know that I necessarily expected a 10-1 win in that kind of a fashion. That was a demolition.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't have a chance even to run them. They didn't have the manpower, the gun power, the 1v1s. It was not clicking for Swamp Gaming. It might be a bad day, but I would say that unKnights, they definitely have the upper hand when it comes to the experience, the shooting power, and everything in between. They are just that good. But all of those questions, I believe that they're gonna be answered from our panelers, Volt and Laz. Take it out.
Well. Seems like a little bit of a quick game indeed, and it doesn't seem like unKnights are going to mess around. And we talked about the little bit of a rivalry between Famous and the crew, but it seems like unKnights, yeah, they are just chewing bubblegum and taking all the damn names. But what a performance, and what a way for them to get themselves a nice map win. It's not done yet here, Volt, but at least they get themselves that good kickstart to feel pretty good in this series right now.
Yeah, and that is going to be important. Like, I cannot really overstate how important it is for them to have a good start to the season, run away as far as they can with the season, because, well, I mean, sure, it was a quick game, and credit where it's due, of course, to some of the players of Swamp for having put up a fight, but unKnights clearly come from a different cloth, and the main reason that I'm saying it is important to show up good is that, as we said, the race to EWC is on, and only 3 out of the 4 are really gonna make it to there, right? And to be honest, I do think it's a race between them and PEC. Maybe 3VL, as they are ramping up into the second season. So, you know, definitely a lot of threats on them, especially PEC. So they'll be looking forward to bring their best foot forward. And credit where it's due, HDC, Snox, and Famous all showed up in this one.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were saying, right? Is that like the fact of like, you know, Famous and Snox and just kind of having like HDZ the way he was playing too is huge, right? Because that's where those are probably like the three highlight players on this team that typically, you know, put up like really good performances. And I think here and now on this new compound, they absolutely did, right? I mean, we were talking about, you know, a lot of different good statistics that HDZ was able to bring, and I'm actually relatively curious just with the summary of this. And yeah, Snock sitting himself at a put 2.75, HDZ with a 6.0, which is like, yeah, all right, sure. It's not a bad day in the office at all, right? So I mean, we were talking about Raffin in the previous one saying like, yeah, you got a 3.0, that's pretty good, but well, he did one even better. He doubled it, I should say.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, really good result from the team as a whole. LSY being the one that we didn't talk about that much, but he was also really impactful for the rest of the team. And really, for Swamp, of course, ping is going to be a factor. There are players that are from NA, but even then, even with that being counted for both Kai's and Joss and LSN, Joss actually didn't do that bad. So maybe I could have been a little bit more optimistic for them had it been a little bit more competitive, but that really was one-sided, and of course it's more than well deserved by HDZ. 6.0 KD. Like, I mean, over a kill round as well. It's not like just a 6 KD where he just got kills and then took the back seat. No, he was a definite part of this game.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's what's so funny to me is like where I was saying like he has gotten better at like throughout the years now, but there is kind of that still that inconsistency. But the fact that he puts up a 6.0 is just absolute madness, right? So a little bit unfair for Swamp being on the receiving end of that, but I mean that's the other thing that you brought up at the very end before the casters took over was like, you know, now we're going to be switching things over to the NA server, which then that'll feel a little bit better right now for Swamp, right? That should maybe get them a little bit more in their fragging abilities. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, really good performance from unKnights, and especially for a debut game. Like I was kind of debating how this map could go, but I think like, you know, the fact that it was a 10-1 the way it was, it's just like, what a way to kickstart your season. And especially when everyone was kind of wondering like, how are these guys going to play since the break? Like what are they going to bring to the table? And clearly it was a hot dish.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I have a little secret to let you in on, lads, you know, right? Of course, Swamp are going to feel a lot better with the lower ping, but so will Famous. So who even knows how things are going to go for the next one. Definitely is always the highlight whenever he is on the server. But the question will be whether or not Swamp are going to do better on the Ankara than they would have actually done here, right? Again, a very different map in terms of the approach. Could that be the difference? You know, like picking up the sniper on lower ping is always a lot easier to manage.
It is, yeah, I definitely agree. And I think like I am actually relatively curious too if, you know, Pietro was watching the games yesterday too, to just see like some of the gimmicks and kind of the setups that Swamp have for a map like this. So there is this part of me that thinks that unKnights could anti-strat a little bit, but if they're playing the way they played on New Compound, like, I mean, I don't know for Swamp, like that's just going to be a really tough one considering this is your map, and yes, you're able to take down Vitality, but I don't know, that's a lot to ask. But we'll get our questions answered here, Volt, because we're going to go back to Sekio and Elfish Guy to take it through here for maybe the last map of this series, or maybe not, but we'll wait and see. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, maybe is a good way to put it. I think, obviously, you know, we've seen a few of these series which have started so dramatically favorably in the direction of one team and then have very quickly kind of swung back. The one that sort of sticks in my mind from yesterday, IMPERIUM 10-3 over 3BL map 1. They go on to then lose the second map 10-2 and get reverse swept by 3BL. So I don't know that that first map is necessarily a direct indication that we will absolutely be seeing unKnights win this series, but because unKnights are the favorite, I think we still have to kind of like lean in their direction. Now, I believe we are moving over to the NA server. Maybe that's a benefit for Swamp, but even then for unKnights, you've got, you know, an NA player or two in that lineup as well. So I don't know that it's going to be a massive difference maker, in my opinion. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, as we do, want to jump into that second map and see whether or not unKnights can maintain that level that they've brought in here into our second game of the day.
Yeah, and of course, I love the fact that you mentioned that, and also Volt said so, that we have Famous on NA. So guys, you gotta be careful. Like, you don't wanna be facing that guy in his hometown. You'll be having everything in his side. Like, you see the map is here, you see the guns are with him, and you will see the ping. He just like take heads whenever the opportunity be open to him. So as we speak, we'll head to Ankara Swamp Gaming versus unKnights. And of course, guys, if you just tuning in, we had another best of 3 early on today, but it was also a quick one. And now, after Nemesis playing versus Imperium, they got the 2-0. Now unKnights are trying to walk through the same path here after the 10-1 score on the first map. So we'll see how it pan out after this round go.
Yeah. Just a chill start. Both teams waiting to see the other make a bit of a move. Already some nice damage done, though, onto Kai's and Imagine for unKnights. They are certainly expecting some kind of aggression here out of A, which they're not going to get, whether that's a read. They've maybe seen Swamp do that before on Ankara, but they're certainly set up for something that doesn't appear to be coming. Swamp initially did actually have 3 players over towards that A site, but awesome, sort of pivoting back and forth. I do kind of get the sense that this is going to end up being an A finish for unKnights. I think they're happy to kind of just hold this position until they do decide to pull the trigger. I think if they were going to go B, they probably would be wanting to explore the map a little bit on this timing. And in fact, maybe that is still a thought in their mind as they pull back out of A and start to have a little bit of a look in towards middle.
Well, we'll see how it goes. And it looks like they might be connecting to mid to B through Qatar. At the same time, you see that Famous actually taking a different path. I mean, the split execution that they might be looking for, it's still hard to have it, but when you have Pietro going with the entry kill, Famous backing it up, the Snox trouble it down, and you got everyone in this site, that's gonna be a lot easier for you. That's 4v1, and I love how they actually made the approach. Like, they had not only 1 or 2, 3 angles to open the site. They picked every one apart, even though the execution in B site is a lot harder, like, I don't know, 90% harder than the A ones. And that shows you the experience that those players actually have.
Let's see. Once again, unKnights starting strong. Not more than just a single kill in that last round for Swamp. It might be picking up exactly where we left off. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, corner here. Oh, he's going to find himself a double. Jin also helping out. It was actually one from Josh, one from Jin, I might say. But either way, you're still seeing the entry for unKnights. They're not rattled. I'm surprised LSY can't actually wrangle control of that fight against Awesome. Now things will slow down. Famous aware of the push coming in behind. He needs a bit of help here. Awesome's going to pick him up at the top of the stairs, but HDZ still very much in this clutch. He used the standout on the last map, and he will continue to be with a sharp shot connected. 3-0 for HDZ after the first 2 rounds. And unKnights get themselves their second thanks to him.
Man, HDZ and Famous are the dynamic duo that will make wonders, that help you pick those rounds that you never thought that they might go that way. And like, they're taking a 2v4 situation, they're making it getting closer and closer. HDZ just picking them apart. And the last 1v2 was just magnificent. And hear me out, unKnights, if they kept this progress, if they kept this playstyle, they might be going for a longer start here, might be going for like, I don't know, top 3, top 2 if they can keep going with the same execution, same playstyle versus higher teams. And we'll see how this season pan out further, but as we speak, it's a 3v2 for unKnights, and they managed to plant the bomb in the B side, but the question is, can they close it out versus those 3 players, since they have a lot of angles to cover. Those 2 players, it won't be that easy. Smokes are down, and they're actually committing. Jones goes into the side, looking each and every corner that he can do. Goes with the jumping shot, and it clears them out. LSY is left alone, and another one goes for Swamp Gaming.
Pretty prompt response. That's what you are looking for, as Swamp don't want to be seeing unKnights run away with things too quickly in the same way that they did over on map 1. So at least feel like you're in the game. As again, going to try to get aggressive outside of A-Long with this TRG. He's going to get swung by a couple of members, but cleanly lands that first shot and just able to back out. That is perfection for Swamp, exactly what they want. Pietro also having his hands full over on the B side of the map. There's a fight happening in middle. Famous will win that. There's so much HP being lost by unKnights. It's still a 4-on-4, but they've only got a couple of players that are barely hanging on for dear life at the moment, so not too confident about this round. Pietro goes down. Someone has to be a miracle worker in this round, and Famous is going to have to see if it will be him. He spots out Imagine first. Won't be prepared for a second player up this close and personal, so Jin gets an easy kill. Now it's down to Snox and HDZ.
Of course, Swamp Gaming need to find the momentum to keep it going for their team. It's a 3v2 spot. But the problem is HDZ is still in the picture, so it can get turned around pretty easily. One shot can change everything. Snox is fishing here in the A side, goes for the stairs, waiting, looking, getting the first one. Kaz will be dropped down and Josh will be the other one, and now it's turned it around to, after having a 3v2 into a 2v1. Like, how that table been turned? Jin is left alone, and I don't think it will be an easy retake for him. He still got some util can be invested here, but at the same time, they hear the steps, and Snox will close this round out for unKnights. Another one, another play, and even when it felt the most that Swamp Gaming might just get this round, unKnights finds a way to turn the table around.
With the opener, but Famous is on a bit of a mission here. And immediately brings it back to 4-on-4. I think you have to give some credit to Kais because he's playing exactly how you'd want your sniper to play on that defensive side. He's getting aggressive early in the round, winning that fight, getting the opening pick, giving you a 5v4, and for the most part, kind of not being rewarded for it.
I agree with you. Like, he's been doing a lot of good work here, but there is no backup happening. Like, they're just standing there. Actually, you get immediately traded by Famous, who's going for another aggressive play to be batting out for unKnights, and now they might be just going for the B side. They don't have the sniper intact in that play, so it's gonna be a little bit easier. But Awesome going for the flank. They can hear the steps here, but it's not gonna be detected. Awesome takes the trade, and now we go for the after blend fight.
Famous 1-for-1. Not exactly right here for unKnights, but LSY sharp on the trigger finger gets the better of Awesome. The sight control is there, kind of, for Swamp. A tap on the C4 is going to bring about the peak, and Snox swings into 2. Kais continues to connect, and that will be another round for Swamp. Post-plant, where they're so far off the site, lacks the control, and allows Swamp to get back in nice and easy. And you know, as we've sort of highlighted, this being a NA server, you need to be seeing someone like Kai's having impact, and that's exactly what he's doing. 7-3. This has been a really good display from him.
I think he might just keep it going. Snox and HDZ telling, yep, you might be doing great work, but we're gonna still fire back. And this time didn't get the opener, but his teammates just run it down to the ground. Jen is left alone in a 1v4. Make it a 3. Make it whatever. It's still a little bit of a mission impossible here for him to close this game out, close this round to get to the equalizer, but unKnights will go for the hunt here. Still, he's at his base, and I don't know, he might be going for the A back spot here using the USP, but immediately goes into HDZ crosshair to be blown out with a sniper shot. This TRG been going so hard from both sides. HDZ and Kai's having a really good game now.
as is to be expected. On a map like Ankara, a lot of long sightlines. Once again, Kai's looking to try to put himself in a position to find a pick early on here. Imagine on the move as well. Don't half mind this timing from Imagine. If he continues with this push, he could wrap in behind unKnights. He could at least get a lot of info outside of B. Doesn't look like he's going to push any further, though, so a lot of this is going to rest on the shoulders again of Kai's. He needs to find a multi-kill, and on a line like this, it should be impossible. Even if he connects one, he's immediately traded. That's a good setup from unKnights. In the end, it's all Pietro to find the entry into B, and now it's HDZ's turn to give us a bit of a display with the TRG as he posts up on the line to A from GR Spawn. Really nothing to be done for Swamp here at all. HDZ picking them apart. Jin goes down. It's just Josh and Imagine, but even with that kill, I'm not sure there's going to be enough to really trouble unKnights at all. Quietly been put together as a really solid half again from unKnights. 5 and 2, of course not as dominant as the last map at this point, but even still, it is a really good first half. As long as they can continue this pace and sort of close it out.
Yeah, it looks like they know how to get it, and they're definitely doing it. And it looks like they might be changing some of their strats. Swamp Gaming expecting them going to be like most of the times, but now they're just using the stairs to all the triple boxes will be there. Snox looking for the connection. The rotation will be a little bit late. The plant will go on, and it's a 5v3 retake. And hear me out. The A side, you have multiple entries, so you have a lot of angles to cover. But at the same time, you have unKnights full house here to stop you out. Kai's been brought down here to Famous, but he actually finds a way to take this aim duel. Pietro will trying to fish for a kill here, going for a flank here, an aggressive play, waiting, landing, knowing that they have 3 players to cover the side, and he's immediately going for it. Snox goes for the jumping shot, and now it's Austin versus the entire world, and of course unKnights will close this one out as fast as possible. Let's move forward. They're going for the 7-2. They're trying to finish Swamp Gaming up, and it looks like Famous is not going easy on his former team.
Nor would you. Why would you? In fact, this would be more of an incentive, I think, to go even harder. Nothing better than getting back at your ex, and in this case, he certainly is doing that. 6 and 2, unKnights are kind of picking Swamp apart. It's not been a challenge at all. Looking for that 7 and 2 lead. I imagine that is going to be pretty achievable. Let's have a look at what the setup is like, though, for Swamp on this A side. You can see Jin and Josh, the high-low, around the stairs. Don't think there's another player here, and if there's not, there isn't. It's going to be tough. Oh my gosh, Snox on the entry, just eliminates Josh and Jin. This is not even a contest. Utter demolition today. There is no other words to be said. Famous gets the better of Kai's in the end. He's aware that Imagine's there as well. He'll finish that off. That is a hugely easy half for unKnights. I mean, I don't know that I have really any words for the display that they've put on today. I mean, 10-1 in the first map, and it's looking like it's going to be a similar scoreline here in the second map. unKnights have put together so far the cleanest game we've seen of the season.
I totally agree with you. Also, like Snox went with a flick of a wrist. He just went from way too down to way too up to just like big things in 2 shots. Kai is trying to do the same, and he did in fact pick 2 kills, which is pretty good for an opener here. Famous goes for the trade. Awesome. A little bit of a fumble, but he gets the job done. 7-2 might go to a 7-3, but I don't think that's gonna be a game changer. They still have a long road to get closer to unKnights, but if they're willing to take it, we're willing to see it, we're willing to watch it. We'll see how it pans out. LSY and Snox here. I mean, I still believe in our world that unKnights can actually win this game. Exactly, from 4v2 to a 2v1. in a blink of an eye. LSY is left alone, but he knows that they're pretty low in HP. They planted. But can he get the job done using the tunnel here? And from down he picks one, from up he's going for Jin, but he closes out. Man, like, they started with a 5v3 and it closed with a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty risky setup as well, the 2v1 setup that they decide for there. They end up sort of playing a bit of a high-low, but they're not fighting together, you know? They're not standing next to each other.
Sure.
It's not really a 2v1. It's two 1v1s, and sure, that actually works out, obviously, for Swamp, but it could have very well gone the other way. Now, though, to yet another round, and seems like apparently this map is maybe just a little attacking-sided, because it seems as though Swamp are having a little bit of an easier time now that they've moved on to the attack. I may have perhaps spoken a little too soon, though, as we're straight back into the 3-on-3. And I tell you what, unKnights are not playing this like they're on the defense. They are moving through this map extremely quickly, so that should probably be going down here, but Famous has got the information, and the fast flank is coming in as well from Snox and HTC, and I don't really know that you're going to be so prepared for this one if you are Swamp at all. So they're already getting caught off by that timing on the rotate initially, and now we're into the 2v2, and it's not even a post plant, so time actually kind of still working in the favor of unKnights.
Yeah, you won't be expecting them to be coming from your hometown, and I think even with this camera beat or like the replay being on a shortage, you won't be having all of those information that you need. But Kai's has been doing wonders for the team. 14-8, the score doesn't lie. He's going toe-to-toe with Famous, trying to help his teammates, trying to make his team stay in the competition, get even closer and closer. But at this time, they might be going for the 3-1-1 execution split one, which they might be trying to put some pressure in B and might just trying to change the rhythm and change the play, but they might be committing here. LSY is going for the trades and he might go for a little bit of an aggressive play, but he backs up, and at the same time we'll see the full rotation coming back from unKnights.
This shot from LSY. Imagine needs to keep his head down. Rise is also there. Two players that could very easily be picked up here by LSY, but neither giving him much to work with. No peek coming through. And so it's retake time for unKnights. They've got a few low HP players, so this is definitely not an impossible round for Swamp to win, but player deficit is not going to be doing them any favors. Jin might be the first one picked off here if he gets his timing wrong. Pushes up close and personal, walks into two. LSY scratches him in with a headshot. Imagine trying to tap away, and he'll find himself a couple on the low HP players. This is what I'm talking about. Where's Snox? Needs to get involved. Spots out guys, it doesn't matter. Swamp hold on for another.
Yeah, it looks like Swamp Gaming are a different team on the BL, and now they're making it actually look a little bit cleaner now. 5-7 in the scoreboard. They're slowly but surely climbing the mountain back to get to unKnights, and it looks like it's working. After having a 5 even more rounds in deficit, they're climbing back, and now committing to it, catching Famous off guard and just going back again. The double man peak, picking one of the key players for unKnights, and now it looks like they might be just going for the mid ramp, trying to use it toward their side, and also at the same time Kai is trying to catch any rotation on a D part through mid or even coming from A.
Nice entry again for Swamp. Into a relatively undefended B site. Rotation's coming across, but LSY is no match for Kai's. Now HDZ's turn. He gets the better of Imagine. Metro spotted out, trying to cross away as well. It's another body given up by unKnights, and this might be another round given up by them as well. Scott's tucked in the corner. Nice duel onto Josh. He knows Awesome is up close and personal, and well, somehow gets an extended fight. He's not able to win it. So in the end, Swamp will find themselves at 6. And it's time for
they're getting
attack.
closer and closer. Yep, and I love how they found a way to get back into the game. I mean, yes, they had the hard game on the first one, but now you see unKnights after losing 5 rounds, or actually no, I'm sorry, 4 rounds, a round after another. They just said like, yeah, we need to have a cool down moment, trying to talk to MKZ if he can find a way to settle things out and close this game. They just need to find 3 more rounds. That's the thing. And also for me it felt like Swamp are finding a way to play the split execution after controlling mid with the early pick on Famous, to have it banned out and go through the B execution, throwing the smokes to cover the backside, of course, of B, and a couple of entries to find a way to catch the spots that they really need to be able to play it out, and it looks like it's paying out for them.
Definitely a much more competitive map, which is often what you sort of tend to see. It's pretty rare that you get, you know, sort of straight 10-2, 10-2 sort of scorelines these days. I feel like it's quite a bit more competitive in the West League than what it used to be a few years ago. We'll see if Swamp can actually live up to their end of the bargain and actually make this comeback happen. Now's the time to prove it as we head back in. So advantage still for unKnights, but this second half has left a little bit to be desired. And that will no doubt be of concern for unKnights. That, though, a good start. Eyes out of the picture early. Had been the standout. LSY, wayward spray, but eventually catches back up with one more and drops the C4, finds himself a double, and out of the gate, out of the tack timeout, unKnights make that adaptation that has just won them around like it's nobody's business, and we're sort of right back to where they wanted to be.
They definitely did, and the way they made it, it looked that easy. They just knew whether the spots that they've been looking at the same time, catching guys early on the round helped them a lot, and it looks like they're changing their defensive mechanism strat. They're just going for a little bit of a early aggression coming from LSY, and now they're going back to the default setup, now knowing that Swamp Gaming might be going for an early aggression after the timeout. And for now, Swamp Gaming are just trying to hold position, see how this thing might go. But it looks like they might be going for making the tunnel a lot easier to take, using the smokes here. The entrance will be a little bit hard to get in. Also on the other side, HDZ is waiting for a moment, the perfect one, to fire a shot or two to take Awesome Guys. Anyone that goes into his crosshair will be taken down.
Setting themselves up here, Swamp. From the vent, straight into Snox. Quick stop to start things off, and then Famous for the double. He can't quite finish it off himself. Needs a little bit of assistance. Pietro in all sorts of trouble. He's got multiple players watching him. Rotation, though, has come through. We're back in now for a 2v1. And that, as far as unKnights is concerned, should be good enough to win them this round. But Kai's on the other side of it has been dangerous. Not dangerous quite enough to get past the TRG of HTZ. And so another round confirmed for unKnights. They're now 1 away from closing this series out.
Exactly, match point. That might be the closer for it. And Swamp Gaming, they might be trying to take a little bit of time here to plan this thing out. Playing defensively, but at the same time it looks like Kai's sticking a little bit of room here in the middle. At the same time, you see Josh moving forward, and it looks like they choose A to be their place, trying to make some noise here, trying to disturb unKnights, and we'll see how it bans out. HDZ still going for the rotation. Snox very far away, and here's the steps, goes for the 1v3, waiting for the reinforcement, but he doesn't need one. He takes 2, takes 3, and HDZ will make it a lot harder for Swamp Gaming, and now it's a 4v2 situation. Guys got the angle, looking for the kill, and he definitely takes HDZ down. And now back to the 2v2 famous. Can he finish it up? And of course, in a 1v2, make it a 1v1, and Kai's close it up. They're going for the overtime. 2 more rounds to close this game.
Kai's is just bailing them out of trouble again and again and again, isn't he? Like, he is the guy for the team. If not for him, they would not have even got to 7 rounds. It's 4-2 since the reset. That was really it for unKnights. Not quite being able to push it over the line this time around, but still got, as you say, a couple of bites of that cherry to see if they can finish it off here, make it a nice and clean 2-0 to start off their campaign in CFWL Season 2. Got the mid-presence out here from Swamp. And eventually being pushed away, so unKnights kind of chilling in this round so far.
Oh. Yes, actually going for this maneuver, taking a couple of kills, and it's totally worth it for unKnights, giving them the numbers advantage, dropping a lot of HP bars. Imagine is pretty low also, so Pietro goes for another one. It's all about those sneaky plays. Guys will miss this shot, and it looks like it's gonna be the final shot he might take, but the answer is no. He's still got a little bit of those in his pocket, and it's a 3v2 position. Can Pietro close it out? LSI, can he do it? And the answer is yes. Jen will be the last guy to drop down, and unKnights will pick this round up and close their debut match with a 2-0, a little bit cleaner than most of the teams.
Yeah, very, very impressive from unKnights, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing. I think we sort of have, I would say, largely been given reason to be maybe a little bit disappointed with Vitality, with TEC, and with Nemesis, the starts that they've had to the season so far. Vitality have, dropped a map, nearly dropped a couple of maps against IMPERIUM. TEC, the same can be said. They've had a couple of shaky maps. They've lost a series to Anubis. And, Vitality even dropping an extra map against Swamp. Nemesis also dropping a series to 3BL. So those 3 top teams have all kind of struggled a little bit. unKnights, as maybe I would say like the 4th team in that mix, have found themselves a very, very clean win. And that might be a bit of a gauntlet thrown down to the top 4 teams at CFWL Season 2 by unKnights. We'll, of course, have to hear about all of that from our analysts. We'll hand it back over to the fellas to close that series out.
Cheers, Elfish. And yeah, the race is on. TEC struggling a fair bit. They're still actually to be all later today, but let's just focus on the map at hand. That was top level from the side of unKnights, despite a much more valiant effort from the side of Swamp. And perhaps we can start there, because honestly, didn't expect that much going into map 2. We both agreed on that. The consistency was 10-1, probably not going to be as competitive, but no, they were a lot better on this one.
Yeah, I felt like it was some good work from unKnights to be able to pull through and getting the W, and I think we got to see a lot of really good individual plays as well. Like, I felt pretty impressed, even just that second last round where you get to see Famous kind of pushing through, the hallway and middle like that, and then he was able to go to A main and just gets himself a double free kill, like not getting punished, right? So I think we got to see some really, really interesting perspectives from both these teams. But the fact that Swamp did look a little bit more alive in this one, like we said, I am a little bit worried it's becoming like maybe a little bit of a one-trick pony, just playing this map only, and that's where they get competitive. But nonetheless, I think, Alpha said it really well. I think that, Kai's has really kind of bailed them out, countless times in this game. So I do think that unfortunately they couldn't get the W, but at least, it still was fun, still competitive, and it was very, very close. So I think for Swamp, there's a lot that they can take out of this, despite everything going against them.
Yeah, I mean, of course, for Swamp, Let's be real, like, the expectation weren't being that they were going to win this game, right? Sure, they gave TEC a run for their money as we've seen on July. But even then, you know, competitive games in their toughest week yet, to be honest. So, you know, I'm looking at the next week, they're going to be playing up against Anubis. They're still going to have a tough game against Nemesis, but those two look like a little bit more workable, especially the Anubis game if their cards are right. But perhaps the one card that was never wrong for this one was actually HTZ. Like on the TRG this final round, and the tougher map perhaps needed a ding difference, but still showed up significantly on that TR slide to start them off in a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, you know, again, it's just kind of the same situation where I felt like HTC did a really great job, again, just getting some good kills. Famous, of course, like I said, like even, like, again, this round right here of the highlights, like that to me, I was like, wow, I can't believe he got away with just like pushing like that without anybody spotting him. He gets the double kill and essentially gets it for all free. So it's just some of these like little mistakes that we see from Swamp, but that's, again, like where it's a team, you know, again, respectfully, we're going to see a lot of mistakes, and we're going to see some of those Achilles heel moments.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though, Callies didn't really do a lot of mistakes. And perhaps he was the one shining light for the team. Perhaps the one element that can actually put a lot of risk for some of the other teams, you know, like teams like 3BL that they'll be playing against later on, teams like Anubis, where the sniper prowess is really gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
But perhaps the rifling is the thing that's gonna actually bail them out. And, you know, speaking of which, definitely deserved an MVP here for this set. I would definitely say if it is either of Famous or HTZ. But my money's a little bit more on HTC for this one, but it's actually going to be Famous after all. Definitely, though, a little bit harder to do it on the rifle in comparison to the sniper, but as he said, like, this guy is cut from a different cloth. Let's be completely honest about that.
Yeah, like again, like just kind of seeing for Famous being able to have this, like it makes a lot of sense. But I do agree with you. I think that without question at all, like I think like Kai's was obviously the most massive saving player for them. Like the fact that he was like what 2.18 KD, and then everybody else was nobody else was close by. Like the next closest was awesome with a 0.75. So nonetheless, unfortunately for him, just wasn't enough. And then again, Famous putting himself in good positions here for the overall stats. As you can see, for anybody that missed map one, it was a very quick one. It was a 10-1 blink of an eye, and you missed it. And then this one a little bit closer, but I will want to see Swamp kind of, you know, looking at their map pool. I would like to see some other maps that they might try to play as well. Like Ankara seems like it's a bit of a comfort, but I would like to see them explore a little bit more options, just because we are playing these BO3s. It's not the BO2 fashion anymore. So it's like, look, we have to get ourselves in the position that you have a more well-rounded map pool. But I think we also have the MVP coming up here too. Oh, and it is going to be Mr. Snox. Not bad.
Yeah, honestly, you know, you're talking about it, right? The silent heavy for the team. Performant on both maps, but definitely more so on the compound than it did show. Like whether it was him or Famous taking some of the Liberty Stores middle, the two of them really shut down almost any inkling of threat from the side of Swamp on map 1, and even on map 2, really serviceable considering the case of the game. And well, I mean, that's a service that they'll be really happy about, right? Their debut, they come in against a Swamp that doesn't look as much dangerous as the other teams, right? Not as much as IMPERIUM, not as much as Anubis, not as much as 3BL. So perhaps that is the best grounds for them to, you know, get their gears going. But speaking of the gears going, though, that is not the right graphic. Yeah, there we go. Il Clasico of CFWL.
Yeah.
You know, like two nations that definitely have a little bit of a heat in Crossfire in totality. Egypt and Turkey pretty much always produce the best talent in the region, and those two teams in particular have a long and tedious history between the two of them. Nemesis was able to actually best TEC and reach the grand final, so definitely they're going to be back with a vengeance, wanting to secure their slot for EWC, and in the same case is going to be it for Vitality. So me and Laz are actually going to go on a brief break where we'll pivot over and take over from Jason and Sekio, and we have a little bit of a surprise for who's going to be on the desk for the next one, so don't go anywhere.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
And even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15? What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. We'll see.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and yes, as Volt said, it's gonna be quite a surprise, and for now I'm gonna be your host, and by my side, Penguin, how you doing? I know you've been having a long day, but having you here today is something that we always love to see.
I mean, you can't miss Vitality versus Titans, right? So I had to come here and watch this derby, and then you watch the other Egyptian derby as well, Anubis versus TBL. So it's quite interesting games to watch, and just maybe the best you can watch, probably in phase one at least.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and like those lucky guys are gonna be casting on the big dogs and also double derbies in the house, so that's gonna be quite frankly interesting to watch. And as you have mentioned, those are the big dogs, and we are seeing Vitality having a little bit of a struggle in the past 2 days. So, what's your take on what's Vitality doing, at least in the first 2 days? And what do you think that they can do in this series?
Well, as you mentioned, Vitality is kind of struggling on the first 2 days. We've seen them versus Imperium, where they had 2 golden rounds, and then they went back versus Swan Gaming. The first map also went to a golden round. However, if you watch their performance, it's kind of improving, and they're kind of adapting. Maybe because they had their game versus Swan Gaming, which was a North American server, so they went to the golden round, and yet they won, so win is a win. However, in my opinion, Vitality's performance is not yet 100%, not even close to 60-70% of these guys, because they just came back. They want to try to get back their momentum, the rhythm. So it's going to take them time. Probably by the end of phase one, we're going to be seeing the good Vitality that we are looking for. However, if you look at TEC, that's the thing that's worrying me, because these guys played more than Vitality, and I still think that they have the same problems. Okay, they have a slow performance just like Vitality, but Vitality didn't have a slow performance on season one. Looking at TEC, they had a slow performance on season one, so they are coming back here. I'm not saying they are the same. They kind of improved a bit. Flex kind of improved a bit when he the firepower, because he joined with rifles. So now I still think that he's still lacking some problems. Kiku's also playing very good, but yet I don't know what's the problem for TEC not performing very well, but I believe that these guys still have things to show.
I believe speaking about TEC, they still have a lot of stuff in the mixture, since we have seen them going with the fast executions at some rounds, some maps, and going for the very slow executions and on another situation. So they're still in the process of figuring out the new meta that they are trying to adapt, but I don't want to put the new meta in that situation for a team like Vitality. They have been showing up internationally multiple times, that at the same time they are not convincing, to be honest, with their playstyle, with their ratio that they're doing, but we still knew that they are in the mix of getting back into their prime. Of course, if you don't know Titan Esports, or if you don't know those players, you might be missing a lot, since Flex, Design, Line Close, Boxy, and Kiko have been here for a long time, and I believe that we had that conversation after the Kiko addition to that roster. We have seen them not finding the perfect way to find a good mixture with this roster, but after the changes, after having Flex actually flexing with the weapons, it feels a lot different. So do you think, can they apply this versus Vitality, or will we go back to the old habits and playing slow, not making sure if they can take this, do that, or what's gonna happen from them? Like, what's your point that you wanna be pointing at this team?
Well, look, these games are not played strategic-wise. Like, I'm talking about these games, talking about Vitality versus TC. It used to be, when I used to play, for example, when I was facing Anubis gaming, it's not like, you cannot 100% rely on the strategic-wise, not even 60 or 70%, maybe 50 or 40%, because such games are led by the mental. If you have a strong mental, if you have a good mental resilience, if you can just overcome what's going to happen in the game, the amount of the pressure that you're going to be having, if you can overcome all of this, then definitely you will be the winner just by your aim. So these games are not we cannot decide these games by strategic wise. So I can't look at TEC on the past 2 games. I'm saying, okay, TEC, they had a very bad strategic wise. They didn't have a good executions. Or maybe Vitality, actually, they have this problem as well on the Blacklist side. And I mentioned that the Blacklist side is not that good. Still, this is not the measurement for these games. These games are only led by your mental. If you have a strong mental, if you can handle your pressure, I'm not talking about the general pressure. I'm talking about the pressure on certain situations, such as clutches, such as when you are down 3 or 4 rounds. So at this point, if you can just have your mental together and just overcome what you are facing, definitely you'll be a winner. So it's only by aim and pressure who's going to be having the better aim today and who's going to be handling the pressure better than the other one.
I mean, of course, having your mental ready for big games is pretty important. And to be honest, I'm not gonna back you down when it comes to the strategy side, since I believe it plays a good part with the mixture when you're into the game. Of course, you're the one who's been playing, but that's my take, or like that's how it feels for me. At least when it comes to head-to-head, big teams, mental is important, but strategic-wise is definitely important too. And I want to add up to the things that you have mentioned, that Vitality been looking very poorly on the Blacklist side. They don't want to go with the maps that favors the Blacklist side, but the thing is, there is a lot of them, and Vitality will be facing Titan Esports in a differential category when it comes to maps. I don't think they will be looking to play sub-base versus a team like Vitality, even though they looked a bit shaky on it multiple times, but we'll see a lot of it changes. They might go for the longer maps. So if you are in Titan's shoes, what would you pick and where would you go?
Well, actually, I would just, yeah, as you mentioned, you just need to exclude sub-base from this sport, but also we haven't seen a good eagle eye ban. A good eagle eye from TEC, so they might be banning it. In my opinion, I always say they're gonna be banning it because they are not playing it that good, or not having a good games on it. They usually lose. They pick it and lose. Even they pick it versus Anubis and lose on playoffs. They pick it versus Anubis and versus Vitality, and also they lose. However, they still pick it. Not pick it, but at least they don't ban it. So if they're gonna be banning sub-base, maybe think also Vitality disfavors Vitality. Yeah, some people might think that why Vitality are not going to be playing sub-base, because I see that the way how Vitality plays right now, and the way how the meta is being grabbed, or maybe the way how the killer cam is just instantly switches to your next teammate, is not going to benefit the teams right now with their own strategies on sub-base, because we used to have these on woods. You just hold woods alone, or maybe you can just stay in a smoke or just watching woods alone, so one guy can watch all woods. Right now you can't, because I instantly can kill the guy in woods and instantly go down and nobody gonna know. So it's kind of hard still for Vitality, and I don't think Vitality will make the change in a very short period, because you're talking about 3 days. So now we might be seeing Eagle Eye, yes, because they don't ban it. In my opinion, we're gonna be seeing more of a map like New Compound, Ankara, Black Widow, because these the maps are both teams are comfortable on. So just that's for at least to adapt until you adapt to the new meta.
Yeah, of course, that's for the maps, and those are our talents prediction, and it looks like the only guy that's going. Oh, actually, it might be a little bit different, since like I didn't go with Vitality, but like I'm going with Vitality. It is
we should.
I mean,
it's
like me and you. Like,
switch.
let's switch it.
Yeah, we should switch. Yeah, it's switched.
Well, like,
I should be.
But it doesn't matter. Let's just say that 3 of us are still going with Vitality, and I will be going with Titan. So I might be the only one who believes in Titan after what we've seen them doing, after their play style, what's going on with them. I believe that they are in a really good spot, or like in the sweet spot between going to the edge of playing. They're not playing in their league, but they're in a really good sweet spot. And Vitality, they're not definitely in a good spot, of course, when it comes to the performance they've been putting through the course of the previous 2 days. So those were the predictions, and it looks pretty solid to me. And at the same time, I really want to hit to like speak of some of the players, like even though Vitality been having some poor performance, but they have players been standing out. Like Horus, I would love to mention that even though with the current changes, what's happening here, you see him stepping up and securing a lot of stuff for his teammates.
Well, yeah, Horus just steps up big when it's needed the most. And as you can look at the map V2, okay, Eagle Eye ban came from Vitality. They don't want to be playing Eagle Eye. That's good for TEC. And TEC, yes, they ban sub-base. Definitely, they don't want to be playing sub-base versus Vitality, which makes sense. We're going for New Mexico. Okay, this is new for me. I actually thought we might have Black Widow, we might have New Compound, but we'll have New Mexico, Ankara. New Mexico pick, of course, by Vitality. Ankara picked by TEC. I like TEC's Ankara. It's actually a very good map for them. This can go back and forth. And also, I like TEC's New Mexico yesterday versus Anubis. Yes, Anubis maybe had a bad map, but the way that they played this map was not that bad. Then Port is going to be the decider. I wish we can go to Port because it's always a banger games between both teams. Looking at the strategies, looking at the aim, looking at everything that the boys have, just Port is always a banger game, and it was always the turning point for TEC and the tour it did versus Vitality.
Yeah, I will add my voice to yours, and especially when we speak about New Mexico, it's one of those maps that after the changes you've been seeing some different weapons. And speaking of shotguns, there have been always a really hard ones to not remember, especially in those A execution. Once you go into those tight corners, you will always see one of the Vitality players holding that shotgun. But on the other side, it looks like TEC are not going with the same strategy. They always love to go with the double sniper setup, different play style. And for you, Penguin, which side or like which play style you would rather be part of or play?
Well, in New Mexico, you need one sniper. If you are playing Blacklist, one sniper maximum. Maybe go even 5 rifles. It's talking about that Vitality, they picked New Mexico, so Global Risk is going to be for TEC. So just play Global Risk side. You can play 2 snipers on Global side. You need to play 2 snipers on Global side because one guy needs to watch water, and when the door is open, he needs to go to be an alley, and he needs to have some information. That's good if you play 2 snipers on the Global side. However, when they switch on the Blacklist side, I'm a fan of 5 rifles, and that's what my coach used to teach me, that 5 rifles in New Mexico, in Mexico overall is the best, and especially with the wall bangs that's been coming to the EBR and M4, that's perfectly good. However, for Vitality, they're going to be playing on the Blacklist side. Definitely Snare can flex, yes he do, but he's the guy that holds his sniper, and he's very aggressive a sniper, so he's comfortable with such play style, so it doesn't matter. Same for Spoxy, by the way, but Flex, he needs to rifle when it comes to the Blacklist side.
Of course, those are the setups, and that's the plays that you called for. They might be going for the 5 AR combination, but like I didn't see a lot of teams go for it. I believe that Titans went for it a couple of times, but it goes also to the execution, what they're looking for, and how would they go with the full approach when it comes to hitting a site or trying to find the smooth way to enter a set. But that goes both sides, and I believe when it comes to those big teams, they always gotta save some strats for later on in the playoffs, or at least phase 2, so you won't be seeing them pull in much of an energy in those games, but at the same time they should be trying to secure the win or at least get a set or 2, since those points really matters for both of them. So with all of that being said, I believe that the players are going to be getting ready to enter the server, and at the same time we spoke about certain players. I wanna head to also another thing, like we spoke about players from Vitality. On the other side, I love the flexibility that Flex been showing off. But speaking about Flex, speaking about Vitality, speaking about those teams, we will be having some secret casters. I know that you saw them in the prediction, but like I will go with like you never saw them, and we'll head to our casters for today, and it's gonna be a huge surprise, and those two are gonna be interesting to watch.
Wow, I feel like kind of a celebrity. Like we're both a big surprise here for the casting desk, I guess. And it actually, to be honest, though, we are technically the first time you and I actually being on the casting booth together. So this will be really exciting for both of us, and especially for a game like this. I mean, Vitality, TEC. I mean, look, we're talking legacy. We're talking long history between both these teams. So this one is easily the best match of the day, without a question. Volt, how you feeling? I mean, the desk talked a lot about this matchup and a lot of really good points back and forth.
Hey, all I can think of is Season 1. I believe it was New Mexico as well that got to yet another golden round. It was 13-12 on that last New Mexico in Phase 1 of Stage 1, where Vitality honestly looked like they could be near unbeatable on the map, right? They got the right reads, and credit to TAC, their individual level is always scary. But we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case or not, because for now, they started on the GR side, and one of their biggest blows when they were playing GR was actually dealing with Todson. He was really the nail in the coffin for the team. He always just was able to find his angles. Horus had a pretty good game, but one of the elements that we could actually have a bit of a discussion about is whether or not the Spoxy snare head-to-head is going to pan out well for one of those two teams, because that is the biggest toss-up for me. That is where the difference is going to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the other thing too is, like you said, where TEC was able to get that win, more previously against Anubis on this map, right? And that's where, again, like Spoxy was putting himself at a 1.6, and Dezane, he was able to have himself a 1.75 rating. So all in all, really good. But again, there were still some gaps. Like it definitely did not look overly convincing, to be honest. It felt like they had themselves a decent lead, and then they kind of made it a little bit tough for themselves. But my goodness, there's Spoxy right there. I was gonna say, man, this guy can definitely pack the heat, and there it is. That's the guy that we're going to be looking out for. And again, with a matchup like this, everything's on the line. This is just about the win, but of course, it's even about the pride and kind of getting a little bit of revenge here for TEC against Vitality.
What a collateral, man. How likely was that? But at least still Vitality putting up a bit of a fighting chance, but they're bunkered in on the A side. 3 players heavy on that side, and we spoke of 1 sniper. Now the responsibilities on the other. Snare immediately delivers, but quickly traded by the Zane. It's back and forth for the two sides. The B side, the one that is open, but the rotations are pulled away from the A side, so Snake is in a good position. Doesn't really need to overly commit to that rotation towards B. Time is running low. Only 20 seconds left on that one, and right now it feels like they're lost between 2 words, and Slayer will have to connect the dots of what is missing. The last 10. At least the C4 goes down. That means that most likely the Zane is going to be waiting for Kiko, who does have 1 smoke. And that means that the utility is actually there for Vitality. It's just a question of whether or not Slayer wants to keep his position hidden or try to secure it with utility.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, with 20 seconds remaining on this timer too, so this is where they have to get a move on a little bit here for TEC. But you can see the Snake looking like he's going to be the first player. I think he actually spotted the leg here at Pico. So again, just a little bit of a peekaboo, and there it is. That's the first duel, and now making it even tougher for Dezane. My God, okay. He should have enough time here. I did not think he was going to be able to have that, but my goodness, with under a second to spare, TEC will be able to find the defuse and that retake. I was thinking Vitality. It looked like they had it in the bag, but Dezane popping off one more time. And again, he was somebody we gave a lot of credit for yesterday, and already now he's starting to cook a little bit even more.
Yeah, they will continue to do so. Flex bringing the heat on to Vitality. Team that actually in that round, they did really well to recover, but this time it's going to be Spoxy eating off the back of that smoke. Vitality returning the favor to the TEC side, and well, the Turks are still on. The Zane is still alive, albeit on half health. Chance now, Kiko, and he's not having a bright start to this game. Good kill from Snake, but the execute is still on for the side. Horus isn't actually on the entry duty. He's taking more of some of the Todson spots, which is a little bit intriguing in the way that they want to approach that one. Still have not committed fully to the A site. But Snake is in a good position. It's just a question of whether or not they can actually double down on the Zane, who tries to go initially for that first peak. Still got lines called for a trade. I like the setup that they're trying to play for, but that means that somebody really have got to get the kills going from either side. Doesn't seem to be before the C4 is going to go down. TEC expecting Vitality's presence, And now Dezane left on very low HP. The timing is there for Horus, catching Dezane off guard. That leaves Flex and Lionclaw, who start off well. Snare still on site, and it looks like it's going to be another retake. They're ready to take that one home, but Snare shuts down any opportunity from Lionclaw, leaving Flex in a 1-on-2. Spotted, found, and dealt with by Snare.
Yeah, and again, counting their lucky stars a little bit here for Snare too, being able to find the multi-kill. And again, one of those players that we talk a lot about for the Vitality team, about what he's able to bring to the server. So a good moment for him to shine bright, right? I mean, a good moment for him to be able to find the multi-kill and just kind of coming up in the clutch situation, because Flex, he definitely had himself in a decent position there. And as soon as he got that one kill, I was thinking, okay, this could actually be the opening they need. But nonetheless, I think, honestly, if I was going to give an MVP, I think Horus actually did a great job just, playing that, cutoff point. He was able to get that kill, catching them off guard, like you said. It made such a world of an impact in the sense of their retake for TEC just got a little bit more discombobulated. So I got to give it to Horus for just, again, not like a multi-kill impact, but I think just getting that singular kill really threw a ruckus.
And not even really in the usual pack, right? Like, usually they expect to see Horus being the spearhead. It was Snake that was actually taking the initiative, so really good work by the GL to put himself in a position like that. But, well, speaking of positioning, Vitality with the door open now at Water, trying to absorb as much of the util as they can on the side of TEC. And it seems to be going pretty well. The GR are running out of utility. A couple of smokes and flashes that do actually remain on the defense, and that is lightning fast from Snare. And a missed shot from Spoxy that could have gone wrong, but quickly recovered from his side.
Yeah, really good recovery from Spoxy, like you said, and that was really much needed. Again, that would have been just like a site for absolute free, right? So now Flex is actually playing around with Smoke. He's able to find that first. He's trying to spam away, but he just can't seem to find it. Now Spoxy should be dead, and now Snake being able to find himself a double, leaving it all down to Kiko here for the 1-on-3. And again, Slayer is low, but Kiko does have full utility, so that is a good note here for him, because that could create a little bit of space. If he throws that nade, he could potentially take down Slayer if he tosses it. But again, that's risky for him with his position being a bit exposed. 25 seconds, the nade comes through. It actually does land, perfectly done, but there's the re-swing from Vitality. Now we get to see them back in a lead position. Vitality looking like they're quite proficient here on these executes, and the post plants, for the most part, have been quite something to hold.
Yeah, and can I just say something, honestly speaking? Like, the round that TEC won, that initial round, that was a freak accident. Like, how many times are you going to get a smoke collateral from Spoxy? Don't get me wrong, it's not like Spoxy is going to have an average game even. He seems to be primed to have a good game, but, like, for the way that round went, it took heroics to end it, adding on a 2-player advantage to start. So I'll definitely say that Vitality actually are a little bit scarier than what the score seems to lead on for that initial opener. And I really like the switch up that they've done, right? Like, Snare is kind of taking a contact role, and goodness gracious me, how many snipers would you actually see having the audacity to go for 2 entries back to back?
Yeah, it's actually really great to see, because again, I just recall back to last year where there was like a really weird dip in Snare's performance, but it seems like now for 26, he's really changed things up. And just like you said, getting a double entry, he's still the guy that single-handedly now is finding double kills. So he's been able to take down Flex, he's been able to take down Lionclaw. He's created a ton of space right now for Vitality here on the BL side. Let's not forget that. This is still a GR sided map, but again, TEC being down 2 players, it makes it really uncomfortable for them, because now that somebody has to pop off and somebody needs to put up a bit of a miracle run here to make things equalized.
We're talking about Spoxy a fair bit. Definitely a discussion between those two and Alucard on who is the best sniper in the West League. And there was a time last season that I favored Alucard. And honestly speaking, just off season's one form, I'll definitely say that Alucard was the West's best. But definitely, as spoken, much better form from Snare. And right now, time is low. They've been playing a very patient style, Vitality. And they got the A site to themselves. With a player down on B, they elect to go to the A site, and that's going to be the right call. Spoxy and Kiko still alive. But Kiko haven't had the best of fortune coming into those retakes. This time, a missed shot from Snare could actually lead them to aggress a little bit more, but elects not to scale himself. He's given Spoxy a bit of a leeway here. probably could go unexpected. There are 2 players on his side, and Snare couldn't finish off the job. Now with 2 kills from the GR side, Dawson's left alone in the clutch. Usually pretty confident in those kinds of position. Good spray down initially. 10 seconds left in the defuse, but they're closing in on him. Kiko up close and personal. The first shot's coming in. Dawson aware to his presence. Ring around the Rosie, and it is going to be the USP to get this job done for a third.
Yeah, and again, it's it's so hard not to put that biasness in there a little bit, but just seeing Totson in a clutch situation, it's just like, look, the guy is clutch on this team. Like, I mean, every time I see him play and he's in like a 1v1 or a 1v2, it's like I kind of again lean on him because that's what he does best, right? He again not like this insane multi-fragger, but again, he's a guy that loves the pressure of being down in the deficits, and he can kind of swing around in a way for him to get a clutch, and you see it there, just kind of manipulating the time as much as possible, bring around the Rosie like you talked about, and does a great job to be able to find themselves that third round. Now we get to see Flex get himself an initial duel here, so now it seems that TEC take a little bit of a playbook here from Snares, and that now Flex is the one that has to get the TRG, finding that opening duel, so now that gives some breathing room here for the GR side, but you still have Vitality alive. You still have Snare that's on the field right now too. So this is again, Totson going down is, it's a good kill, but it could have been different if it was like a Snare or maybe even somebody else is more of that impact we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely say it too. Like Horus is also sharing some of those direct responsibilities. So it's not like Totson was their only threat on the offset, but they're actually fighting up here, and TEC will need to bunker down on the A side. They got the right numbers here on the cross on mid. Good position from Dezane and Lionclaw, and Kiko's not even that far off. And Horus needs to find the opener. They trade 1 for 1, and they still hold on to numbers parity in that sequence, which still leaves Vitality down a man. They'll need someone to close it off there for him. Snake and Snare. The sniper ready for Kiko, but not the flick needed. That's the third miss here for Snare. Couldn't make it 4. Otherwise, they risk losing a second round. The rotation coming from Foxy. There it is, the counterpart ready. And Kiko still fully blinded. That's 2 from Snare. And now Flex needs to find 2 more if he has any hope of closing off a retake.
Yeah, and again, I talked about Totson being a clutch factor. I mean, Flex is definitely one of those guys that can be, and there it is. He already finds that 1 engagement, so now leaving it just down to the IGLs head-to-head in this kind of a situation. And the M14 here for Snake, it does put him in a good advantage and a nice swing, and he's able to find the 4th. So, man, some of these rounds are becoming a coin toss. Like, I mean, we're talking 1v2s or 1v1s that have kind of got us to this point here and now, but Vitality look a lot more impressive and in better form right in this game than what we saw yesterday, right? I mean, that was a lot of my criticism, is saying Vitality seem a little bit shaky, but right now it feels like they are very locked in. Like, this is where we talked about legacy matchup. I feel like them playing this team has kind of maybe elevated their game plan a little bit more.
And to be fair though, like, I don't want to have this as a harsh knock on Vitality, but more so in the West League than internationally, they played at the level of their opponents. And you can even see that in some of the maps that they would pick. They are infamous for the Black Widow against some of the weaker teams to, maybe have a bit of a practice is what everybody talks about, especially Penguin labels it as that. But well, this is not the time for the scrimmage. This, as also said by the desk, it's pretty much a storied map between the two sides. Good entry by Horus, back to his traditional roles, but Spoxy's there on the line of sight. They have covered him off finally, but the kill traded back from Flex. There are still 2 more trying to deny their placing. How did Zane not get away with anything there? Neither him or Lionclaw, but Flex and Kiko. Same 2 in the clutch again. Last time, they got dangerously close. And this time, it could have been more dangerous if Kiko didn't go down. Now, Flex on low HP, TRG in hand, and at least he got 1 kill. In a 1v2, could be a little bit more doable, but he will need to be perfect. And Snake is making it as difficult as possible. Tough angle to hold, 20 seconds left on the timer. And Flex will eventually have to give this one a go.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Flex is just, again, gets right down to the 1v1, right? Like, finds this 1 kill, and then there's an instant trade back. So, again, it's the situation where, yes, Vitality are running away with it, I would say, but it is definitely where TEC are really making it competitive, though. Like, I mean, again, they've been in these situations where players have to clutch or players have to be in the deficit to pull up something big. So, it hasn't gone their way. But Vitality look like they have a really good game plan. I'm liking these executes into the site as well. Again, nothing overly dramatic with the utility. It feels like, again, pretty simple in the fact, but they're doing it very, very well to win the engagements. Like within a blink of an eye, you're seeing like what, 2-3 kills like almost instantly. So the fact that we're seeing TEC kind of crumbling like this on their GR side, it does worry me a little bit, right? Because we talk about New Mexico as a map where defensively it's just it is that favorable one, right? I know New Mexico has kind of created a little bit more openings in different conversation, but the GR side, like, Penguin said, it's like you kind of double sniper. You should be in a good position. You should be able to lock things down. And right now, it's Vitality that are just kind of bulldozing them through.
No, absolutely. And I mean, to give some credit to TEC, though, they've tried a couple of adaptations, right? Like flex on the TRG, trying to be a little bit more aggressive. But not only are Vitality really tactically aware, it comes back a little bit to what we've actually also discussed on the desk. It's not really about strategy as much. And just to expand a little bit of like what Penguin have said, I do kind of concur on that point, and I want to like pick your brain for it, Laz. Like at the top level, it does really feel, yes, of course, strategy is a factor. Don't get me wrong, teams can anti-strat each other, but especially here in the West League and that domestic derby, it always feels like this matchup is just decided but who's more clutch on the day.
Yeah, especially with a matchup like this, especially like when you're talking about the top 3 teams, right? I'm not going to put them in placements though. Like a Vitality, I guess we'll say number 1, but these top 3 teams, it's without a question. I feel like strategies are one thing, but really it's going to be about intuition and just that firepower at the end of the day. I completely agree. And that's where, again, where we've seen both these teams in this matchup, so much history of back and forth, and TEC's been able to like, lose in the regular season, but then they win in the playoffs, and, vice versa. Like it's such a cool storyline and history of both these teams. And I think they both respect each other a lot just because, again, they've always been on the top. But I agree with you. It's really now we have to see TEC with that, tactical that they called. They're going to have to, hopefully get a little bit more fired up here if they want to stay competitive in this first map. Otherwise, it could be a situation here for Vitality getting themselves a 1-0 on the board.
Quick switch up here, flex, taking the pistol, an aggressive plunge. They've been really lax in giving the underpass control to Vitality, and they're okay with letting them have that angle. Good work from Flex, of course, but well, I mean, it's been a while since they got to 12, and it does seem still it's gonna do pretty okay up close and personal. Good work from Flex. We're talking a little bit about the shotguns, and like definitely could also be another factor in this game, but at least for now, not needed. TEC a lot sharper off the back of that timeout, and once again, it really comes down to them being more proactive on that global risk side.
Yeah, seems like now we finally get a moment where TEC are the ones that are kind of in the driver's seat a little bit, but again, you have to, you still have to look at the fact that Flex is very low. Spoxy, the fact that he's playing this aggressive. Yeah, I was going to say this should be a surely an easy kill. Now it just puts, Vitality in a clutch situation, which we haven't really had to see in this kind of a situation, like in this portion of the round. It's usually that post plant that we normally see it, but TEC, a perfect setup right now. You got the triangle here. Everybody just on the C4. Horse in an unfortunate positioning with that, and then again, not a lot to work with, but good for TEC to be able to bounce back, finding themselves a second round. And very much needed here, Volts. I mean, this was where I was questioning, like, hey, look, if we don't get this round after the attack, it's like, yeah, we're running out of options here.
Yeah, well, I mean, Vitality still not really willing to allow TEC any kind of advantage. There again, taking the edge of duel. That's a very tough one to take for a sniper, but Snare consistently impressive on that one. Good trade from the side of TEC, and that was fairly ambitious. Let's just put it at that. Try to sneak through. No room left by TEC. Good angle from Lionpaw. He catches Snake off guard, but it's actually Snake. They want to find that kill. Now need to find a little bit more, but Lionpaw has been really decent on that one, and it's not going to be enough for Horus. Eventually outnumbered, and that's 2 rounds at the back of the timeout for TEC.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, they've been able to find themselves 2 rounds in a row, like you said, and now, going into the last round of the first half. The big question, if they can be able to find this last and making it a 1-round affair, or maybe Vitality do give themselves a little bit of a boost. Snare actually missing that first shot, but goes for a re-swing. But now it's Spoxy trying to do a little bit more contention, but he actually even goes for the re-peek too. So there's a little bit more of a again, we talked about in the matchup like this firepower, and it seems like a little bit of a DM session right in the middle.
And well, I mean, right now, the question becomes, is it really a race to the bottom? Like, is that what this half is going to devolve to? Like, there's still 2 more rounds, and it just dry duels everywhere. You see, playing the buddy system well, though. Like, that's the one thing that has definitely improved a lot in their aggression, right? It's not just one player taking the plunge and just taking the 50-50, whether it was Flex or Spoxy at times, but that's just a massive blunder from Lionclaw and TEC as a whole. No awareness whatsoever to the potential of a B-side take, and a lot of space taken by them, but that's a pivotal duel from Kiko. Perhaps a bit over-aggressive there from Slayer. Now a 2-on-2 is certainly feasible for the GR.
Yeah, still a favorable situation for both these teams, right? I mean, again, I guess a slight advantage here for Vitality, and considering the HP is looking pretty good. They still have an HE available too, but TC does have that extra utility they could use, but it looks like they're just going to try to swarm into the site as much as possible, and Snake actually finds the perfect timing for the spam here. Now it just leaves for the defuse, and Dezane is trying to see if he can stick it, but unfortunately he gets caught. And again, that plant in a really good spot, really exposed, not allowing him a lot of room to go for like a ninja or anything like that. If they would have had the time, they could have tried to smoke it, but time was becoming the essence. But Vitality, they will be able to secure themselves the first half in a pretty decent fashion. But now I'm curious for switching things over, Volt, because watching this the other day, TEC, to be honest, I felt like their BL side was quite actually impressive. Like, we saw some really good apartments pops, we saw like good execution. So this is where I'm begging the question if Vitality are prepared for this. And I feel like they must have done some homework, but again, I feel like TEC were running over Anubis pretty easily when they were on that BL side.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest thing to just say to that is that, well, we've seen that before, right? And we've seen how proficient Vitality were in shutting down a lot of those holds. And especially a lot of the credit really goes for both Thompson and Snake when it comes down to the way that they actually managed that GR side. But for now, a little bit more defensive in their play. Horus is the one that is taking point at middle. And they'll be really relying on trying to get the read off TEC. Of course, with a 3-round buffer, it's good enough to understand what TEC are doing, and it's a complete 180 from the first half, where if you remember, like, it was a much quicker half from both sides. Now TEC trying to bring the game down to a halt, and it seems that Vitality are going to oblige. Good initial damage. It's a very risky duel down here, a missed shot from Snare, and it could be dangerous. He finds the kill, but immediately pretty much.
Yeah, good instant trade back. The snipers go head-to-head a little bit here, but like you said, good to see that we get to have Spoxy being able to find that instant trade back. But still 6-3 with 1:20 remaining on the clock. And now it looks like TEC actually looking like it might be just even be the A-pop here. And this hasn't been the easiest for them, what I saw the other day. However, it's not to say this can't work against Vitality, but they are still kind of debating this. But again, you have to worry about 3 players that are committed here from the defensive side. Like, this could be a bit of a mousetrap right now.
As I said, though, like, I'm a very big fan of Snake trying to play that kind of line of sight, but didn't even test him. Just walked into the crosshairs of Slayer on that second TRG, and Todson is just sharp as ever now, taking over that responsibility, and they're making sure that it does look easy. All the fights are isolated into 1v1s, and Dezane is able to win his, but he's a sole player remaining with just 35 seconds on the timer. He should have nowhere to go, and they're trying to pepper him down with utility. 2 nades, a little bit of damage. Money hop from Horus on the backstab is enough to secure a trade.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Again, the comms seem to be really clear. It feels like everybody's just on the same page right now for Vitality's sake, where, you know, again, my biggest comment all day was that I'm not overly impressed. I mean, obviously, it's no disrespect to the guys, but it was just, again, as their teamwork wasn't looking up to snuff. However, looking a lot better here and now. Like, this is where I feel like this is some of the best we've seen them actually play, in my opinion. Like, I feel like this is where you're really seeing them playing together, getting trades, fighting for map control. You can see there's, you know, just a lot of the, you know, the gaps that we saw are starting to fit a lot better right now.
And well, we'll see if that good play continues. Of course, they're given a lot of time. Spoken prod might not be the case for this time around, but Horus does well. Good trade from there. No response this time around from Vitality. 4-on-4 usually actually slightly BL favored, and it'll go even better. They're able to add more to the numbers, but quick trades from both sides. The shotgun in a very good position here from Snake. That could catch Spoxy off guard. Needs to be lethally accurate, and he's actually looking upwards. Not really expecting somebody to have pushed up that far, and it does work well for Snake, who is actually able to survive and get far away from the scene of the crime. And it leaves Flex and Lionclaw as the final two, trying to move closer towards that B site. Flex spotted and handled well by Slayer, and it leaves Lionclaw in a 1-on-3. Looks feasible thanks to the HPs on both Stodson and Snake, but realistically he's highly unlikely to close out that one. But at least he gets off with the first.
Yeah, he's able to find one of these kills, but again, he still has 2 players he has to go against. He does have that C4, so yes, it is a free plant essentially right now, so for this A site. But then again, it's always the biggest question of like, how do you want to play the post plant? But right now what he's going to do is he's actually still just going to investigate a little bit further. He's not actually going to commit to the plant right away. So this is actually a very interesting play from him because he's trying to see if he might be able to find a duel. Slayer just on the other side of this wall here too. But again, he's actually gone all the way around. So he's actually slipped through the cracks right now. Vitality were trying to be a little bit active. They were trying to move. And now he plays a mind game and he gets the bomb down. And they're like, wait, how did he make it here? So now there's a lot of pressure for Lionclaw. He has to be able to find a duel. He's posted up on a tight angle. But it doesn't even look like they're going to come this way at all, Volt. I mean, it seems like Vitality, they're going to come through the main doorway now. They still have 25 seconds to work with, but Lionclaw has to be flawless here. He has to be able to find this. The diffuse is already committing. Lionclaw has to go for a swing. Oh, my dear goodness. And they're able to get the ninja diffuse. He's not even able to get a shot off. I thought he had it dead to rights, but I guess not with that angle.
Well, he had to make a judgment call, unfortunately for him. Not too well for Lionclaw, and Vitality 2 away from taking a victory, and it's much more active from TEC at this round start. A lot of damage onto Spoxy, and they're trying to take the move on the bridge. Thompson drop it in very early. This could have gone very wrong, but Vitality are reveling in the chaos. Nobody, though, is going to be better than the Zane, bringing it back to a 3-on-3. That was a dream start for Vitality, but all of those dreams are now snatched away. Flex could be another casualty added. Those balcony pops have never really been historically ever that successful against Slayer. He just really knows how the cookie crumbles, but perhaps him and Flex are gonna try to dance with the metaphorical devil until the rest of the Titan emerges. But for now, swing it in from the deeps. Important kill for TEC. As that piles on the pressure for the B side, Slayer have made a big rotation behind the members of TEC. It's going to be a matter of whether or not that is going to be an effective one, because he could have just tried to anchor the site. But now he's taking his chances.
Yeah, Slayer might get caught off guard here. I was going to say, like, Zane in a really strong position, so I don't think Slayer's expecting somebody to be in that kind of a spot. So really unfortunate timing for him, but now leaves it down to Snake here for a 1-on-3. So again, you have double player inside the corner, just tucked away. And then again, now for time is becoming a little bit more of a problem. But he finds that first one and goes for another swing, but he will go down. And now we get to see TEC being able to find themselves around in their favor, as it seems like it's been a little while. But I do like the idea for Vitality. I like that mid push. I like that they get aggressive like that. It was just really unfortunate with, you know, the fact that Zane was able to find that double the way he did, just because if it could have been a 1-on-1 trade there, I mean, Vitality probably had that one in the bag.
Yeah, again, like, really likable approach from Vitality, but still a slower pace. Horus delivered his death there. The flash not really that good, and they just walked into a Flex line of fire again. I mean, at this point, maybe you take a timeout if you're Vitality. It's not that I don't like the plays, but the execution behind those ideas has been the thing that's been letting them down for a few of those rounds.
Yeah, seems like they're kind of experimenting a little bit with some like big aggression. So they're trying to fight for some map control on the GR side, which I'm not always against. I feel like that can be a good thing, but now they've done it twice in a row, and it's kind of put them in a bit of a bind. And Snake even there, look at that. Kiko able to find himself a double. And now, I mean, you're asking Slayer to be able to find himself an ace clutch right now. Like, he's been able to find 2, but now it's a 1-on-3, and this is asking a whole heck of a lot. And it's just a matter of time. Spoxy here from the behind lines, and there we go. And it's going to be TEC being able to find themselves an additional round. And I feel like for Vitality, if I'm being honest, I feel like I would like to see them play a little bit more passive in the sense. Like, I like that they're trying to be aggro, but again, you got to calculate it, right? Doing it twice in a row, it kind of feels like you're just trying to experiment, and I'm not really all for it, considering it's now gone 0-2 for them. And
I'll definitely say that a lot of their early aggression on the Blacklist side was off the back of Snare. Snare has been very quiet in this GR half. So that's also another thing that perhaps could be a woe from the side of Vitality. Perhaps playing passive will definitely lean into Snare a little bit more, but for now they're trying to trade back the space towards middle. No harm, no foul for either of those two sides. DEC still trying to work their way into the A side, and Snake got the shotgun up close. This could have the potential for a multi-kill, but regardless of which way it goes, they will need to be successful for Vitality, because whether they're close up or to the other side, they just need to find a multi-kill, and it's not going to be Snake. Talton at least holds on for one, and there are three closing in on the defense. They're trying to lock down the site, but they're not really able to break down the line. TEC still aggressive, but Snare finds two on that one. And that could have been good night. Talton adds a little bit more, but Spoxy still keeps some life into this one. 1v1 for the two snipers. Slayer have had a comeuppance in this one, and he will need to close it all for Vitality to be on match point. 50 seconds on a timer, and a very long rotation. Spoxy got the C4 on his back, and we've seen them try that play before. If Slayer is aware, could have that kill for free. Spoxy seems to be ready as well. Not going to be a killing blow, but neither will it be from the other side. And Spoxy, well, best Slayer. Maybe that was his best, but it wasn't good enough to close off the round.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Slayer was trying really hard to reposition himself and then refight. But again, you could see that he was looking on the left-hand side. So it was just, again, one of these coin toss situations where it's 50-50 what you're going to do. And he decided to look left. It was not the right angle to go for, but I thought Spoxy missing that initial shot, I was like, okay, maybe that might be enough for Slayer to be able to find the shot with the pistol. I don't know, but man, oh man. Right back to it, like we talked about, this is a map where, again, both these teams, you know, just, again, this back and forth affair, this is not really that surprising. It felt like Vitality were a bit of a heater, but now it seems like that heater has kind of cooled off just a little bit. And TEC have been able to make their climb back slowly and surely into this game. Still down by 2, but again, they've been able to get their efforts back into this with some big clutches, and Vitality not being able to find the answers they need yet. This is going to be such an important round for just, like, you know, the momentum in some degree. And like you said, the timeout might be a bit imminent here. This is where we would expect to see Vitality. If they lose this round, like, surely it's got to be an attack.
This round, they even tried a little bit of a monkey wrench. It's a double shotgun setup, one of which was on Slayer, and that has gone very early. The second of which is on Snake. It's not really tested initially. Horus in a tough position. They got two players in a bind. Not being able to find either. A pivotal kill there from Thompson. Even on the rotation, Snare is not really favored for that duel. Still advantage for TEC. It seems like whatever kind of lead, whatever buffer Vitality had, is all but gone. Snake still on the shotgun. USP first off on that line. Important kill to find. But dropping the balcony is nearly impossible, and the Zane is going to immediately find the kill. The timeout is there. Perhaps taken off a little bit too late for my liking.
Yeah, and this is what I was kind of saying, right? Like, I mean, I was kind of begging the question about TEC on the BL side, and I was like, look, and I mean, all respect to Anubis, but I was thinking, like, their BL side looked good. Like, I was saying, like, that Flex really had some good creativity on the strats. They had some interesting fakes. They had really good pops, you know, out of the apartments as well. And they haven't even done those apartment pops yet. Like, they've actually just been mixing it around and doing a good job towards that A side. So it's been very interesting to see what they've been doing. But I think also, you know, going back to my other point, is that I feel like Vitality, unfortunately, put themselves in a position where 2 rounds in a row, they tried this, like, hyper aggro kind of play. And they were trying to, you know, just show some, you know, disrespect a little bit and just like, yeah, we're just going to close this game out. And then it backfires, right? So I like the creativity, but that's kind of the thing when you're on the GR side. You got to be really careful about these, because now it's kind of gotten way too close for comfort. Like, now TEC, this is where they thrive too, right? This is a team where you know, both these teams like to make the comeback, but I feel like TEC more as of lately in the last like year seem to be the ones that are a little bit more in the thrive when they're in the deficit.
Yeah, you know, they really love that kind of position, but well, you know, they are, even Vitality really don't. I feel like they don't just panic when they're under pressure, right? That's something that maybe you could see a little bit out of unKnights, where they're the team that spirals the most when down, especially against one of the big three. But my problem with Vitality is that if one of the players just doesn't show up for a map, they don't show up for a map. Like, sure, it might get like 1 or 2 rounds, but the firepower remains lacking for the rest of the half. Here from TEC, for example, like, even if Spoxy isn't having the best of times, even if Kiko was struggling a little bit initially, sure, the Zane have remained consistent and he's been the best performer all throughout this first game. But even then, you know, the rest of the team definitely had a better standards once they go to the blacklist side. Actually, not been the case for Vitality. It's not just that Snare dipped a little bit. It's that the rest of the team, conveniently, struggled at the same time. And speaking of the devil, there it is. Struggling again, this time to pick up an opener. You know, despite being the one that is supposed to be the easier job, right? Like stationary TRG, all you need to do is press mouse 1. Couldn't even do that, despite being able to just snatch openers like it was nobody's business in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good opening duel, and especially on the BL side, and finding a secondary one too. I mean, again, Vitality are getting spread thin a little bit now, and you can see Lineclaw even getting hyper aggressive, and oh my goodness, him and Dezane together, hand in hand, being able to find these kills, and now prime position here with a 4-on-1 advantage, and Snake is no longer in the game, and there we go. It's a tie game, right back at it. TEC seem to be on a bit of the heater. They seem to be the ones that are down the path of victory, maybe. Now Vitality, they have to do something different. Now they're only going to have one sniper on this. We don't get to see, you know, Slayer with it this time. He's got the rifle, but Flex, look at that, finds the opening duel. Once again, TEC winning these opening engagements countless times, and it's really been the demise here for Vitality.
Yeah, not just this time. You know, I was gonna say it's okay because Vitality got a bit of map control, but tanked a significant amount of damage, and Snare needs to find that kill. The HE bounces back right underneath his feet, so even that you don't get back. Snare still on the mission, and it is going to be successful for a trade. 4-on-4 it is. Both Flex and Slayer low on HP, and here goes one. But the former is not going to land that long. Snare finds another kill. So important for Tolson to find that duel, but lightning fast from Kiko. Has some crisp aim. Found there by the members of TEC. 8-8 it is. Numbers in their hand. And the question is, which of the two sides do they want to hit? And clearly, from the way that they are moving, still want to keep their options open, especially if they don't find anyone at water. Wouldn't really be surprised if they decide to push all the way into the balcony again, but it's not going to be the case this time. So Snake is off the hook. But for Snare, who is already on 2 kills, need to find a little bit more. The timing does not favor him as Dezane still remains to be razor sharp here on New Mexico. It seems like TEC might be the team to go to match point first. It's a 1-on-3. And all 3 of which not only have a little bit of utility, but all 3 have been performing to an excellent level on the BL side.
Yeah, again, I feel like TEC really have given us an amazing presentation so far on the BL side, and it really is just 20 seconds that they have to hold on. Dezane getting a little bit too ambitious and overzealous, but it's fine. It's a quick little bit of a trade back, but yeah, like you said, 9 now going to be served up here. Let's not forget, this is Vitality's pick too, so the fact that TEC are in this position, Vitality now need to put themselves in a 1 round, pushing this thing to an overtime, which, I mean, I don't know, Volt, because they've so far in the season, it seems like that's all they want to do is play overtimes and golden rounds for some odd reason, but we'll see if TEC might be able to maybe create a little bit of history here for season 2 and kind of stop that here for map number 1, but it's kind of make it or break it here for Vitality in the sense of keeping them alive in their map pick.
I mean, to do that, they'll need a bit of a twist of fate. Passive, it seems to be what they are for this 1 round. No shotguns this time around, but, well, everyone but Snake, actually. Put in a passive line, but towards the B side they go. Slayer got the right read. Is that too early on the HE? Climbing up the balcony. This is do or die. The duel that could decide everything for the side of Vitality. And it's going to be 2 from Slayer. How many more can they get before they leave the site open? It seems like they want to take some duels head on. And it's actually going to allow them to take some of the duels of their own as well. TEC all blind. Still all stuck upstairs. It's still got a minute to play for, so they can definitely pull back if they want to. And it seems to be the course of action for now, trying to salvage something out of this round. But Snake is ready. And that HE has done significant damage. That has softened them all up for him. Kiko, first face in, off angle, Nessim the one, but immediately traded by Spoxy. 45 on the timer, and the race to the A site could be on. But DEC trying to see if they can find anything more before going to a site.
Well, I love the fact, too, that they kind of pull back on this, too, because they realize, okay, like, let's just kind of play some mind games and look like we're hightailing it to the A site. And now look at Vitality. They are going to gamble the double B, though. So this is actually a good read from them, because I was going to say if they committed double A, that's putting a lot of reliance on one of these players to be the sole anchor. But now for TEC, Dezane has to be able to find an entry here with this rifle. He has to be that entry point. He's been really hot with the rifle. Can he deliver it now? Snare holding a tight angle, and now he's going to get... Oh, he misses it, but he actually gets the one. It's a trade back instantly, and Dezane, now low HP, needs to be able to find this duel. It's pistols. It's a little bit of a Western off, and there it is. It's going to be Vitality once again, pushing this thing into overtime. I guess they want to really just take it to the maximum distance as much as possible here, Volt. And they survive in the skin of their teeth here for their map pick on New Mexico for the time being.
It has gone all the distance last time around. All the way to a golden round where Vitality were able to snatch off the game. They really had it in the palm of their hands as well, but good recovery from Vitality to still not let the game go. Distance it is, and credit where it's due though. That was a massive judgment call to go off on the balcony, but that was the perfect time to find the duel. And in such vintage Crossfire fashion as well, right? Like AK in hand, nobody's ready for the push from the lurker. Like perfect work from Vitality to snatch over that one. And that was how they won against what they were in LCK before, is that those balcony fights always went in the favor of Vitality.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point to bring up too, because I'm not even against the fact that TEC were going to go for the balcony pop, but it's like you literally saw, what was it, like 3 players that were lined up with their utility, and then Slayer just ran out and like sprayed down 2. So it's like, I kind of wish for TEC's favor, it's like, look, put one of your riflers watching your teammates. Like then that way, like it could have been a little bit better in that, you know, regard, but nonetheless, I mean, it was a good attempt. They didn't do it all game. They did at the end. They thought that was going to be the saving grace. It was not. It was Slayer that actually was the kryptonite against them, which has now put this into an overtime situation. Duels go back and forth, but not in the sense of, you know, on each team. It's the fact that Spoxy is being able to find himself a 2-piece. And now Flex, he's going to put the rifle for himself, the HK activated, and look at that. Finding kills, Vitality absolutely getting washed right now for the first round of overtime here, and leaving it to a 2-on-5 with 1:45 as well, Volt. So it kind of feels like the rug was really pulled under them from this round.
Again, no credit to TEC. They were able to win the first round on GR, and it seems like they're going to be doing that too on overtime. Good work from Thompson. Selected a bit low on HP, so it could have been a multi-kill, but Lionclaw saves the round from what could have been a very doomed fate. A good bit of damage done. That's Flex out of the round. And plenty of time still left for Snake, who got the more important piece of his util, right? The HE, the flash, both are great if he's able to get to a site and plant. And that could be the case because TEC are not really going to bunker down on a site. They are looking to be very proactive. And they could catch Snake off guard. He was ready for the duel, just couldn't connect the shots. And TEC are first to double digits.
This is the thing I really like about TEC, though. Like, and again, I think we do see teams doing this, but I think they're very effective with it, is the fact that they aren't just going to, like you said, hunker down the site. They actually play together. They play this aggression, you know, again, with a lot of strategic, you know, insight on this, because, again, they just go for that instant trade. If Snake, you know, is able to find a kill, then there should theoretically be that, you know, trade-off back. But I love the fact that they did it. They didn't just kind of wait and play the guessing game. They were the ones investigating everything out, but They get themselves a first round, and now Vitality kind of back a little bit on the boards, like what we saw before. We'll have to see what they want to do a little bit differently, and it looks like it could even potentially be a little bit of an A hit on this one, but let's not don't forget the fact that there's 3 TEC players ready to go on this, and Kiko is getting the jump spot. He might have just missed the timing, but now the shot has been made from Snare. He's not being able to find a kill, but at least he's making the noise, and now TEC, they got a bit of an inkling. And Vitality, they actually just kind of, again, just throw the white flag for now, and they retreat this game plan entirely.
I like it, though. You know, it's still got a minute and a half, and Horus is in a good enough of a position that they've not really conceded the entirety of the map, mind you. And they've absorbed a fair bit of util. I want you to look at the inventories of TEC. Don't really have a lot left on their pelts. And if they're able to absorb even one more smoke, that would be picture perfect for the start of Vitality. But for now, leaning back to the A side again. Good position from Horus. It's just a question of whether or not Lionclaw is going to be a problem, because Kiko is not. Great opener from Snare. The Zane continues to be the hero, but excellent trade from their side. They just need to take down Flex, and they will. 3-on-2 in the post. It should be. The C4 does indeed go down, and Snake scared of that position, especially if he gives that one away. Excellent awareness from the one, and now it starts to get messy. Talton in 1-on-2, both of which a little bit hurt. Still a little bit over 20 seconds left on the timer as well. Talton here running through the door, but as his focus is averted, they combine together. They try to push Talton off. He needs to get one of those duels, and he's not gonna find either. And TEC, from being proactive and efficient to being patient, and they were rewarded.
Yeah, and again, I love the fact that we, like, again, the criticism on this is that we see Slayer, he actually, by himself, went for that swing out a door, right? He was like, okay, I'm going to make the play. I'm going to take down Lionclaw. I'm better than him. And maybe he was trying to be a little bit more of an ego. Lionclaw humbles him. And then Lionclaw, instead of, again, with the low HP that he survived from that fight, he doesn't just push in the site. He makes a lot of shots, a lot of distraction, allowing Spoxy to get up close with him. That allowed them to play together as a unit. So again, this is really good work from TEC. This has been an improvement, like tenfold, like by far. So now that has put them in a position of 11-9, and now Vitality, they got to put everything out here now, right, Volt? I mean, this is where I kind of make the joke that Vitality like to save all their strats for playoffs. I don't know, man. I think you're gonna have to do everything you got in your pocket, because this game is getting out of your grip right here and now.
Yeah, I mean, it has gotten close, definitely, between the two sides before, but yet to see if it is actually going to be closed out or not. For now, Vitality still frozen online, but I still like what they've done initially, and I still like them doing it again for this round, right? They know that the A defense is a little bit heavier for the side of TEC, so they just try to pull some of the attention away. For me, the main point is, usually when teams do this, especially if you watch regions like the Philippines, like Vietnam, like China, they like to do that in conjunction with the player punishing where Lionclaw is. That position, try to take it over. Vitality are a bit more single-minded. That means that they're also a little bit more reliant on their success, and they were successful initially, but Lionclaw doesn't really prove to be too much of a promotion. 3 kills that they found there, in totality 4 for the 2, and this time around, the player on the flank is not going to be checked. It's 10-11, still rather competitive at the end of the first alt-voting.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, at least for Vitality's sake, they're going to be able to find themselves a good round to bounce a little bit back into this game. But now we're going to do the switch over here for the overtime. And now, if I'm not mistaken, TEC are going to be on the BL side. Remember, you have to serve me right. I'm a little bit of an unk right now. But yeah, I think they're going to be on the BL. And I do kind of wonder if they're going to try this apartment pop again. Because, again, the one time we saw it was in the very last round where they kind of threw it as like the Hail Mary. They're like, yeah, we're going to just do it. And then Slayer became, again, he threw the wrench in the gears and everything just completely broke down. But we'll see. And TEC, I feel like they don't even need to rely on the balcony pop necessarily. I feel like a lot of their hits in mid and towards A have been really, really great. But we'll have to see what Vitality been able to figure out. Because Stray, like, again, I'm curious what his words of wisdom have been so far.
I mean, to be fair, like, it's gonna be a bit harsh on Vitality, but Snare just does not show up on the global risk, at least here on New Mexico, right? And that's the most important part. That's why all of those duels at Underpass at Water didn't really work out for Vitality at all. They're trying to put Slayer and Horus there to at least supplement some presence in case they want to play that mid pop. But clearly, it sounds like, at least from the setup from TEC, is that they're waiting on Vitality to present them a duel. They're not going to be active themselves. And I think that duality is really interesting, right? Because both teams like to play very up-tempo on the opposite sides. But once TEC actually goes Blacklist and Vitality goes GR, the two slow down a lot, and it becomes who actually makes a mistake, not who pops out a little bit more.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, TEC, they're just going to go for the stairs pop here now, so they're going to go for it right away. Nades flying. It's just grenades and utility galore, and now Snake, he's going to tuck in the corner. He does find himself this first kill. Now Totson trying to be able to join his teammate. Still Snake, just kind of posted up on this. Snare does go down, but Vitality seem to have a little bit of a reply here in the fragging department, but you still have Spoxy. You still have Flex alive in this. This is a big question now. Who's going to be able to find that opening kill? They need something. They got 50 seconds. Vitality need to be very careful of their positioning here, because look at this little bit of an angle that Spoxy has. If we see someone like Slayer dropping down, I mean, it could be a free kill. Horus is trying to, again, toy the idea that he's going to try to push into this. C-Force dropped. Now he goes for a massive swing, and Spoxy, yeah, not a hope in heck that he's going to be able to find it. And 11 will be across the board. The defense seems to put up a good wall right now in TEC. They have to find a way to break it down.
I've seen all 25 played before. Would it be the case again? Is the question that I have in my mind. Because clearly TEC got close. And again, that was a round of execution, right? Like better execution. Perhaps if TEC were able to find an entry, this would have been a much different round. And credit to Vitality for finding the right site and also taking the right duels, right? They've taken the duels on their terms, and they'll need to do that here again. Zane left on the late hold. Just making sure that they don't concede too much map control. But what TEC are doing is definitely a lot more passive. They're still waiting for Vitality to aggress again. And it looks like the two teams have really read each other well on the map, right? Like, those are plays that historically we have seen both iterations of TEC and Vitality make before. And the tendencies are still going to show. This took them sweet some time, but in the end, Vitality are going to take it. And it might not even matter if they do find a trade, but Horus back-to-back rounds with significant impact. That second kill changes the equation.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I love the fact that like TEC just kind of run through the smoke like that. I mean, I get they were trying to like pop through it and just see if they can catch him off guard, but like he was even pre-firing and everything, so I felt like that was a very dangerous idea. But I mean, they go for the 1-on-1, still an advantage for Vitality, but Dezane being able to find this kill actually does create a little more of an opening. Why not a second here for Dezane? I talked about him having a hot rifle. It seems to be burning hot right now. He's been able to find himself some good kills. Players from TEC are low, though. This is where the HP department is not looking great, but the fact that Spoxy is still alive, being able to find this duel, does give them a little bit of a saving grace for the time being. You have Snake, full HP, no more utility. So this is where he's going to have to just go relying on firepower. He's going to have to be the mastermind of positioning here. TEC, they just need to play the numbers. They just essentially have to play these crossfire angles, right? I mean, if they can do that, it's got to be a sure thing in the bag. And the fact that Flex is just kind of going for the fight. Oh, man. All right. He's going to puff the chest a little bit and show it off here. And now we get to see map point on the docket here. It's, again, a conversation bullet. One round overtime to a golden, or things are concluded.
Do or die for the two sides, despite Vitality actually getting that double Horus. Doesn't really pan out too well for them in that one, but once again, Horus early on, aggressive, successful. And the question though become for TEC, do they try to do the same thing again? Just send the Zane. It seems like that this man is on a roll, but not this time around at least. And just my one question to Vitality, will they repeat what gave them success? You know, we're talking about TEC not actually being a bunker team. I want to see Vitality bunker even harder. This has been working wonders for them when they actually absorb a lot of pressure into the other side, but the duel on mid is everything. Horus still blinded. Slayer is there for the support, and it's going to buy enough time for Horus to force down yet another golden round.
Yeah, apparently Vitality like golden rounds, so I don't know. We're gonna have a word with them because this is where I'm starting to get a little sus here. Why we have to go to multiple golden rounds? Like these guys have played like I mean even before the series, I think it was like 58 rounds or something if I did the math really fast. Like it's insane. Like the fact that they're at 58 rounds for what? We're just in the beginning of this season. That's insane. Like that's the equivalent of like multiple different maps for people. So it's just like, yeah, it's just insane. But either way, we're in the last round, the golden round. It's all here now. It's nothing else. This is the last stop, and we have to see who is going to be able to win this match of ping pong because I couldn't even tell you who I even give the slightest edge to. I feel like it's still dead even to me.
I mean, mind you, like we just witnessed just before this one a 28 round BO3. Right? Like, that's the maximum that some of the teams do have to play. But yeah, Vitality definitely like to go the distance. They're a team that likes to grind other teams down to halt. And, well, that's what running the match is. Snake this time on the M14. But it's an early opener for TC. All the difference is left on Todson. And that's exactly the round where someone can be the hero. But the Zane continues to be a menace in this server. Two from him. And then Spoxy clears off any remaining doubt, leaving a 1-on-3 to decide this game. Slayer up close there on the forklift. Not a bad angle to be had, but perhaps he would have been more fortunate if he found the duel. Now trying to pick his demon. Maybe he can find a one-on-one. The Zane still as sharp as ever, peppering them down and closing it off for sweet 13. It is going to be a golden round after all, but this time, TEC get the better of Vitality on Mexico.
Yeah, that's crazy. And honestly, the fact too, like I was kind of like my jaw was dropped a little bit here too, because I was thinking like, what are these guys doing going through that little window like that? And I was thinking there's no reason for them to be in this kind of a position, right? Because the two of them went down instantly. And then we saw Dezane just kind of bunny hop in, gets the kill, finds the other guy in the corner by forklift, and then finds a secondary kill. So I'm like, okay, sure. That's, I guess, what we were meaning to do. Like, I don't know. Like, it just seems so sloppy originally from TEC, but Dezane, like, I think he's got to be the MVP. There's no doubt. The guy was just an absolute stud in this game.
Yeah, this man has just run the server rampant from his side, and credit to Spoxy as well. He's definitely have had a lot of impact on that one. But, well, I mean, the jury's out. I'm going to actually second your opinion, but let's hear what Penguin and Sekio have to say on the desk.
I mean, Volt, that game was actually a banger between, of course, Vitality and TEC, and for me, I enjoyed the company of you guys and watching those rounds, but at the same time, it looks like Vitality are aiming for the longest week for them. Like, while we're speaking, they have played 170, no, actually not 175, 125 rounds of Crossfire in just 3 days. And for you, Penguin, like, walk me through what happened in this game.
Well, Vitality, they started very strong. We've seen when they started on the Blacklist side, they had a very good rounds. We've seen good executions coming out from them. Also, the trades was very good from Vitality's side. We've seen Slayer doing his job finally, that he's activated and getting the kills needed for his teammate. And also, we've seen Todson clutching. Everything was going completely fine for the guys Vitality on the first half, and they finished the first half, although we've seen TEC taking the tactical pause on first half, they yet finished the half 6-3. Then they switched to the second half. We've seen them also doing very good. It was 7-4, I believe, and then suddenly a tactical pause coming out from TEC out of nowhere, 3 or 4 consecutive rounds, the same way that's been done. Every time they get a pick, TEC just go get a pick, either promoters or just try to play aggressive around mid, or Spoxy just cheeses mid with his TRG trying to kill one guy. If he's successful, they instantly capitalize on this kill. If he's not, they just go back and try to find it somewhere else, and the aggressiveness that came from Vitality just actually paid off for TEC, because TC was playing on picks, so usually Vitality should reply either by playing fully aggressive for them, like just try to deny or maybe force them to make a mistake, or just play fully defensive and let them do the mistakes, let TC do the mistake. Vitality didn't do any of this. They just played 1v1s. They just tried to go for solo picks for them. If TC is going for a pick, okay, I will try to shut down the guy who's going for it. Snare was successful in the beginning. He's doing very good job, but then suddenly tactical timeout just destroyed everything with them. They went into the overtime. They didn't do the same mistakes that we've seen them doing on the global side, and this what shaped TC's win into such a good and banging series, or maybe a game between them into another overtime. That's the force for Vitality, unlike for them. They won 2 and we lost 2, so I don't know if these guys are just having fun right now or what.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and also to add up on this, I have seen a lot of fights on the balcony of the A side. It felt like they are fully committed into trying to contest it, trying to play into hotel, and it didn't feel that it's paying out for Vitality at some points, and after that, it, like, I don't know what happened, but seeing the way they threw out the map, how the game went from their hands into Titan Esports, they were like in a really good spot. As we can see here, they had 9-3 in the scoreboard, and guess what? When you think it's over, they just go, nah, it's not gonna be this way. They just get back into 8-0 or like 8-9 even to Titan Esports, and Vitality trying to fight back, force their spot back in the steering wheel. But Titan Esports, after going back and forth with them, they just claim the trophy. They won the game, and looking at the KD's design, been definitely a one that's stepping out for TSE, and we can see that he's definitely the MVP. And for you, Penguin, that's the question. Like, yeah, the Zane did a lot of good work, but as Volt been saying back in the game, that if one of the Vitality players went out or like didn't step up in the game, or actually didn't step up, if like one of the players went on a overheat or didn't find the kills, the shots that they're looking for, no one steps up to take his place. It feels like they're still missing a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, the piece of the puzzle is the individual skills. We mentioned that Vitality they started this season was very, very low, poor performance going out from them, especially on the individual skills. Yet we've seen them improving, because we've seen Slayer starting from the first game. If you look at Imperium, he was completely not here, and then suddenly versus One Gaming, we saw him like 2-3 rounds, and now he's just doing very good. He had some good rounds, he had some bad rounds, so he's just improving. That's for Slayer. I'm talking about only Slayer. Just copy that on all the other players from Vitality. They're just trying to get back to the game. We've seen Snare also has his moments, and we've seen Horus had his moments as well in this series. But overall, this is not the full, or maybe this is not the 100% performance coming out from the guys, especially on the individual skills. And we are mentioning this lately, even from the very first game that Vitality played. However, TCD also suffered the same problems. We cannot just say, oh, okay, Vitality is just having a cramp, just a hard times. No, TC also had a very hard time, and they came from a loss versus Anubis, which should be an easy game, and they should get rid of them early on phase 1, and yet they came here and took Vitality's map. This was Vitality's pick, and now they're going to be going on the pick, which is Ankara.
Of course, and speaking of Ankara, we know that a team like Titan Esports, they got their strats, their play style, and also a unique one that I would love to mention, but I really want to get back again into, of course, the New Mexico thing, that I didn't see a lot of rounds that Team Vitality was playing on the shotguns. They were going with a double sniper setup back when they were playing on the GR side. It didn't feel that it's clicking for multiple times, but that was for the past map. Now we head to Titan's home, and hopefully we will see a really good game, but let's cut everything through and get back to our casters. So Volt and Laz, take it away.
Well, thank you.
There it is, once again. Yeah, okay, Laz, you know, how do you feel about that one? That's the question, you know? It was a very different affair when Swamp was in the mix, because of course, you know, you're playing on NA servers, ping is a concern. We've seen both teams before, but I haven't really seen them on Ankara that much. So how do we feel about that one?
You know, honestly, I don't know. Like, I still feel like Ankara, I don't know. I just feel like, again, they lost it. Like, to me, it's still like you didn't win it. You lost the Swamp. Again, with all respect to Swamp, but Vitality should be the ones that should be able to win. And I know the server thing can be a bit of an issue, but they've played that kind of situation before. It's not the first time they had this issue. So I don't, to be honest, I still don't really feel that confident with him on this map. But I mean, I don't know. Penguin seems to think that they got themselves in a good position, maybe, but that's fine. We'll wait and see. I don't know, because I feel like TEC felt like they were kind of controlling the game a lot better. I feel like Vitality were the ones that kind of, made the comeback, if I'm being honest, and then kind of slipped away from them. So Ankara will be interesting to say the least, because I feel like we've seen good moments from Vitality, but it hasn't always been the most stellar.
Yeah, they start on the blacklist this time around. And really, one of the most important parts here is going to be shutting down Flex and Spoxy. This time, TRG in hand, and immediately after a great start, it seems like the Wolves of Snare will continue from map to map.
Yeah, and I was trying to even think back of and again, I know it's quite some time, but I even know Vitality weren't even able to beat Nemesis on this map, where Nemesis was able to beat them a 10-8 in the last playoffs. So for season 1, so again, it kind of makes me. It still makes me wonder, just because I feel like everybody from Vitality was playing relatively decent, but like I said, I felt like TEC were kind of the ones that were dictating this first map a little bit, in my opinion. A little bit of a slow back, but then there was Vitality, scraping through some rounds, but we'll have to see, because I feel like lately Vitality's late game situations have been a bit more shaky, I guess, if that's the right word. Maybe I feel like there's times where they have a good lead, and then all of a sudden it's this. I don't like saying choke, but kind of, if that makes sense, right? And that's where I kind of beg the question, but we'll find out. I mean, our questions are going to be answered here in a little bit, and okay, well, yeah, I guess questions are really going to answer it, and I'm going to eat my own words, because Slayer's just going to be running around and rampant and just getting multiple kills with a pistol, and maybe a third he will not. But my goodness, what a way to get an opener.
Okay, hands up. Maybe you still got a game all along. Maybe Penguin knows something that we don't. That was absolutely ridiculous. Out of Slayer, Snake on low HP. Perhaps there is a world where they're able to get to that A side and do something with it. The question is, how much time do they have for the C4 plant? Toddson got a full kit of util. He needs to immediately drop down a smoke, though. That's going to be the most important part of this round. Smokes down. A little bit more shallow than my own liking. I wanted it a little bit deeper, but still doesn't really stop the round from being played. TEC got 2 through the GR spawn, and the third seems to be following pretty soon. So it's all about whether or not they'll be able to play what remains of this one. The crossfire between Snake and Toddson is going to be everything. They try to go through with a flash, but Toddson repeats another multi-kill, and Flex is no more. Vitality clench around from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, really good post-plant from Vitality, being able to just lock it down like that. And again, that's such a tough site to, retake into, because when you're in that fence and the smoke is kind of, the smokes are blocking it, you really don't have a lot of room, because you're essentially hoping you can get a pop flash through and just get the perfect timing to slip through there. So it's really such an awful choke point for the GR side, but nonetheless, Vitality do a great job being able to bounce back into that, with Slayer being able to find himself that double multi like we talked about, and able to kickstart themselves here with a great first round, just to be able to feel a little bit better considering how that first map went. Now, Spoxy perusing a little bit through mid here, trying to see if he might be able to find Snake, and again, he is there, and look at that. The Boogeyman appears one more time with Spoxy, and now Snare getting ultra aggressive as well, and you just see the snipers are loading this kill feed left, right, and center, and they're the guys that are so far picking up all the kills.
A chance for Snare to add even more to it. He's found himself in a perfect position here, but the multi-peak could have been his doom. Still, survives. That's one. Knows where the other one is, but the same peaks a bit too soon for Snare's own liking. And that means that now man advantage is in the hands of TEC. You've got that position before, and we've seen Vitality play that exact same play before. Last time around, it was Toddson that actually got the lion's share of those kills, but they switched up the optics. Instead of pivoting into GR spawn and trying to play by the fences, they go back through connector. Lion Claw's the first man in, and Slayer has been spotted. This should be an easy kill, and it is. And it's all in the hands of Toddson. A flash and a smoke is all that he has. No damaging utility on this side. And they actually decide to ascend from that part. Still playing by the fence. Might have a good angle for him, but the spray down is going to be more than enough. Rounds traded. Titan Esports Club still fighting Vitality.
Yeah, the one thing I'm actually really impressed with too is the fact of how Lionfall has been playing too. Like I feel like he's one of these guys that, again, like a vet that's been around for quite some time, but I feel like even just him putting up a little bit better stats has really gone a different way. So I feel like he's done a great job just being able to keep them alive in this. And look at Spoxy again, man, just an absolute field day right now, picking up multi-kills. Still even debating the hesitation here, Volt. Like, he's still contesting. He's like, yeah, maybe should I go one more? Should I do one more time? Get that triple? Really just solidify the round. But this time he does put a little bit more discipline in there. He's trying to mix things up. Slayer looks like he's going to peek mid. And Spoxy is just on fire. And this is kind of the thing. If he's playing like this, my goodness. And now it's a quad. We're on the territory of an ace here, Volt. This is insane. Single-handedly just taking this round into his own hands, and he's just trying to, again, get himself back into MVP category.
Yeah, you know, we definitely have had that race. And Snare slowed down. It's been Alucard's world. He's definitely the most impressive sniper in the West League to watch on an Ankara. But that is out of this world from Spoxy. 7 kills in the span of those 3 rounds. Could still add an 8 to the timing's opportune. Snake is trying to cross over from the bridge side. It's going to be Kiko to deliver an imminent headshot from that side. TEC now in the lead. And the question becomes for Vitality. How the hell do you stop Spoxy?
Well, and this is the thing, like, you know, in my past, I've always said about TEC, I'm like, man, I really hope they don't just rely on the Spoxy factor. But the thing is like, how can you not love it though too, right? Like when he's just performing like this and he's putting a multi-kill after multi-kill and getting openings and stuff like this, man, it is so fun to watch. Like you just sit back at a bucket of popcorn and you're just like, damn, this guy is sick. Like this guy can frag. And there's always been the conversation between all the talent, right? Where they say like where Spoxy is, you know, in CFWL rankings and then even like worldwide where he could be and stuff like that. It's very interesting. So he is such a fun and like spontaneous player to watch just because of what he can truly do. And like when he's feeling it, man, like he is absolutely feeling it.
Yeah, you know, of course, for Vitality, pretty smart to try to slow down the pace of the round, you know, play around with some of those smokes. This is going to be the fact that they need to play around the flashes more often. A difficult position for Snare or Horus, really, to actually play. Spoxy could easily get a kill and dip. So this is going to be a timing round. It all really relies on whether or not they're able to scale fast enough, because the take is on. Spoxy will 100% get a kill. I say that, but Horus deletes him off the rip. There's a chance to just wipe that side clean. Some damage done by Lion's Paw, but it's too far, too late. Snare has got his own, and the Zane should be caught off by Slayer, and that's another round gone. Vitality immediately recuperate, and that recalibration is going to actually make this one as intriguing as Mexico, because both sides are adapting to each other's play. And both sides seems to have some crazy shooters on their own right. Snare trying not to be ridden off in this game himself, and well, that's something that we haven't seen often. Your sniper taking that privilege of taking that duel, and on the Blacklist side, this season, Snare has been a phenom.
Yeah, he really has. He's really been creating a lot of good space here for his team. Wow, talking about space, I mean, Flex just takes so much damage with that nade. But again, he still gets the kill. But man, that was a costly one for him. But gets it done, and now Vitality changing up a gear a little bit. They're going to go right back into B. But this is, again, relying on Zane to be able to find the timing, but it's an overextension. And now Vitality seem to have themselves firing all the proper cylinders here. Now this is the potential territory of being able to find a second round in a row. TEC kind of slowing down a little bit. They're getting out-dueled. Vitality seem to be a little bit more ignited in this one. Flex, I would imagine, not long for this world in this round, and indeed he is not. So Vitality will scrape themselves a lead for the time being. But again, like you said, it goes back to the phenom of Snare being able to find himself these opening duels. And the snipers have absolutely been the turning point for both these teams. It's crazy how much of a shift we see from these teams once these guys start firing.
I mean, Spoxy's taking that duel again towards middle. This time backs off a little bit more, which does invite pressure onto the Zane, who, unlike New Mexico, actually been having a bit of a quieter game. That could have been a shot and kill for Snare. Overly eager, really, but somehow still able to get a kill and get away with it. How did they actually even get that done? Sure, Snare goes down, but it's a 2-on-3. in a perfect position on that side as long as they make no mistakes here. Should be a pretty easy round for them because what remains are the 2 TRGs. Not really the weapon of choice, but Spoxy is able to snatch Thoughtson, attempting to scale up into that GR spawn, and now it's back to a 2-on-2. Last time around, it was Thoughtson that was here on the clutch. This time around, TEC decide to split into 2 packs of 1, and that could
17.
give Vitality advantage. Could have an
that
adverse
timing.
effect because they are able to pick off one-on-one.
Ooh.
Timing could be everything. Snake knows where the other player is, but that is exactly the job to be done for Spoxy. Not to be outdone by Slayer, not to be outdone by Snare. 10 kills in those 6 rounds.
This is insane. Like, again, like the fact that, you know, Spoxy just posted up on the ladder, waiting for the cross. Patience is a virtue. He gets it, right? And then the fact that he's able to just, like, play with his teammate and go for that clutch again. This is where I was kind of making that comment originally on the first map where I was like, I'm really impressed to see what TEC are doing. Like, again, some basic stuff, but it's still how much of a difference it makes, right? The fact that the 2 of them were able to play, like, the one out of fence and the one coming out of vent. But yeah, Spoxy is absolutely on a heater right now, man. This is the thing. Like, we talked about what the snipers can do in a game, and we're getting the full preview right now of this from both teams. I mean, Spoxy's now put himself in the top fragging category in this server so far with a 10-3. So that's pretty ridiculous because, I mean, he's already got a bunch of his players combined here for, like, his score line. So he is single-handedly just putting on the backpack. He's got a ton of weight on it. And he's trying to do all the lifting as much as possible and just try to get themselves a huge W against their foes of Vitality, right? Just realizing, again, like, they want to have the bragging rights of beating them.
Right now, Vitality seems to be a bit more up-tempo. Flex able to make his TRB thing, but Kiko down pretty fast from a Greek to a Turk, and Zane this time around again. Shut down quickly. Vitality seems to have cracked his code. As Spoxy, as long as he is alive, no round is safe enough. Lions call. When we're talking about the experience, the veterancy. He's trying to be sneaky around this round. He just needs to buy enough of the attention of Vitality to allow Spoxy an inch of space. And with it, surely he can take a mile. The initial duel found. A little bit over 20 remaining. But that's a position where Snake should easily be able to take care of Spoxy. Initial damage. The kill found. And it does seem Vitality still grasping onto the lead, and it will be theirs.
Yeah, that was a tough angle for Spoxy, right? I mean, again, it's such a choke point and such a tight corridor that, like, he's kind of hoping that, again, the shots were missed initially, but, like, for you to go for a swing and to outwin that for, like, an M14, like, the probability seems kind of low, right? So it's a valiant effort for sure for TEC, but it doesn't work out. But now Snare, wow, he's been given a lot of real estate here. This is actually really scary because TEC are actually going for a mid crunch right now, so they do good. But look at that, Snare, just like that. Blink him an eye, finds this kill. Now TEC have to realize, okay, hang on. This is a bit of a problem because now they have way more real estate than they thought. But you can see Dezane here to save the day. Not all heroes have to wear a cape, and there's Spoxy being able to find himself another kill as well. And Dezane letting this player cross. I don't think he realizes it yet. They're right in front of each other. This is so awkward and so weird, but TEC, through the circus, a little bit of a merry-go-round, they make it for them again.
Method to this madness is what we have seen from TEC. Vitality really was just one good duel away from bringing the game back, right? Because Slayer crossed over. Imagine if he had the wherewithal of where the next players are, but right now Vitality need to be careful not to bring the duel too much into the other side, because Flex has been having a bit of a tear. Thanks to them running into him, did well to find first blood. And with that man advantage, usually other teams will slow down, but Horus is in a good enough of a position that he might be tempted to go a little bit further. Lion Claw low on HP, but the map control certainly within the hands of TEC. Once again, they aggress. This time, perhaps trying to hold a little bit more of an advanced position, and it worked out well for Flex. Left on very low health himself as well. So despite it being a 5-on-4, a well-placed nade can definitely bring the game back. Not going to be the case initially. C4 is still dropped, but they're going to be testing the luck on the reset.
Yeah, it seems to be, again, where Vitality have done really, really well. They've been able to get this A site pretty convincingly. So the fact that they were kind of anticipating it, I don't even blame them, to be honest. But now it's looking like a little bit of a switch up. Maybe even Slayer trying to see if he might be able to find a timing potentially. But Lion Claw holding this tight angle. And oh man, Slayer just gets the perfect execution onto it. So now a little bit of more real estate grabbed up here for Vitality. And again, one of the things that we noticed they've done well too is the fact of going for this underpass control, being able to swing into B has definitely been kind of, again, something they absolutely love. Spoxy was trying to get a little bit more overzealous. He was trying to see what he might be able to find, but instead of making the play, it seems that Vitality are the playmakers now. And it's all here and now, Volt, for this last round of the first half. And Vitality, they got themselves a sight.
Yeah, 30 seconds as well. Trying to see if they can probably sneak another kill before the time comes. Keep on the Zane, nowhere near the scene. So they'll need to take their sweet time coming through the underpass themselves. This time around, Slayer seems to be the one dispatch to hold that line of sight. Flex down early. An underpass is all that remains. Late flank coming in, but it might not be needed. Tolson has done well to start, and Snake will finish it off with a good trade. 5 rounds, it is for Vitality. Just a 1-round lead, but a lead nevertheless in the game that really, much like the Mexico, have been 2 teams of the highest order.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like at the 5-4, Vitality being able to find themselves scraping through into this. I mean, again, it's been such a back and forth affair, but now we'll have to see how TEC are going to do on the BL side. This is where Vitality, once again, were able to make some kind of magic happen a little bit against Swamp, but this is a very different team that you're playing here and now, so it's not going to be the easiest thing. So we'll have to wait and see. But I'm curious, because last time when we saw this map, this is when, you know, again, Horus was the one that was able to top frag. Snare was one of the top fraggers. We're still getting a bit of a, you know, a glimpse of that here from Snare right now. But somebody else here from Vitality is going to have to pick up a lot of the weight as well. And that goes for TEC too. I mean, we talked about, you know, Swoxy's 12-5, which is kind of ridiculous, but I'm still waiting for Kiko to be able to have his moment to shine too.
I mean, again, you know, it's another phase 1 matchup, another close game. Last time around, of course, in the first season, I do believe that the second map was next to Mexico. And we've already seen that one. TEC were able to find a win. No Black Widow this time around. But Flex, still a casualty nevertheless. Good timing there for Snake. But the Blacklist starting to aggressive Horus. And as we said, his position is of the utmost importance. Holds well for 1. Lion Claw not needed. But Snare doing pretty well, even on the pistol. He's able to find the lockdown. Lion Claw, too little too late to the party. Couldn't find a prompt activation. It seems like Vitality are going to be starting off that global risk side everything against Lion Claw, but he starts it off with a good kill. And there was the potential perhaps to isolate another duel. At least that's what he is looking for. But he's not going to be given that luxury. Well, Slayer could give him another 1v1, but the high-low should be enough, and the off angle gets the job done.
Yeah, it's good work here from Vitality being able to clean it up. And again, just the fact that Snare, one more time, like gets the TRG kill and the nice one-tap here with the pistol. I mean, that was just beautifully executed, right? The nice little bit of a double combo. You love it. So Vitality, like you said, they get themselves the opening round, putting themselves by 2 in advantage now. And now TEC, we're going to have to do something big here. And this is where, again, I would be curious on the entries, right? Like, we have seen Dezane doing a great job, like, kind of being that secondary third person in the sites. I almost would like to see Kiko, like, kind of being the entry point at this given state of how he's playing. But Lionfall looks like he's going to lead the charge. Pistols out. He's not even going to check the corner. They're not even going to look at that box. They're actually just going to go for the site. And they're not expecting the player to swing into this right now from Vitality. This is just mayhem one more time. And Vitality, close in comfort. They're not even going to wait on the smoke. They're just going to disobey it. And now, all through the thick and thin of this situation, is turned into a 2v2. Still open for anybody's grab. And now Dezane underneath the stairway might be able to find the timing of Horus. And there you go. Wow, my goodness. A little bit of a merry-go-round, I guess, but they are back into this game by 1 deficit.
Well, hell or high water, it is for TEC. Definitely trying to make sure that they're not going to be left out of this game without a fight of their own. Easy job done there in that round. As he said, again, another one of those rounds where they love to rely on the chaos a little bit. But we'll have to wait and see if they actually keep on going for the long haul, at least for now. Foxy should be taking one for free, but he really wasn't even ready for that duel whatsoever. Like, definitely a little bit to be questioned out of Snare. That should have been an easy kill for him.
Absolutely no question. Spoxy is just, It's been so cool to see because we talk about Spoxy and Snare and like the fact that both of them are just like absolutely firing at all cylinders. Like this is so cool to see. But now Horus maybe able to find a bit more. No, it's only going to be the 1-1. And now Totson going to be joining his teammate. He's going to try to tuck away in the corner of the box here if he can. TEC needs to clear this angle. Totson here with the M14 though. It's a good rifle to have. And now Vitality load up the kill feed. But there's Zane. A bit of a gazelle, able to just gallop his way to finding this duel, and all of a sudden it's turned to a 1v1. That C4 dropped in a terrible position right now. But again, time is available here for Dezane, so he doesn't even have to rush this. He can take all the time he needs. Slayer, this is where you kind of beg the question, okay, do I let this go? Do I kind of just, again, kind of explore the map a little bit and look at this reposition? Dezane might be falling into his own demise. Oh my gosh, they turned their backs. Oh my gosh, Slayer, how does that happen? Man, he's got a bit of a horseshoe somewhere in his house because I thought, again, Dezane, he had that on a platter, but unfortunately he misses the shot.
Well, that's somebody breaking a wishbone on the side of Vitality. Because their dreams might have just come true. A misplay from the side of TEC and Snare. Beating Flex through the punch this time. A much needed sigh of respite as well. Given that Spoxy have been tearing them apart once again. 15 kills at this half, 13 from Snare. And this time around, Spoxy still dangerous. Still another player down at Connector. But lovely play from Vitality. And they're going to be rewarded for their exploration. 4 on 3. Slayer even does it one better. Just Spoxy and Zane left, the two players that are the best performers for TEC, and they started off really well. An important kill for Spoxy. That leaves the A side open for a little bit more business if they are able to get the kill on Slayer, but the AK-47 gets the job done for the 1. The 417 taking his time to handle those casualties. Zane is again gonna get away with 1, but left with very low HP once more. Nade in his hand. More than plenty of time with the C4 on his back as well.
Yeah, and his HP is really low, so this is just not good. It's not an easy position. If he had more HP, I would definitely put him in actually a favorable position, especially just with his aim has been a little bit shaky. Like, he's still doing well for kills, but it seems like he's kind of, maybe, I don't know if he's nervous or anything, but it seems like he's kind of whiffing a little bit more often than we were seeing. Like, the two guys in mid, I thought maybe he was going to be able to find that double kill, but that's a lot to ask for. That's a tough one, but now he's in a position where he does have the sight if he wants, and Snake's actually just, again, playing full retake, which is fine. But as soon as Dezane goes for this plant, this is where, again, he has to make the play. He has to either commit on an off angle here, or he has to kind of press forward a little bit, but it seems like he's still actually playing relatively aggressive, and it's tough because the low HP, I was thinking, like, it almost would have been better to like put yourself behind the box maybe and just see if they kind of run past you or something, but his timing was just a little bit off. But now about timing, it seems like Vitality have themselves in a prime position here to maybe push this thing to the fullest boundaries of port. But I mean, I'm not going to get ahead of myself because I mean, what we've seen so far for Vitality in season 2 is we got to go to golden rounds, I guess.
I mean, they've been here before too, just a map ago on New Mexico, and it went all the way to a golden round indeed. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. I mean, there's definitely a case for Dezane and Spoxy to keep this game a little bit more competitive. But to be very honest, like, TEC have been basically in a Spoxy go kill mood. And if Spoxy does go kill, it works well. If Spoxy doesn't go kill, then some of the questions have got to be asked. Like, definitely, I feel like, we were talking about the Famous conversation earlier and the rumors and where Famous is going to go. Like, one of the biggest cases was this TEC team, right? And I feel like him for Kiko would have been a very intriguing thing for me, and like seeing how far that team can go. But I feel like, both players probably went for the team that suit them a little bit more. Like, unKnights a little bit more laid back, probably what Famous needs at the current moment in time. And Kiko, for a young player, gets to work with experienced names like Lionclaw and Flex, even like players that have proven international performances like Dezane and Spoxy. So I think, like, in hindsight, is definitely a good look. But all I'm saying that for is saying that, the integration of Kiko have taken its sweet time. And unlike, the case for Nemesis and some talk about Alucard and Raffin at times, Kiko really haven't panned out for the hailed prodigy that we expected him to be just yet.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think it was going back to that, our first series where we were talking about, for unKnights, and I actually, like, to be honest, but when we were talking about the rumor mill, I actually thought there was a small rumor about Famous joining like the TEC group, but then it didn't really make any sense because, again, like, despite Famous's efforts, I was like, I just, like you said, I feel like playing a team like that would have been tough for him because he's based in NA and his schedule would have been absolutely all over the place. It just wouldn't have made any sense, but could have been an interesting, addition if it could have happened. But I'm still pretty jazzed that Kiko's there. I feel like Kiko is just, I think he's trying to figure it out. And again, playing probably a very different system than he's used to. So that does take time, right? I mean, and I'm giving it up for TEC that they, they're still committing to it, which I think is a great thing. So hopefully we get to see him kind of get the rebound a little bit more here if he can.
Yeah, I don't want him to end up as the prince that never was kind of situation, right? Because I think that there's a lot of potential for Kiko, and we definitely do see it. He still shows flashes of brilliance, but clearly his role in the system, while still similar enough to what he was playing before, not really the best case scenario for him, but at least Foxy and Lionclaw are going to make this situation a little bit better. The scenario now in the favor of TEC after Slayer and Snare both go down to the trades. It's going to force some movement deeper into the B site. And lo and behold, Vitality leave the A side that is in question completely open. But there's an X factor. It has to be Horus on the lurk. He's taking a sweet time, and it seems like Spoxy got a 7th sense about that one. Right place, right time. That is magical and perhaps a little bit scary. That is too good to be true. Okay, that's too good to be true.
That's insane. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, like, because you were building up to it. And I'm like, I love it because Horus. I'm like, man, he's gonna get a flank here. Like, this is insane. And then all of a sudden, I'm watching Spoxy kind of jump spotting, and I'm like, and he's running backwards. I'm like, no, like, how on earth would he have known that? Like, his spidey senses were tingling. And he's like, yeah, no, there's probably a flank. I'm just going to check it quick. And look at him. Like, he's at a triple kill now, right? Since the attack. So Vitality, they got to run for the hill. Snake's like, okay, let's just have the conversation. I'm not even going to contest this. So TEC get themselves around back. But it feels like it's just been a little bit of an effort because their BL side has been not really as impressive as we thought it would be. Like I was kind of expecting a little bit more out of them here and now, but it kind of just feels like the strat of like, okay, Spoxy, go kill, and thank you, and then we're done. So we'll see. But now double snipers here for TEC. Flex has decided he doesn't want a rifle right now. Now it's a 2-round differential here, Volts, and I don't know, Vitality, are they playing with their food, or does TEC have something maybe a little bit more cooked up now?
I wouldn't call either of those two teams food for one another. They're definitely like cut of the same cloth, right? Like two teams that definitely have the competition edge inside of them, but they're also teams that don't really. I mean, at least that's what I felt like. Both Vitality and whether it was LCK in their previous name or TEC now, clearly have shown, yes, we care about this matchup. We want to win. But we want to win the title. We want to go to international events more. And, well, I mean, some of that is showing, right? Like, we're not really seeing that much depth, tactically speaking, for the two teams. Vitality definitely have been taking some of the more offensive liberties in the past round. But now in the second one, a lot more passive. And that's just box standard round from TEC, right? Smoke on the connector's edge there. Two players working their way through the connector as well. Might just end up in the underpass after all and try to revert back towards that B site. But it seems like Vitality are one step ahead. The rotation has already been made by two. It's only Slayer left in that A site, and the B site is bolstered.
Yeah, they're kind of running into the wrong site here because there's a big stack right now from Vitality, and Horus has to be able to find this first kill if he can. Zane's got a nade out. Oh man, look at that TEC. They just make such a, again, like a positional mistake. Like they have utility out when they're swinging a corner. Like they don't have their guns out, and Vitality just get it for free. Like again, this is just like such a weird mistake that we see from such a top team like TEC, and now Vitality on the brink here to close this map out.
They've got a good timing as well, right? Like they got the numbers. Perhaps if the execute was a little bit more rigid, they could have definitely had a chance. But yeah, that was a little bit lax, to be fair, from the side of TEC. Not really what you expect Good work though from Thompson. Early damage with the HE. They're trying to play the double push behind it. They go through the underpass. Doesn't really pan out too well for the side of PEC. That duel is everything, and despite Thompson getting that kill, the trade from Lion's Claw tips the scale back into dead even. 2-on-2. Yes, the B side is open, but Flex and Lion's Claw have full utility. Nearly the same case can be said about both Snare and Slayer. Only the HE messing from one. It's not going to be the end of the world, right? And they're taking their own time. Aggress down the A side. Eventually going to figure out that it is actually going to be B. Just going to be a question of how quick are they going to be off the other side of it, because Lion's Claw have eventually cleared that B side. Thankfully enough, Flex didn't really gaze too far down middle, because if Snare got that kill, that would have been game over. Now, the timer is on 35 seconds. And a chance for Snare to snatch a freebie. That he does. Lightning fast, as always. The flash is on. Did Snare know where Lion's Claw is? And well, it could be a claw, but of course, guns always best hands. It does seem that Lion's Claw trying to find the hands of Midas here. A chance with the time. Needs to be a stick from Slayer. Snare is trying to hold himself. And it's all about that stick. Just in the right place. A millimeter late. And it's going to be enough for Vitality to close off that one.
Oh my, what a way for that to go through. And unfortunately for Lion Claw, man, he just can't seem to be in these clutches. Like, and I don't mean any like beef, but it's like you feel for him because he gets in these positions where it almost looks like he can do it. And then he missed those couple shots onto Snare. He just couldn't get that kill fast enough. And then the Ninja Diffuse comes through and man, he can't catch a break. So, I mean, a break has been caught here for Vitality, though. They're able to get themselves a map back. They're going to be able to win their pick, which is, again, or not their pick, sorry. They're going to be able to win their opponent's pick, which is very, very interesting. So now we get to go to the full distance support. And it does kind of beg the question about where are we going to go with this. But we'll let Sekio and Penguin kind of, dissect this because I think there's a lot to talk about considering what we just saw here.
Of course, there is a lot to talk about and also break down. And one of the key points that I really want to speak about is how can you stop Spoxy, since he was one of those players that turned the game around and multiple times. He had the Vitality on the right foot and he always read their minds. It was part of his job, I don't know, but it looks like he was the anchor for Titan. But on the other side, somehow Vitality find a way to close this game. So Penguin, how did you feel the first half been going on, and what's your take on how did Titan play?
Well, the first half for Titans went very good because you're getting 4 rounds on the global side. It's so insane on Ankara actually, because normally we look for 6-3. Maybe on rare times 7-2, 5-4 is not that bad. Like it's not the best, but it's not that bad. So we thought that TZ definitely gonna be having something on the blacklist side, which surprised me that the guys only had 2 strategies. One of them is push aside, and the other is just let's Foxy get us one frag maybe, and then we end on one of whichever side that we decide. I haven't seen anything else impactful from TC. I don't know actually. I still don't know what's the reason of TC picking Ankara, because I haven't seen any crazy strategies, of course, from them. Also, I have seen a better performance coming up from Vitality players on Ankara rather than watching them playing New Mexico, because at least the players from Vitality, they know the fundamentals and the basics of Ankara. They played it a lot, and they have one of the best players that's usually playing Ankara, which is Slayer. He's always everywhere and the guy that's supporting you. So TSC, they started very good, but yet their blacklist side was just so shaky. We haven't seen a well-structured push except on A side, and when they tried B side 2 times, they just got spotted, and also when they went to side, they just instantly got eliminated, which is kind of, for me, was I think that they need some time to work on their blacklist side, because of course they're not showing everything, but still we haven't seen the best out of them. Spoxy is the guy that's always saving them, but it's not gonna be only Spoxy playing, and you want to win, especially if you're playing versus a team like Vitality that all of them are on the scoreboard. Yet Gods maybe not having the best, but still they're having a very good KDs.
I love that you mentioned Spoxy. He is the guy who has been standing out for Titan Esports, and looking at his KD, he's 2.0 on the KD department, which is pretty magnificent. Like, he would look at that guy and know, like, yeah, he's been trying to lift Titan Esports from that position. Kiko is coming a little bit short in this game. Like, it feels that he had a very, very rough time here playing. And of course, Ankara on the other side, I don't know, I can say that I saw a stable and steady performance coming out of Vitality. It felt like they had some ups and downs through this game. It feels like, yeah, maybe you can give the MVP to either Slayer or Snake from Vitality, but we all know that Spoxy is the guy that should take the MVP. Has been everywhere on this map, and once we go to map number 3, I believe they're gonna be having a different talks, a different strats, since we had a little bit of a stretch on Ankara. It felt like, yeah, we might see a different result coming out from Titan, but actually what happened, or like the truth is, once we entered the second half, it felt like Vitality knows how to get it done, and they actually made it. I believe like the second half was 5-2 when it comes to the round department, and they absolutely killed it. So for you, Penguin, we have seen a lot of ways that Vitality could have won this game, but we will talk about the third map, but after this small break. Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL. As always, I'm gonna be your host for today, and by my side Penguin. And if you didn't watch the early two games, I was not even the host. We had Laz, we had Volt, we had also two really incredible matches. And of course, both of them went 2-0. But as we start the match between Vitality versus Titan Esports, everything goes around. Those are the big dogs. Of course, the reigning champion versus the team that's trying to get back into his spot. And as we are speaking, they played New Mexico. It went to the full stretch. Of course, we had Ankara, not Anubis. I don't know why I'm still thinking of Anubis. The Vitality managed to close it out, but now we are entering the third map. So let's cut the chase and get right into the action, since Laz and Volt are waiting for the game to start. So back to you guys.
You're right about that. I really want the game to start. So because now we're all the way, and wow, I'm really small on the screen right now. But I was gonna say we're waiting for the third game because we're going all the way. And Vitality couldn't close it out in the first, and then TEC unfortunately couldn't get things moving on their picks. So now we get to go to Port, which again is such a historic matchup and a map that these teams have played on. So it still begs the question. But I don't know about you, Volt, but I was kind of thinking about this during the break about, I feel like now I'm kind of worried for TEC just because Spoxy putting himself up at a 2.0 KD. I can't imagine he's going to do that again. Like, I just don't see a world he replicates this.
Can I say, I think that he will. I know
Copium.
It's a bit of a reach.
I like it.
But here's the thing, I'm high on the Copium, okay? Still got another whole best of 3. We're gonna go from the biggest derby in the CFWL to the Egyptian derby later anyway. So, I'm already all in on this one. So my wager is going to be that, Spoxy and Zane, the two of them, are actually going to be more than enough to see a third competitive map. I don't think it's going to be one side or the other. I think that we've seen good things from both sides, but my one worry for Vitality is actually going to be Snake, because he plays some difficult positions on this global risk side, and especially the bridge connection. It's something that TEC loves to exploit from time to time, and they're one of the teams that are definitely very lenient towards playing towards the stair, trying to just snare here or there if possible, and they're trying to do that very early on. A good position from Kiko, and they've set themselves up for an A-side start for their very first stake.
Yeah, well, the derby continues, like you said. So for TEC to be on the BL side, it just kind of, again, we didn't really get a lot from them on the previous map on the BL side, and I agree with Penguin. I think it was a little bit odd they picked that map where they were kind of like one, maybe two strategies where you were thinking they had this like, full scrapbook of what they were going to do. So we'll see what they have for Port. And this one's always a little bit tough because, again, a lot of teams really like to, really default it a bit on this map. But Vitality have been able to get some good reps of experience on this one as of recently. But looks like TEC might just go for the old B pop and everybody's in house. They're ready to go. They're going to throw these nades. And now it's all about Vitality being able to counteract here. Now the clock is getting thrown, but there's that position from Potson. It's not enough for a multi, but there's Kiko. Finally, the guy that's been in the shadows, he gets to shine a little bit bright in this moment. Now Snake coming in for a double kill as well. This is just pandemonium all over again here in Vitality. They just pop out of nowhere, a little bit of a Houdini effect, and now it's just down to Spoxy, the guy that's been hot, now needing to put up a clutch of a 1-on-3 with no bomb control whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, started off pretty well thanks to Kiko. It's not impossible for Spoxy, but Horus should have a massive advantage. Slid there through the window could lend Spoxy an advantage. Elevation is everything. The spray down is good enough. Little labored from Horus, but gets the job done. Vitality are off to a bright start. TEC needed a hero there. Nearly good enough from Kiko. But that highlights the pain point. I'm looking at the Zane, I'm looking at Lion Claw, two people that will need to be in their A game to take down this Vitality Port.
Yeah, no question about it. Now Vitality being able to start on the GR side and getting themselves the first opening round. That's going to feel very, very good for them. And now Totson once again trying to be a bit of a playmaker, finds this opening duel one more time. It's actually the second time he's been able to do that. And instead of actually Spoxy being on the tower, it's actually Horus that's able to ignite the rifle here and being able to find this. So now TEC, like I was saying, I was a little bit worried about them maybe being even more deflated, just considering the first map went all the way. The second map was a very close game too. And this is where, again, you have to be able to kind of push over the hump a little bit on this one, where you have to kind of go all the way to the last map, and Vitality have that momentum in their favor, but Desane able to find a nice shot. But again, you're asking for a lot here. This is still 1-on-3, pretty much 2 full HP players here from Vitality, and already Slayer caught on the heels, should be able to have this kill, and there it is. Yeah, Vitality are really making a bit of a good statement here again.
Yeah, you know, they made for the cook. Horus definitely cutting his chops in that one. Same can be said about Snake. And I was talking about that, right? I said, like, it is going to be very important that Snake has a good game on the global risk side. Off to a pretty solid start. Snare not truthfully tested so far. And that could be the one other avenue that they have. But TEC seems not to really have the will to test Snare early on in the game. Instead, eyes are on Totson and Slayer. They're trying to hold down their line. Players are trying to scale their way into the barn. Chance for Lion's Claw here on the back of the flash. First kill from the pistol. A missed shot from the one. But Slayer still is at least able to get the one trying to cross through the bridge. And Lion's Claw find the important duel. The smoke should deny their crossing. And it's the second kill for Lion's Claw in that line. Even a third for him. Despite the best efforts for Slayer, he's left alone in a 1-on-3. The C4 should go down momentarily. Slayer only got 28 points of health remaining anyway, so that should be the bounce back for TEC.
Yeah, it really should be, right? I mean, this is where, again, TEC, like, they seem to make, when they're down by 2, they are usually throughout this series alone, like, they've been the one that's been able to find that first round back, right? Like, it seems like Vitality don't get too much of a lead at the point, so this is good for TEC to be in this position, unless, again, Slayer can pull up like they're almost impossible, right? I mean, I was gonna say low HP. He has still 3 players he has to go against, but great work from a bunch of the guys here from TEC. And Lionclaw right now is sitting himself in top ranking territory, which is a good thing to see as well. So now, with the goose egg removed here for TEC, it's gonna feel a little bit better, but we're gonna have to see some more again, strategic plays and what they're gonna do on the BL side and what they're gonna be able to cook up for us. And it looks like Totson, again, just kind of playing around many different positions. We saw him pushing mid before. This time he was outside of B main. And now Zane, actually, he's able to find Slayer kind of going overzealous here in that B main corridor.
Yeah, good positioning for them to find. Slayer down early. Exactly talking about this. Flex is trying to rejoin the rest of the team. It's a full-on direct head towards B. So that repositioning from Snare is everything. Spotting the one, taking the kill. Doesn't really need to re-aggress them. Well, that was overzealous from him, and they're going to be punished severely because they're able to avert their full attention towards the B site, and now Snake and Horus left in a 2-on-4. The flash for a facilitation. First good kill from Horus, but now they need to find a little bit more. The trade sequence worked out well, though. Even with Snake getting that kill, he's left on 13 HP, and this should be a round over. The Hail Mary from Snake trying to work his way into the barn. But Kiko's more than ready for any attempts from that side.
Plan comes through. Now it's all about the timing for Snake here. Low HP, so again, they just have to breathe on him, and there you go. Yeah, TEC should be able to bounce back. They do. Okay, I was worried a little bit about their firepower. I was a little bit worried that they weren't going to be able to keep prevailing, but it seems like I will maybe be vested on that, and I'm okay with it, because I thought Vitality maybe had themselves a slight edge being able to push this thing to a third and final. But TEC, like you said, they don't want to give up yet. This has been the highlight match of the day. And a lot of pride for both these teams fighting, you know, again, Vitality, arguably, we know the storyline. #1 team, you know, blah, blah, blah. We know TEC, #2 team. They just want to beat them. They want to take down the Giants. They want to make them bleed a little bit. And this is where, again, it's good to see this still going back and forth, and that TEC have not, you know, kind of hunkered down and kind of, you know, just taking a beating on this one. They're actually fighting back. They're swinging quite hard.
Yeah, and of course, it took them a little bit to be the #1 team for this lineup, but eventually they did. Best results as well for Iumena. But for Horus, a good result against Flex either way. Snare's back up top. He needs to find a kill. Deletion of Spoxy, fast as lightning for Lionfall, and now the Zane trying to lead his way back into safety. An important kill onto the other side, but the C4 is still out in the open, and they'll try their best to take Snare out. Good damage from the frag. It's going to be enough to find yet another kill. 2 on 3 for their side, but look at the flank. Slayer he should really win that round. They should have him dead to rights. I mean, all the Snake needs to do here, buy a little bit of time, perhaps hold the TRG, try to go for a pot shot or two. On the stairs, and Snake rather, has to be careful. Zane on one side. It's all a matter of timing. They can see each other, but on the stairs it's going to be so easy for Snake. Taking over the mantle from their sniper and keeping the lead in their hand.
Yeah, they take the lead, but it only is by 1, and there it is, Slayer. This is really nice to see from Vitality, just the fact, again, that they're putting themselves in positions where, again, they're winning these opening duels, they're pushing down mid, they're just creating a lot of, the man advantage early on. Like, I really like this from them, like the GR side. We talked about this on New Mexico, where they were trying to do some really aggressive plays, like double players are going to swing down and overcommit. This is just like simple peaks, going for a firefight, they're going to win it. Now they can just reset. This is, to me, this is like classic GR side for a bunch of these teams. Like, this to me is like picture perfect, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, exactly. I want to play a GR side on the port, to be fair. I certainly agree. But at least from the point of view of TC, they're doing a few bit of things right. They get their bridge control, they get that cross, and if they're able to replicate that kind of success, then suddenly things become a lot more dangerous for their side. Snare knows the game plan, but can he execute on finding some of those kills? The flash not coming in initially. Here comes Kiko, 4-4, the sniper to find a kill. The support is there, the Zane not really allowed the limelight. 2 for Todson, despite Snare going down. That should be an easy cleanup for the AK, and it will be. Spoxy's best is not going to be enough, and TEC taking an early timeout in hopes to cauterize this bleeding.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Like, I mean, we always kind of theorize around the timeouts and everything, but I think given how this game is going, I think I would agree with this timeout being utilized now. Like you said, kind of stem the bleeding a little bit, kind of slow things down, put the band-aids on, whatever you need to do. Like, I just to figure out how do we fix this wound a little bit and move on. So it's a good way for them to clean things up. So I'm all for it. Loons clearly has noticed something where he wanted to get his wisdom out there, which is good. So now we get to see these two vets being able to, have a chat, Flex and Loons. And then also for Vitality, I mean, this is a great position for them to be in, because now they can also just have a quick conversation as well. And things are going their way, but any like little touch-ups they want to do, at least they can do it here now. They can have that combo.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, if we're just looking at it from that perspective, what is there really to talk about, right? Like, I feel like the most important thing are 2-part. Can they actually stack enough nades to make Snare as uncomfortable as possible if they go towards A? And then the second question is, how do we use our bridge control? Because I feel like those are the 2 points of success. And it has just been about the conversion, right? Like, it was Spoxy getting that kill that could have made the round a little bit more feasible after they got the kill on the bridge. Their success also towards the B side have really been reliant on them fighting early openers. So I feel like this is where their system is supposed to lean on a little bit more. Perhaps they need to just let Spoxy a little bit more loose. And I feel like if he tries to replicate what Snare was doing for the first 2 maps, where he's like the combat sniper, he plays CQC, try to go for the aggression, could work out a little bit well for them, even if Spoxy isn't really as accustomed to those close ranges. The way that the port is really lined up, yeah, if he just gets through bridge and gets to that connector area, there are a couple of good duels that I would always say Spoxy is going to be favored if he has the anticipation for their position.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's where I was kind of begging the question about. I think we were both thinking differently, because I was like, I don't know if I see Spoxy just doing it again, right? Like, I mean, he put up a 2.0. He was the firepower. Like, let's not forget, like, TEC was Spoxy. Like, it was just him, right, on map number 2. But that's what I was thinking. I'm like, that might be a lot to ask. I mean, oh my goodness, Slayer. He's actually really quick on the trot here, but again, this is where, again, I beg the question, is it worth it? Maybe not, but they do get the trade instantly back with that utility. So, I mean, in some regard, it looks all right. And again, it throws a little bit of a wrench in this situation just now because TEC kind of have to, again, figure out, okay, what do we want to do with this? Now they might even just sit back for even longer because they're expecting that Vitality might just be ultra aggressive. So this is a decent mind game, but thankfully it's not what we saw in New Mexico, right? That was the worst thing where we saw them just double player pushing and then they just get annihilated. So it's an improvement. Yeah. I'm happy about that.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, my one question there, though, like, I really like the idea from Vitality of bringing Horus towards the A site, putting him closer. I just thought that they're going to try to insert him with a flash, right? Try to take a duel. Not really going to be the case here for that one. And that means that, well, while they got the right idea and they're not that far off the B site, Thompson really needs to hold his own. The AK in his hand, it is vintage work. I love the classic when I ever see one, but it seems like Kiko, wanting to usher in a new age and Snare, is going to really be denied of that line for now, and that puts a lot of pressure on Horus, who needs to find some early success, supported here by Snare, to get himself into the barn, if possible. But he's waiting for a mistake. Not going to be the case here. And with those 30 seconds, now they need to get him.
Yeah, they really do. 25 seconds, and now they've been spotted, and Flex really good control of the rifle, being able to handle that recoil. Nice little bit of a kill before he drops down, and then even the repeak, and all right, he's going to be able to find that double. So TEC, they use the tactical to their advantage. They're able to get the round in their favor with 3 alive, so that's always a nice little bit of a comfort and reassuring feeling too. So not bad. Kiko being able to find himself too, being able for Flex to find the double as well. So decent work from different players here on the TEC team. But Vitality still have themselves the lead. They got the single sniper now, and this is where TEC have actually double equipped here, the double sticks of the TRG. So this will be a little bit interesting that Flux has kind of mixed up his playbook just to see what he might be able to find for an opening duel, if possible. But a lot of contention outside of B still. Slayer seems to be the one that's really, again, just, you know, going on a peruse. He's trying to see what he's going to be able to get away with. This time he's not going to push on through. He's not going to send it, but this time he's still going to keep on moving around. He's going to keep on trucking.
And I'd like to say a little bit more from Vitality, right? They renewed the smoke on the barn, but they didn't really have it as their main point of attraction. They just tried to deny any early rush from the side of TEC. Then they put a little bit of their attention towards middle. Eventually, in the mid-round, they'll need to let it go just because their utility is going to run a little bit light. But even then, in that case, you can tell. A re-smoke on that side, a nade from Horus as well. They're trying to eventually corral that TEC team back into the A site if possible. And if that is the case, then a lot of the presence of Snare there on the defensive sniper position is going to be so important. But for now, Spoxy routed back towards the B site, and that means that Slayer, who started off the round with a good amount of damage on the Zane, will need to have a little bit more success on his own. Right angle, right idea, but he cannot stop the rush. This time, Ryan Claw is down. Kiko found a double entry last time around. There's one, looking for more. Will he be able to find a double kill? Is going to be the real question. Slayer is out of commission. Horus is not going to be called on the cross. That's an important shot miss from Flex. And a second time of asking a question mark really for Horus. And it's going to be all the spoils for TEC. Carlton is the last man standing. Low HP on both. That's one on the pistol. AK now out for more, but he's out in the open expecting a mid push, but it's not to be. And it is to be TEC tying the score once more.
Yeah, it's great to see from TEC, like the fact that, again, this timeout has been able to grab in 2 rounds in a row, and it seems like the words of wisdom here from Loons is, again, it's been very effective because, again, this just put them back into a tie game situation, last round of the first half. Still up for grabs for either of these teams, and now Vitality, they haven't been able to really find their way to getting these site holds like they were before, but now even Slayer, he's going to have himself the TRG, so they're going to actually do the double sticks as well. So both these teams were walking it, so they're going to mix up the composition just a little bit here with the inventory of the guns, and we'll see what TEC want to go for. I mean, we haven't really seen a ton of A pops. It seems like B has really been the the focal point on this game so far in the first half. I feel that this A site has kind of been slightly tested, but not really that much effect. Seems like B is kind of just the one-stop shop, I guess. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, let's see if that actually changes, right? Because coming from Vitality, again, I like that setup, but the question then becomes, well, why are they not pressuring on top of that setup, right? Why isn't there a player that's playing all this? How is Boxy allowed this much space? Like, all of those questions that kind of do boggle the mind a little bit, Laz. And another one of those questions is, where the hell is the support for Horus? Like, imagine if he has a flash here, free kill, takes care of A main. Again, I'm not really the biggest fan of the way that Vitality are playing it, a little bit more individual. And they could be punished for it. 4-on-5 it is as is anyways. And they're going to be trying their run towards the B side. Important kill for Slayer. But he will need support for more. Snake cannot even find a single kill. Couldn't slow them down for a moment. But Slayer on the pistol is able to find some good work. The timing from Spoxy is perfection. Life is a dream for TEC. Those B side hits has been impeccable, succulent work from them.
I love that word, succulent. But yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with you. It is a great way for TEC to be able to close off that half, right? I mean, that was a 4-2, and the fact that they were able to just essentially being able to find the couple rounds in a row, the 3 rounds essentially to getting themselves the lead is a great thing to see. Like I said, it felt like whatever they noticed, they were able to just take these sites a lot more convincingly. It felt like it was very challenging at moments, and Vitality were kind of just, again, running away with it. But then it's just like Loons kind of expresses something where he's like, hey guys, like catch up to the same page. Like this is exactly what they're doing. Let's just exploit it. And they do a good job of it. So now Vitality pondering a little bit here, as you can see some deep thoughts. Everybody's kind of, listening intently to their coach, and probably Snake as well for conversation. But this puts TEC in a great position on the GR side now moving forward, whereas Vitality is going to be on the BL. But now it is begging still the biggest question of like, who is going to walk away with this map? It's very much the unknown paradox that we don't know yet, because again, despite this lead, I'm not still even remotely convinced that TEC can run away with this yet.
Yeah, again, I'm a big believer of Spotsy, and I feel like we've seen enough from their side. But if we're going to turn the leaf over to Vitality and talk about what happened, I don't really see a reason why they need to be in deep thought. I feel like they haven't really run the full course of their tactics. And maybe that's the one thing that is a little bit disappointing. And where I'll actually go back to something that Penguin have said earlier on in the season, or earlier on today, rather, where he said like Vitality is only showing like about 60% of their whole level. And I feel like we're seeing that now. Like, imagine if they go back, they watch the demo, they understand the tendencies a little bit more, and like, hey, maybe if we actually had an earlier pincer there, maybe if we had more aggressive insertions for Horus, things could have changed a little bit more. Right now, Vitality on BL and fairly fearless towards the A side here. We rarely see teams actually try to play that kind of setup. 2 players early on towards the A side. And right now, it's all about raining utility down on Spoxy. They actually want to get that insertion in, but they're keeping some presence towards the B side. Just actually, TEC leans heavily towards A themselves, but it's not like that they're moving away from their typical default. Flex taking some initial damage during the HE, not much traded from the other side. Solid work from Vitality to start. And they've decided to take that damage and lean a little bit heavier towards the B side, and now it's all in the hands of Kiko.
Yeah, I was kind of begging the question if they were actually going to commit to this, but like you said, Kiko now has to be the star. He has to be able to shine, and look at that. A double kill will definitely do. At least he's able to find himself a 2-piece before he gets taken out. So that's going to help in the sense of TEC being able to lock things down as much as they can. Now Vitality, losing Horus, losing Totson, is going to have to rely on Slayer to be able to find this kill. Flex, a bit of an overextension. Once again, it's just this questionable decision of like, why needing to swing? You have the man advantage. I get that he's trying to get some information, but it feels like it's like little too late. There's just no reason for it at this point for me. So now it gives Vitality right back into an equal situation where this is really putting them in a prime spot to be able to find this round maybe back, right? We get to see that Lion Claw is actually the one that's pushed through A, so he's actually going for a big flank potentially. Snare's got a bit of an inkling on this. Foxy is just trying to distract them as much as possible. Bit of Neo action here. He's kind of just dodging bullets like the Matrix. And now Spoxy reposition, and what a shot from Snare. My God, what a flick of the wrist.
I mean, this man has been absolutely impeccable in some of those quick shots. It seems like the rest of TEC are going to fall apart. They got the kill on Spoxy earlier. They would have won the round anyways, but now left in another clutch. And we've been critical on Lionclaw in those positions before, but he's got plenty of time, 1v2, where there's no utility left for Snare or Snake. And he can try to isolate 1v1s, but he's going to take his sweet time for that one. Eventually, he will need to give this one a go. Lionclaw took too much time for that round, and it seems like it's all but over. He is a foregone conclusion, and Vitality will bring the game back to a tie.
Yeah, clutch factor here for Vitality and being able to persevere through it. It was looking like TEC might have been able to have themselves a potential situation for that, but like I said, again, some of these late round calls, I'll have to ask Flex one day, because I just like, I'm not quite there. I don't quite understand the reasoning for the long A push like that. It's such a high risk, and I don't feel like the reward is that high to me. Now this is a bit of an off angle, should be able to get the kill. I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't almost get a collide. I thought he almost had that so close, but at least he can find the one. Takes down Slayer, so that's a really good kill. But now you still have Snare alive in the server, and he's already having himself a good performance already since the switch over to the second half. But now the question, Spoxy might get tested here. It looks like Vitality look like they might try to contest this. And the hot sniper, they're going to see if it's really going to be that hot. It seems like it could be here, Bolt, because he finds the first. And TEC, I should say, look at how quickly they just mop the floor with Vitality and right back into a winning way.
After all, it actually could be the show back. After all, why not? The Zane back in form alongside Spoxy. That is the way that they were able to win New Mexico, but Flex down early. Vitality seems to be prevalent in some of those early duels, and we've seen more of that in Mexico as well, where they were just able to take on the heads-on duels in New Mexico, and that's how they got most of their wins. 5-on-4. Usually, I would always say, hey, like, if Vitality get themselves in a position like that, with how clutch they are, they should be able to close it out. But another one of those setups where I'm not a fan. Player should definitely find more than just one kill. Lionclaw on the other side, down low, not anticipated, but nearly actually found there on the wall bank. If Horus goes down and they take care of Lion's Claw, the A site will be open. That's why they're rotating all those members, but it means that Vitality have got a free path to the B site, and that's exactly where they're going for now.
Yeah, it's a great fake. It was a magnificent fake, actually, and this is what they've done well before, and Horus should be able to find this kill, and he does. Yeah, this is Vitality's round, like, no question. And it's kind of funny, we talked about this before, where again, Horus is typically the guy that's like the spearhead, right? Like, he's the guy that's going first. He's the guy that's kind of the entry. He's kind of switched things up where he's being a bit of a lurk now. So it's actually, I'm not even against it, because I think he's actually done a pretty good job of it, because normally Totson seemed to be the guy that kind of was running around and kind of just, again, being a distraction point, but Horus seems to think that he can do it now too, which is a good change up. So great job from him. Again, just a full distraction, finds the double kills, and that was really just the nail to the coffin to my perspective.
Yeah, and I mean, not only are they doing that, but they're also, I will definitely say, switching things up a little bit between him and Thompson. It's not like Horus has become the dedicated lurker by any stretch of the imagination. He just plays some of the spots on the map, and I really like this evolution of their side. Goodness gracious, what a shot by Snare. Could find a little bit more. He knows where Flex is, and he's hungry for another duel, but smart enough not to put himself in harm's way. It's 5-on-4 for Vitality, but both Slayer and Snake understand if they die, all of that work is for naught.
Yeah, being done the man on the GR side is so tough, because again, you kind of have to you have to double up in a site, and now the execute's coming through. So this is a bit of a good situation for TEC, but Kiko can't seem to find a kill. Now the rest of these players are here, but look at how fast Vitality just, again, they just get the rifle or the rifles to start just igniting and getting the shots perfectly. Zane does find himself a little bit of a consolation prize through this just before the smoke actually fully blooms, which is not bad, but oh man, even that kill from Snare, I was going to say maybe a nade can get thrown here from TEC, but not the case. Vitality now on another round lead. Slowly and surely we're getting to this endpoint of port, but No ships have sailed yet. It's still much on the docking station of where this could go.
7-1 for Snare. Off the back of that timeout, he's really been revelation on the Blacklist side. You know, usually we know that he does his best work on the BL side, but not to this extent. He's been monstrous today. Definitely back within the contention. Foxy seems to be more handled on the global risk side, and you know, definitely gotta give a little bit of that towards their coaching staff. They know exactly the tendencies of PEC, as we've seen the two teams know each other like the back of each other's hands. And Flex seems to have a good idea. This Zane demolishes Snake. That is an instant deletion on that side. But no incision into the stairs either. Horus is aware that Flex is up close, and instead of trying to bring the fight into him, they're trying to let Slayer play off the off angle himself. Lion's Claw, I think you've seen that one. But no trigger pulled from either side yet. Flex is back in on the aggression. And Vitality, for the first time in this entire half, they just feel stuck. They don't know where to go from mid.
Yeah, don't they? Yeah, they really, really do. And this is again where, you know, when you're on the GR side and you're able to find that opening duel, it makes such a world of a difference, because then really you can just kind of sit back and relax. The BL side has to work a little bit harder. This time, Snare, once again, like you say his name and he appears, because he's able to bounce back, takes down Flex, he goes down. Now making it back to the forward. But we have 38 seconds remaining, and it seems like Vitality going to just set their sights here on the A side. They're going to take down Spoxy, where again I was thinking Spoxy's going to need to be able to find some kills, but Vitality seem to be the ones kicking down the damn door, and it's all just down to Kiko again, and it's just not long for this round. It just feels like his fate was already sealed, and 8-6, Vitality closer and closer to the breaking point, but maybe they'll go to golden round.
Yeah, Horus is fired up. Those guys want to end in regulation. You can tell a lot of enthusiasm on the side of Vitality. Perhaps a bit too much for their own liking, because Foxy, set to be a Terminator here, almost found a collateral. It's going to be Lionclaw, even adding one more on that side. So despite the trades being even towards B, such an aggressive play, brazen from Lion's Claw, actually able to lend the advantage back into the hands of TEC. Now they got two players working their way into the barn. A third to follow as well in Kiko. All three fully kitted with utility. There's a lot on Snake, but he wants to choose the time. It's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain hellfire, and all three Vitality are able to steal a ninth, and they are on match point.
Oh my goodness, what a play. What a beautiful play. I can't wait to get that back in the replay, because again, that was again perfect execution. I was thinking Snake, I love that he was just expecting somebody to come from the high ground. They all go on the lower corridor, and they don't even check it. Like, they don't even expect him to be there at all. And he had a full shooting range of, you know, just being able to take all three of them down. My goodness, what a way for that to happen. And that's kind of the thing about the M14, right? Like, you have so many bullets that you can just go for these massive spray kills like that. But I haven't seen that for a little while. But big from the IGL, big brain, high IQ, and he's able to get themselves now on match and series point as we're in this technical pause.
Oh, that is some impeccable work. And you gotta say, definitely a bit of a ballsy call from their side. But I guess their faith is rewarded, right? TEC don't have a lot of time. They need to clear two guys, and they were trying to be a pack, but I guess they were also pack-minded. None of them actually checked the other angle. And credit to Vitality, they've held on so well in the last couple of rounds, especially on this one, because this could have gone very wrong, right? Like, they just decided, hey, we're gonna run towards B. We're not gonna try to take the duel. We're gonna take a risk, and sometimes risk works, sometimes they do not. I mean, Snare has been a demon, to be fair. If you're on the side of Titan, what really is the other option that you would have, right? Like, that's the question that I'm thinking, right? Like, the Zane, Kiko, even Lionclaw, all three of which haven't been able to find any consistency. And that has been the problem for TEC on this board, is that they can't really rely on someone next to Spoxy. And even if Spoxy is asked to deliver, Snare seems to have his number here.
Yeah, especially for this third map, I would definitely agree with you. Like that's where I was. That's kind of been, I feel like I'm so negative with this team, and I never mean to be. It's just like that's always been my criticism, is that I feel like Spoxy is like #1 player. We get these moments where Dezane, like we've seen in this series, he starts to play really, really well, and that's what you need, right? Like, so I'm kind of waiting for, like, again, who's the secondary and third player on these teams, but it's such a wish-wash on TEC, which I kind of hate seeing. There was definitely a period where Flex was like a very decent secondary player, and IGLing, by the way, so like he was just doing a ton of roles, but it's been a big shift. It's really changed a lot in this last year and a half, I would say, probably, maybe even a little bit longer, possibly, but something has changed in the wind, or something changed in the water for these guys, because it's just not the same composition that we're used to for that firepower, especially for minus Spoxy, I should say.
I mean, to be fair though, like you do really understand the setup for the team, right? Like what they're supposed to do. Of course, they've changed the maps a little bit. They're a team that love playing that Eagle Eye, but Vitality know that, and they were not going to give them the Eagle Eye anytime soon. And if it was there, then maybe I would have said, oh yeah, like I can definitely see Flex at the second star in that map. I can see Flex also being a bit of a like second star when they also do play what's his name, Black Widow, right? It's another one of those maps where Flex really likes the position that he's played, and he's so comfortable on those. But here on Port, I feel like a lot of the responsibility falls on Dezane, and we've seen flashes again. And it's not really to be critical just to be critical. I think that both of us have high expectations of TEC, because they're supposed to be second best, and they are so close of taking down Vitality time and again. But it's just those details, right? They're a team that, if only they could actually be consistent, they'll be a lot scarier. I mean, that is the case also for Vitality at times. But the great thing about Vitality is that there are always two people that show up. Whether it was like, even if Snare was a bit cold in Season 1, you had a lot of great performances from players like Slayer, like Totson, to keep the team afloat. And now that Snare is back, who knows what kind of form other teams actually need to have to shut down Vitality.
Yeah, it's true. And that's where I think everybody's always kind of alluded to the same point about, like, Vitality seem to have all 5 players can have their good moments, like to shine and pop off. Whereas I think for TEC, it feels not quite the same effect, if that makes sense. Like it definitely isn't the same. So now, I mean, even Kiko going down like this, it's a bit unfortunate, but Vitality and TEC, again, just a little bit back and forth, does give the man advantage here for Vitality. They're not going to mess around. They're going to get this plant down. Crossover here for Snare. And both players from TEC looking like they may actually try to go all the way around through B main this time around. They do have a little bit of utility available. Like actually a single piece of utility, but at this point they just got to go with swinging here, Volt. They just got to go for the fight. 20 seconds remaining. They cannot wait any longer. This could be the moment. Lion Claw finds himself this first and now is on the hunt for more. And this Lion needs to be hungry, but unfortunately he gets humbled, and we get to see Vitality retaining themselves, winning ways, and they get it done in the third map, and they don't have to go to a golden round. I am amazed.
No overtime. I think that's pretty much the exact same score that we've also seen on the map 2, if I'm not mistaken. So that is already impressive enough in their own right. All credits to Snare. From that tag timeout, he decided that he's going to take this game onto his own mantle. And even a couple of important rounds from Slayer, from Snare, from Horus, all of which have chimed in today's game. And, well, I mean, credit to be due to their side as well. But yeah, of course, it stings a little bit if you're Spoxy and you've done all this heavy lifting, and at the end of the day, you see the other team emerging victorious yet again in another phase 1.
Yeah, and it definitely is interesting to see what Spoxy's been able to do in this series. But we'll let Penguin and Sekio talk about it, because I think, again, lots to dissect for both these teams. But yeah, Vitality obviously being the victors of a 2-1. So let us know your thoughts, guys, and I guess we'll get ready for that final series.
Thank you, Laz and Volt, for delivering what a magnificent derby between, of course, Vitality and Titan Esports. And now we are back on the desk, and we have a lot to speak about. First of all, watching Spoxy hitting most of the shots, actually being the guy who makes the difference for Titan was not enough for them to actually come along and win versus Vitality. And on the other side, you will always see the glimmer at the end of the tunnel. So for you, Penguin, which side will you be in?
Well, Spoxy single-handedly, we said, we mentioned Spoxy single-handedly, he can't carry his whole team. Someone needs to step up with him, or probably someone needs to help him getting the kills needed. Honestly, TC or Titan Esports, they played the first half perfectly. It was magnificent gameplay came out from them, especially that they were down and then they took a tactical pause, and it was a magician tactical pause. After that, they took like 3 or 4 rounds in a row, I believe, and they finished the first half as a blacklist side on board 5-4, and yet they lost 10-6. That means that they only got 1 round of Goberus. That's a disaster. If you're playing port and you're losing that much rounds on Goberus side, then there needs to be changed. And let me tell you something, that yesterday versus Anubis, the same scenario happened. They actually also lost on Glober's side. They had a very good blacklist side. It was 5-4 in favor of Anubis, which is completely fine if you are having 4 rounds on the blacklist side. Imagine if you are having 5 and you're playing versus Vitality. Okay, that's hard, but if you're having 4 and playing versus Anubis, it should be an easy game for you if you have a good Glober side. However, Anubis had a very well-structured pushes, and we mentioned that they played really better than TC yesterday, and still I see the same problems are occurring from Titan Esports on the Glober side. Only Flex is trying to be proactive, Spox is only holding A side, and this is not going to be the case for you. If you are having Spoxy on his best days, then you need to move this guy. I've seen him only 1 time or 2 times he moved. 1 time was BC where he got double kill, and that's the time he moved, and the other was just he was trying to pick from mid. So in the end, TAC or Titans, they need to work on the Glober side. Vitality, actually the blacklist side, at least finally we're seeing a very good blacklist side come out from them.
Yeah, totally true. That's coming from Vitality, a really good blacklist side. And also I want to double down on our snipers here for tonight. Snare versus Spoxy. We had a heck of a battle between those 2 players, and Spoxy definitely had the best out of it for most of the times, but Snare will end up cleaning the floor with TEC. And for me, I would say Vitality did really have a very long week, and at least after all that long time trying to deliver, trying to win each and every game, after all that long pause they had after season 1, I would say congrats for them to winning 3 games. But the thing is, I believe that we have a record for Vitality that it's gonna be hard to be broken again. They won 3 games, they had 4 overtimes, and I really wanna let you guess the number of rounds they have played. Yeah, just through a number.
It's just gonna be over the 170 because they played 4 overtimes. That means that 100 rounds, and they may be no, not 170, maybe 140 because they played way more rounds with the last games, the S1 gaming and today. So it's just so embarrassing for them that they're struggling in all the games, and still they're playing a lot of rounds and they're winning.
Yeah, the number is gonna be pretty high. Actually, it's 157. It's just like you can play that like, I don't know, in
too much
2 weeks, maybe more. That's a lot. That's a lot
just
to handle.
3 games.
Of course.
They played 3 games.
Exactly. They went to overtime multiple times. They did everything they have and they can do. And of course, speaking of doing what they can do, Snare here did the absolute perfect in the whole entire series. He's with a 1.78 KD. He's been appearing for most of the time, and also been a part of the flex here and there in all game number 1, game number 2. And for Vitality, they did what they have to do to collect those 3 wins. They were so precious wins, I would say that, since even though they were not playing versus hard teams, I would say, versus the first game and the second game, but the third one was totally a one to remember. Of course, here is the match result. Vitality, I believe, after that long week, they need to take 1 day of a rest, or maybe 2, and then get back to scrimming, going back to their right mental, and getting everything settled with and getting done with for the next week. And of course that was Vitality grabbing the W. And for the whole match MVP, it will go to, of course, the one and only Snake with 1.45 KD. Got a decent rating with the headshots and he's been all around the globe.
Well, he did very good job, and we've seen the clutch that he did from up on. It was the second time he's doing this. He did it versus Nemesis on the grand finals back on season 1, and yet he did it again versus Titans. He played very good. He's the IGL, and he's the guy that's moving the team, and he's also fragging for you. So what else do you need from such a guy? Well played by Snake, well played by the other guys. Yes, it was a rough week for them. Now they can relax. However, they got the 3 wins.
Of course, they got the 3 wins, but now we move to game number 4 of today's evening. And of course, we have Anubis versus 3BL, the Egyptian derby, Upper Egypt versus the old ancient god from Anubis. So we'll head to a small break and get back to you with the last game of the night.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. small for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second with the pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Spoxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too. So that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. We'll see.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL, and as always I'm gonna be your host, and by my side Penguin. And now we will see the rosters. Of course, we have talked a lot about the changes that we had in 3BL roster, and it looks like Lucia is ending up in the mixture and making it look a lot better for 3BL. But now they will be playing versus Team Anubis, who actually managed to get a win versus TEC, which is pretty important for them when it comes to the point, when it comes to the standings. And I believe Anubis are on a new suit, and they look pretty good when it comes to playing the game. And of course, speaking about 3BL, that we have them on the screen, they had a really nice 2 games in the course of this entire week. Of course, they won 2, I believe. One game was going with a 2-0, and the other one was 2-1 versus IMPERIUM. They had to make it a little bit longer after the first Black Widow lose. The IMPERIUM actually got them off guard in that round, and of course, going to full distance, going with everything they got to reach the win. That gives us that question: are they really in that caliber that they can actually get into Team Anubis and find a way to win versus them? That's a really question that I have in mind, since after we have seen the changes in Anubis roster, you can see them actually up to the challenge. And the Gainer, Dirty, Muffin, Doom and Noor, it feels like it's a new mixture. I'm not saying that Salty was the problem, of course, but I would say that after having a different IGL, after thinking through what's happening here, it's helping them a lot to reach a different composure when it comes to games. Still, they have the maps that they love to play, maybe a little bit of a changes, but it's still the same. And speaking of Noor, also, I would love to mention that he's one of the rookie players that we didn't see him much, but he was part of 3BL Academy. He played a lot locally, and most of those players know him. And that was the reason, the main one, to add him into Anubis. And we love to see Dirty having his primary role back again as a main sniper playing on Anubis roster, but it's still the same. When you talk about sniper, you have Muffin, you have Dirty, and speaking about Muffin, he is the, I would say, MVP for Team Anubis through the course of entire season 1. He had a really good run. He's always the guy to look to when you are speaking about Anubis. And now going back to the head-to-head, we have Hunt, we have Gainer. Hunt is actually an IGL. Gainer as a rifler, like the guy who always goes with the frag. So to be able to have the same stats, maybe closer to each other when it comes to KD, the rating is a bit closer also. That falls to the side of Hunt. I would say, of course, all those stats will sit aside, and I believe that those two teams are up to a challenge. Anubis with the changes, 3BL with the same thing, will find a way to give us a really entertaining game. Of course, Penguin, I would love to ask you, like, how do you feel about this series, and would you take Anubis side over 3BL after the win versus Titan yesterday, or would you still stick with 3BL?
Well, actually, on my predictions, I definitely went for 3BL. Maybe the guys, I would love to see them have 3 consecutive wins. But it's not because I predicted that 3BL is going to win. That means that 3BL have the upper hand. Yeah, in my opinion, this matchup is just very close. And I watched 3BL playing and I watched Anubis playing. Anubis impressed me the most. The way they played, the way they handled the game, the way they played the Blacklist side, especially that they played versus Titans. I know that 3BL also played versus Nemesis and they beat them, but I'm saying that 3BL after that we've seen 3BL playing versus Imperium. They were very shaky, so Nemesis was that day also not that good. When it comes to consistency, I would go for Anubis. So Anubis is actually a very good roster. However, 3BL also are doing very good right now, so they're kind of matching their pace. So it's gonna be a 50-50 game, but probably maybe the upper hand can go for, let's say, in my opinion, 3BL, in case, because these guys want to be going for the 3 consecutive wins. I would love to see the guys having 3 consecutive wins, and of course Anubis still starting their week with the second game, unlike 3BL who played 3 games.
So you're leaning a little bit towards Team 3BL, and it looks like we're all going with 3BL. On my side, I would say that Anubis looked pretty convenient playing versus TEC, but at this point, we have like this battle between having a lot of new players, seeing new faces, and I would love to see also a 3 win for 3BL. Would love to see Anubis finding a way to getting back on track and seeing some flashbacks from Anubis back in 2019, back in 2020, once they had like that roster that competed and that was part of the, I would say, the Galactus era for Anubis. They didn't find a way to win the title, but at least they were the run-up for maybe multiple times. But let's just like cut the chase and get into the map.
What the V2, man? What the V? What is that? 3B. Yeah. Let me tell you. That's probably 3BL will like, hey guys, we won 2 games. Anubis won only 1 game. Why don't we be friends? Let's go 2-2. 2 games for 3BL, 2 games for Anubis, because this is a veto that Anubis would not even get that veto on their dreams, man. Playing Eagle Eye first, then into Ankara, banning for them New Mexico as well. Like 3BL banned New Mexico for them. Okay, look, Anubis already won the veto by banning Subbase. They banned Subbase, they already won the veto. Of course, 3BL had to ban Black Widow. Black Widow ban from 3BL is kind of convenient for me. Subbase ban also from Anubis is kind of convenient for me. The pick from Eagle Eye, that should be something that we might be unexpected to see, because If I have my money, I would put my money on Anubis on Eagle Eye, because Anubis plays way better Eagle Eye than 3BL lately, I believe. Not sure, but that's gonna see. And of course, Ankara is just definitely Anubis, man.
So for me, I have a different opinion when it comes to Eagle Eye. Yes, Anubis plays a really good Eagle Eye, but on the other side,
Yeah,
Team
3BL also plays.
3BL, they still got like, I remember Noxon was playing Sniper in Eagle Eye. They had their own strats
Yeah.
that they played with. I remember they played Sniper multiple times, so that's something they should bring to the table versus a team like Anubis. You're not playing versus team that's slower in the ladder, you're playing versus one of the big teams in Egypt, and supposedly this Classico, I would say, it should be going to a place where we might go to 3 games or just have a lot of overtime. So I will cut the chase and get back to our casters, of course. Volt and Laz are ready, and now let's go to the game. And yeah, Laz is already. I'm thinking for not 3 games. See you guys.
A derby that is locally as storied as that TAC Vitality one. 2 organizations that have been here since the inception of esports in the region and in Egypt in particular. Now, squaring once again in Crossfire once again. But funnily enough, it feels like we're going back full circle, right? Like, I mean, when 3BL sold the roster to Rock, eventually transitioning into that Vitality organization, a lot of us thought that, 3BL are going to be down and out, right? Because TBI aren't setting their roster yet. And I really thought that 3BL were just going to take the back seat, going to go back into the open league. But they found new talent. They've relied on a specific set of veterans, and they look to be on a very sharp route right now. Perhaps I want to take that point of Penguin and ask you the same thing. We've seen them tremendously, I'd say a fair bit, on the Eagle Eye. Individually speaking, I think that they're excellent. But do you agree with the whole perspective of Penguin that this veto is heavily leaning into the side of Anubis?
Yeah, honestly, it kind of does feel like it, right? I mean, I was kind of wondering the same thing. I'm like, this veto seems a little bit weird. I don't really fully understand it, so I don't know if there was like a gentleman's agreement or something, but nonetheless, I do think it's a little unique. But I mean, at the same breath, like, we know that 3BL, they did play this map, more recently. We know that they were able to get the win against Nemesis on this, so we know it's a pick for them. And I agree with Penguin's other, point as well, is the fact that Subbase is out. That was like a huge pick, right? So the fact that 3BL loses that out of their arsenal, it kind of now makes me a little bit excited in a way to see what 3BL have in store for their map pool. But that also begs the same question for Anubis, because I think we're all relatively getting impressed, and I think Penguin was alluding to the same fact of like Anubis is playing a lot better so far, which has been a great thing to see.
I mean, on an individual level, I'm still favoring 3BL, to be honest, but the main thing that has been the case ever since Season 1, and even more so in Season 2, is the strategic depth of Anubis, right? Like, Anubis was one of those teams that I would always count on, like, finding 7 rounds, more or less, on their own map picks. And my question was, can they actually close out a map? And when it comes to the X Factor and the individuals, that was the one thing that was stopping them. Right now, it seems like they found the grasp on that. But 3BL also, we talked about this a little bit earlier when you were on the desk. This is their game to lose, right? Like, they're the team that, at least on paper, are the better team, and they're going to show that they are the better team here early on. Lovely work from Omega. I always love to see him on a good run of form, and it seems like he's going to start off on the right foot.
Yeah, it's a nice, really big opening kill. And again, I think, Seki was mentioning that too. Like, Omega is definitely a player to look out for from 3BL's side, which I think Omega has definitely had some really big highs, a couple lows, but has been relatively decent. Now Noxon might be able to have himself a decent position as he finds that 1 kill, but oh my goodness. Doom with an instant tray back to finding himself the 2-piece, and now Losha already being spotted here. So this is a little problematic here right now for 3BL, considering they had the man up. Now it seems to be back to an even Stevens here. 3-3. Double player here on the top end. Doom's taking a ton of damage. Now Losha's trying to see if he might be able to book a ticket here in Hotel. Has to get a big swing. Will get it. It is costly in the HP department, but nonetheless, things are going well for 3BL. But now Noir might be able to cause more of a commotion, and there it is! And that's the IGL coming in. Triple kill. Big spray down, and Anubis find themselves the opening round.
2 kills is all that they actually get there in that post. Anubis doing some tremendous work to lock down that line. Despite the distraction from the other side, things are handled expertly. And speaking of expertise, there it is, Doom. Shutting down any aggressive attempts on the bridge is absolutely the place where Omega thrives. But he decided to throw himself and take the plunge, not the calls there. No real need, to be honest. Well, that's one of the things that maybe would actually make me agree with Penguin. You know, like a lot of unnecessary duels, to be fair, on both sides. And they must have forgot how dangerous all the sniper hunt was and still is.
Yeah, and that's kind of the nice thing about Hunt is that it always kind of feels like he's taking on a lot of different roles, right? He's like this IGL. He's definitely one of those, like, he can be a really big star performer as well for the fragging, but he also likes to pick up the TRG once in a while, and he likes to just, you know, be as much of all the responsibilities as much as possible, which is a cool thing to see. He's just definitely trying to be well-rounded in all trades, so I'm not against it. You just get to see that shot here. Takes the Mastermind of Nora now. So a nice little bit of an opener here for 3BL. So man advantage by a 4-on-3. Hunt still into Hotel. Is he actually going to keep poking and prodding? He will, and Dirty will actually get the better of him. So now things are right back to this 3 versus 3. Double player in A from 3BL, leaving it just down to Nox in here on the B site by himself, being the sole anchor. This could be big for Losha. You got the M14, your Kolos up in this quarter. This could be a huge moment for him if he decides not to swing this wide. He could take the angle close, and he could. And now that pop flash actually might allow him a bit of room, and it does. Big kill, big pickup, and now Anubis. They're losing players. They're all dropping like flies, and I think 3BL might have just been able to find themselves their first round back into this. Dirty is just trying his darndest to get out of this position, but I think it's a matter of time here, Volt. I feel like it's just the cards are already reading where they're going, and there we go. Back to an even game we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to see somebody playing. I'm just going to call it that position to me, I'm just going to call famous, okay? I've seen too many famous highlights in that position. And to be fair, it's really touted for that, right? You can play anti-flash, you can pick your timings, Nox, and trying to do that this time. Be caught on the other side of the bridge. Losha still as aggressive. This time from the other side, and I like this from 3BL. They know what they're made of. They know what makes them strong, and they're trying to eliminate all those variables and just take as heavy of a duel as possible. But at the same time, really like this, right? Like methodical. They look at each and every right angle, and it's some massive work from Gainer. 3 to his name, looking for the quad kill. Sad is stuck in a rut, out of bullets to the 417, but that is gonna be it. The round comes to a halt. But even then, with that triple kill, everything that 3BL built in middle have just gone awry.
Yeah, and good little bit of damage here from Gainer, being able to just find, again, one more icing on the cake, and there we go. Anubis bounced right back, and I think it's a good point you bring up, Volt. I mean, the fact that, you know, I think the fact I should say, about, like, if 3BL loses this map, I really do think it is a 2-0 quick. Like, I don't feel like I'm convinced that 3BL are fully prepared on Ankara, to be quite honest. So I think a lot rides on these teams on playing their strong map picks, right? So this is where, again, 3BL are going to really need to exert a lot of energy into this, and so far it seems like they are. They just decide to go for a full run. They don't even walk, they sprint, and look at that. They find a couple duels, only the cost of Hunt, but this is a great pickup for them, and now they could reposition themselves for this B site.
Yeah, it's a little duel, though, that I'm a little bit somebody has experienced as Hunt, but hey, if Omega is on that kind of form, who the hell knows how this one can go? Doom is crossing over, trying to stay alive, nearly actually caught, and all getting spotted from Sad. And still into the B site they try to go. This is the angle for the kill, and Sad is finally able to capitalize. Dirty, left low. Omega is going to be able to add yet another kill to his collection. It's neck and neck from the two sides. I like the play from 3BL, but I'm pretty sure that Anubis are going to wisen up to some of those antics. They cannot just WP their way into each and every single round. I say that, but his Hunt is actually taking that luxury here for this round. Pretty scary position to be playing at, but thankfully enough, is able to go back to the hotel stairs. And this is actually much more like it, right? You want to play the tug of war, is what I love to call it. Like the push and pull of an aggressive GR side. If 3BL are actually able to manage that with how dangerous their firepower can be, things can go well for them. They got 2 player stacks on the A side, 2 more in quick rotation. The flashes are great, but it's even better from 3BL. Oh, that is an impeccable spray from Omega. And the youngsters are trying to shoot their way well above their years they go. And it's a Muffin left in a bit of debacle. They're trying to heat him up, but maybe he's the one that got him in the oven after all. 2 kills to his name in that one. Omega low on HP as he is. And he decides to double up with Hunt towards middle. The C4 is down. Clearly, the intention from Muffin is that he's patient enough waiting for someone to present him a duel.
Yeah, and he's got lots of time, right? I was going to say he has that minute, but I was going to say, like, he might be able to utilize that with the different positioning. But 3BL, they kind of anticipated that, so it's a really good read from them. And it's like you said, it's interesting because what they're doing is they're playing this very very aggressive. I can't even talk anymore. Very aggressive play that they're just trying to take map control as fast as possible. Like already right now, you have Omega that's already pushed all the way through. They might not even expect him here. He's tucked in the corner. He might just be able to slither himself out of this position, but it does look like Anubis are going to actually try to pull back a little bit. They're going to just reset in middle. They're just going to try to make sure that 3BL aren't, again, trying to, fight for map control in a different spot. So not bad from 3BL, a really good attempt. Again, the creativity is definitely something I'm being intrigued with, but we'll have to see what else they want to still bring into this. It doesn't work out for them in this round, but I imagine we're going to see that again here later in the portion of this game.
And not do chances for Hunt though. Fast and furious on the side of Muffin. And if you're Losha here, perhaps a lot of pressure on his side if they did want to press on, but really smart from Anubis. They understand that once they get kicked on one side, 3BL aggressive on the other. That means that a lot of onus is really on Noxon, and he's not going to be able to be up to this task. And up through the hotel they go. And it seems like they have a reservation on that B site. Everything rests on Omega and his timing. Big duel on Muffin. A bit labored, and he goes low on HP, but he still brought it back to a 4-on-3. And now this is a lot more feasible for their side. Perhaps if they had better positioning. I'm not even sure what they're trying to do there with that double hold on mid. I'm really lost for words tactically. Yeah. Here's the thing. They played a lot better tactically in Season 1. I don't even know what's happening, right? And speaking of the veto, right? I'm bringing it back here. I don't even care if they win this round. I'm a little bit puzzled that they didn't go for Compound. I feel like that was the one that I would just expect.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. Compound definitely could have been a map that could have been theirs, but 10 seconds remaining here, and they do find a double kill, but now Doom should be able to get the job done. Yeah, they're never going to expect him for a new position like that. Really, really good job from him. That's, again, when you get these post plants and relying on your team just to buy you some time, I love that Doom's like, yeah, okay, hang on. Let me just do the wraparound. I should be able to get the perfect timing, and that was an execution, to be honest, and 3BL were never expecting it. Because if Doom wouldn't have done that, I mean, 3BL could have been in a position that they could have tried to ninja that. They could have, again, World could have been their oyster. But both these teams, I imagine have been able to play each other a lot again in the practices. So it's funny getting these timings. And it goes back to our original conversation on the Vitality game about, it really is about just firepower, right? It gets to a point of strategy is there, yes, but it is just kind of knowing these gimmicks and kind of, these tendencies of what these other players are doing that you kind of pick up on from scrims and everything.
I'm actually the opposite on that one because I think that Anubis is a team that is really honed on strategy. Strategically speaking, I don't think that they're lacking in comparison to a TEC, to a Vitality, but clearly you can tell that 3BL are not. Nor is making the call. Great work there from the IGL. Got a kill, got an opening, but it's still hunted back from the other side. And if Sad is able to double down, that would have been disastrous for their side. So very smart from Noor not to over-aggress. Still there on the site itself. Moxon is going to try tooth and nail to at least find something. Good position for the one, just trying to spray it down, peppering him down shot by shot, but it's going to take long enough. And there's support on that other side. Losha with one. Dirty still got Gainer, but this long rotation for the ladder. And the C4 deep into the B site, entrenched into that part of the map. Around a minute remains. And it's all for Gainer. 17 in hand, need to find the shots to kill. Losha can see him on the backstab. And it's Sad left in a 1v1. Gainer faking the jump, going in, not expecting the player to be inside, but he turns around, sticks the landing, and is able to find a fourth for Anubis.
Yeah, that's really nice work from Gainer. Again, somebody I've always highlighted as an exciting player in the region too, just because he can be so aggressive with a rifle and he can really pack that big punch. And there we get to see it in this previous round. But what a great clutch from him, just again repositions and just again playing a little bit of cat and mouse. But 3BL back in here, picking up the opening duels once more. And it is still very much a ping pong match. And this is where 3BL were in the exact same state here in the previous series yesterday in the third map. It was the map picks for each of those teams of 3BL and Imperium that were just a bit of a wash. And then that third and final was the absolute marathon that took a century. But right now, Eagle Eye is going at a relatively decent pace for 3BL's pick. And Sad has been able to find himself a decent amount of kills here thus far. But Muffin, I'm kind of waiting for him to pop off because, again, he was somebody that was doing magnificently well yesterday. So I'm kind of hoping to see more glimpses of that here and now.
I love the fact that Muffin has really took the switch in this game, right? And Anubis have come in with an understanding. 3BL is a team that have got no other options but to be the aggressor. Really, like, especially when I'm thinking about the start of their players, right? Like Losha, Omega, Noxen, all of those guys that work their best in an aggressive position. Their clutch element isn't as high as the players on the side of Anubis. But as you can tell, if they are on, they are absolutely on. And neck above. It is. This could have gone a little bit wrong, but now he's got a good angle on Omega. Hunt is trying to go there for support. Good read from the side of 3BL. Gainer can definitely get a chance here. Missed shot from the sniper. Second time of busking. Hunt is going to get the job done. We're back to a tie in 8 rounds for a piece.
Yeah, back to a tie game. We go 4-4. It's all just down to this last round here for the first half. Gainer now looking like he might try to set up the tempo just a little bit extra notch going forward here. They're just going to try to hightail it into this B site. They're not going to wait things out anymore. They're going to try to just go for the full execute. 3BL does actually throw some great utility. Smoke getting thrown. The grenade actually lands a bit of damage as well. But Doom, he's just going to hold W. He's not even going to care at all. He's just going to try to run and gun this. And there's Sad one more time being able to find some really good picks around the map here. C4 is going to go down. We have the lurk here of Gainer one more time. Again, just spotting everything for the big flank if possible. But he's going to have to worry about bridge here. He's got double players here, and he has a nice little bit of an off angle. Can he be able to find this? And it looks like it can be done. He gets it beautifully here for the double, leaving it just the 2 remaining members of 3BL, and it's a spam, a full clip from Omega. And it is just a back and forth affair, and all of a sudden, through everything, it's down to the 1v1, but it is Doom one more time to be the Doombringer, and is able to save the day for Anubis by scraping this first half, 5-4.
Oh, that has definitely been a bit of a tussle between the two sides. Really, no two ways to separate them. But now 3BL on the offensive, and clearly Gainer seems to have some wherewithal, but luckily enough, Sad doesn't actually get the shot on him. It's not going to get 2 chances about that one. And this is Muffin's time in the limelight. He really needs to step up here. 3 players strong on the A site, and they will not be without flaws. Excellent work from Sad. Just dissecting them pixel by pixel. That's an opener needed for 3BL. And from there, the only thing that is really standing in their way is going to be Muffin with that TRG.
Yeah, that's a really nice kill. I don't think to be honest, I don't think I've seen that in a long time. Like, just that, like, off pixel like that. So, pretty cheeky. So, nice kill. Hunt might be able to find himself one, and indeed he does. Kind of sitting on the top of the tower, being able to get it. Now, Omega goes for a big swing in the middle as well. So, now it seems like 3BL are really just looking to make a flawless run if they can in this round. And it's all just down to Dirty on the 1-on-5. Sad's actually trying to overextend a little bit, just getting some information. And right now, Dirty should be able to find this kill. He does, but can he find Omega? I think he might have just spotted him. No, he doesn't. I think maybe the X-Ray was playing a little bit of games here for my old eyes. But right now, nothing trickery here. We're back to a tie game.
13 total for Omega in that one. Perhaps in comparison, it's a bit more of a team effort from the side of Anubis. Clearly, 3BL. They've got stars in the making. But that has never been a question. The question is whether or not they're going to have polish to those far. Right now, Losha seems to be on some absolute high waters on that side. Good trade from Doom, but still handled well by 3BL. The question is, can they actually do something with that space gain? Because Noor put himself in a dangerous position, perhaps a bit overeager. The flash didn't come in at the right time, and now Muffin left alone towards that A site. First flash in, 2 players splitting from mid, trying to walk past the smoke. Should have really been the kill. Second time of asking, he's going to be able to get it, but he also needs to clear Hunt as well, who's waiting for Dirty. That's the right duel to take, but it's allowed the sniper to get an alternate angle he needed to stick the landing. Does indeed find the kill, but Pepper down to low HP. 1-on-2 on the other side. No margin for error, and instead he's just going to be peppered down to an absolute nothing. Shredded by 3BL, and they continue to vow for dominance.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, kind of, it reminded me of that situation with Hunt with the M14 about just being able to spray it down. But now it seems like it's a bit of a mid-crunch here. Anubis, they start to pick it up a little bit one more time. They want to bring a bit of a bar fight on this one, and 3BL, instead of going toe-to-toe, they decide to go the other path right now. They're going to take another way to the bomb site if they can. So right now for Anubis, they've been able to grab some decent real estate, but again, Dirty has to be very careful in this position, because if he goes down without even finding a kill, just like that, that's going to be an open site. Yes, the rotates can be there. Muffin looks like he's quick on the trot, but this is where now 3BL, they have themselves in a decent position to maybe take some control of this site. But instead of actually committing here, Volt, they actually decide to go all the way through middle one more time, and they're going to try to play a bit of a mind game. And Gainer, he's still posted up on this. He's playing a nice little bit of an off angle. Should be able to find this kill against Sad. But can that trade happen through from 3BL's side? Oh, it's looking like maybe not.
I mean, 3BL not looking too bad with that kill from Hunt. They spotted where Doom is. The question now for me is, how do they actually route the remainder of that round? Got a little bit over a minute. And they've exerted some pressure on Noor, but him and Doom are trying to play across for the side itself. Losha spotted. That's a great shot through the head from the M14. And Hunt is left all alone. He's got his own rifle, but now, with him being all alone, he needs to be a lot more picky with his engagements. Try to go for the pop shot. Doesn't pan out at the first time of asking. The U2 is raining in on his side, and he eventually will have to give this one a go. Noor is playing 40 to anti-peak, trying to hold for a trade. Not the right shots on Muffin initially, but Hunt is still healthy. He'll need to stick the landing, though, eventually, right? No two ways about it. He'll just need to get this round a go. And with time running low, him scaling is going to be an inevitability. In the case, Doom, right place, right time, right shot. Still, no two ways to separate those two sides. And really, this is a back and forth.
Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me we're in this position, if I'm going to be quite honest, but it's so interesting how we're getting to this, right? We see that 3BL entries and then things like this where they just pick up the pace just goes up. They just get into Anubis' face and they just take it with confidence and so much ease. And then we have these other rounds that are honestly, you know, a bit of a struggle. Like that was a 2-minute mark on the timer, and the round's already done. So I like this change from 3BL. I love that they're playing quite aggressive, if I'm being honest. I think this is a really interesting take on it, because most teams that play this map, they're constantly just waiting things out and they're draining the clock as much as possible. But 3BL, like, they are just swinging for the hills right now, and I'm not even against it. I think it's actually been a very nice change to this map right now.
Yeah, I'll definitely say it. I think that they definitely have the firepower that could necessitate something like that. But yeah, some silly giveaways here and there from 3BL. Never really helped their cause, does it? Muffin, I think, spotted. Great work from Hunt. That's exactly what they needed back. And that's how to approach the game in a perhaps a more patient way. Doom spotted on the other end. The two TRGs have just demolished any hopes for Anubis. Now, their two own snipers are all that remains. Dirty and Gainer left in a 2-on-4. And the A site is going to be under contest. Losha will need to perhaps just make sure that there's a buddy to trade. The two players locking down the same line of sight. Omega's there on the line. Great work from Dirty. But now that means that they can outnumber Gainer. Not even a sole casualty to his way. Neither will Dirty be able to find anything else. 2 rounds in the lead for 3BL. And Anubis are going to try to slow down the pace and see if there is something that they can do to stabilize.
Yeah, that was such a weird round too, because again, like, let's not forget, like you said, the TRGs were the magic maker, right? It was just like magic stick, you know, left, right, and center, because everybody's just getting kills, and Hunt is just sitting in tower, and he's literally just scoping out the entire map, and he's just like waiting for people to swing, and he's able to get what, 2 kills in that position. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I think Noxon even had himself a TRG too. So that was a really strange round. But I think the one thing I'm really liking about this team, like this young team of 3BL, is that we're getting a lot of creativity. Like we see people with different guns. We're seeing the different changes in tempo. We're seeing just different executions of what they want to do. And that's what's been really exciting. So that's what I'm really impressed with, like Hunt's ability to call right now, is that he's not kind of following the traditional way that teams are playing. He's like, okay, let's really just play different. Let's see what we can do, and kind of experimenting. And to be honest, like, I'm all for it. I think it's a great thing to do, because you also have a team like this where Anubis, again, you have the newest IGL of Nora too. But either way, I mean, he's done a great job, you know, in the early stages of this team. But that's where, again, like as an IGL, you have to kind of sit back and go, okay, like they're playing kind of unpredictable. Like, how do we even want to respond to this?
Yeah, I mean, that really is the question, right? How do you respond to a team that can just shoot you out of the sky, and you can tell, like, some desperation. Perhaps Doom a little bit frustrated, and you gotta be, like, real about it. Like, I mean, we've seen a couple of those rounds. Hunt just calls, hey, just go kill, you know? Like, and the good thing about this 3BL team, that, you know, we're talking about TEC and what they're capable of and not capable of. This is not a team that has one player that goes kill, right? It's not like Spoxy go kill or Snare go kill, right? Like, they're more like Vitality in that limelight, right? Where, like, all 5 can have their moments. But the great things about 3BL is that they're all on the same line, right? Like, you can say that Vitality is more of a complete package. They got a very aggressive rifler in Horus. They got a great lurk in Thompson. So they've built a good team. But what 3BL have done is, like, I would say is a counter to the common consensus. They just got people that all they like to do is to play aggressive and play entry, and they seem to have found a magic formula to make this one work.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. Absolutely. And yeah, some of these teams are very known for just like one player, maybe 2, that it's like, okay, I need you to pop off. I need you to get off the leash and do something big for us. But this is where this team is kind of, again, mixing things up a little bit from both these respected squads. And that's what's really cool. Like, we talked a lot about Noxon, what he can be able to do, and Omega and things like that. So it seems like it's more of a well-rounded deal potentially, but that's the same thing here for Anubis. Like, we've seen that Muffin's been really critical here with the sniper. We know that, you know, even Gainer again being like a very strong rifler. So both these teams to me are, in my opinion, are a lot more well-rounded for players, kind of like the Vitality-ish way. I wouldn't say they're that level, but I would say that kind of same, you know, mindset and creativity of their composition of players.
Oh, absolutely on that matter. But for this game, 3BL, love the fact that actually contrary to the typical 3BL fashion, found it there again. Great work by Omega, not only finding that kill, but anticipating a 2-man system. And clearly that's what Anubis have always done, to be fair. So it was great work to also have the instinct to go for the spray. But now Dirty and Muffin are what remains. One at mid, leaning a little bit more towards B. Muffin here at the A site. And that's 1 man gone. Perhaps also the round over as well. Hunt spotted Muffin on the other side, and it should be pretty easy, whether it will be for Losha or Hunt on the other side. Oh, dangerous shot from Muffin, but let's be very real about it. Even if he finds those 2, should be around there. Yes, I mean, there's no way for him to clutch this. Thank God, because that would have been a disastrous giveaway from
Yeah, it's no, again, like Muffin's, you know, picking up a couple kills here and there, and I agree, and I was like, okay, but I love that 3BL. We're like, okay, no, just like both of us play in this position. If he gets one of us, who cares? We get that trade back. So it's good teamwork. I was getting a little nervous when I was looking at the corner of the kill feed. I'm like, okay, Muffin is picking up some frags. This is not great. So for 3BL fans, but now Omega, once again, he's able to find himself a nice entry too. So now Anubis They have to get their running shoes on, and this is where they can't mess around, they can't save, they can't do anything. They have to commit everything in this situation. Dirty does get himself this kill. It looks like he might even try to, you know, keep pressing forward a little bit on the mid backside here, but there is 2 players here. You have Dirty kind of posted up in the tower. And even right now, Hunt, look at this. Like, he's even still putting his foot on the gas. Like, he's not waiting around at all. And this game could be all over right here and now. And indeed it is. We're going to be done. And it looks like 10-6 is going to go in favor for 3BL. So they're going to be able to find themselves their map pick in their favor. Not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I've been this surprised in a very long time. Like, goodness gracious me, that's like a DM style of Crossfire, right? It's not really the thing that you usually see in competitive play, but I'm really glad to see that play style actually pan out and work, and for a team to be that dangerous with that play style. Penguin definitely did say that this is a team that doesn't look as solid strategically, but they've been able to shoot their way out. So Penguin, what went wrong with Anubis is the question that I want you to answer alongside Seki.
That's a really good question, Volt and Penguin. What do you got for us?
Well, Eagle Eye, when I first saw Eagle Eye, I remember saying, oh, that's an Eagle Eye, that's Anubis pick, because usually it's Anubis playing very good this map. They have 2 snipers, they have Dirty and Muffin, and this map requires 2 snipers. So you have too many snipers and you can't use them. Why I'm saying this? Because they play Blacklist way better than the Globalist side, which is kinda... I'm so impressed how good 3BL played the Blacklist side. On the other hand, I'm just so shocked that how badly Anubis handled the Globalist side. It's not because the players just didn't have their time, but because usually if you're playing Globalist side, you would love to have two snipers, right? On Eagle Eye. You have too many snipers. You have Muffin and you have Dirty. How would you lose the Globalist side if you are having the 2 snipers and you are still not getting the picks needed? It's not only because you have 2 snipers, then by default you're going to be winning. No. If you are having 2 snipers, then you need to use them to get your picks, to make you rounds, try to get you the advantage, try to stop the first entry, try to do a lot of things that gives you the benefit when you are playing Global Risk. I'm talking about Global Risk more because that's where Anubis fall. They played very good Blacklist. The game was ping-pong game. It was going back and forth, 1 round here, 1 round here, or maybe 2 rounds for Anubis, then answered by 1 round for 3BL. That's why they have ended 5-4 in favor of Anubis. However, when they switch, 3BL is just insane when it comes to the executions.
Yeah, when it comes to the execution, it really mattered, and I really want to hit to the other side, which is 3BL. Yes, they have a main sniper, which is sad, but give or take, they still got multiple guys that knows how to play with a sniper. You have,
of course,
Hunt. You have Noxon. At some points, we used to see him do that. And oh my god, like when you look at the scoreboard, you'll see like once we got into the other side, it was just one side, and it was going to Anubis. No, I'm sorry, not the Anubis side, and you'll see that the KDs are pretty difficult to match. Omega was feeling himself and alongside Hunt, and keep in mind, Hunt, that's the IGL with 2.0 KD. That's something you gotta keep an eye on. Like most of the IGLs that we have in the league can't even run toe-to-toe with Hunt. Like that guy been very flexible, doing really hard job for the team, and of course helping Team 3BL Galaxy to be part of this success. And of course, for the set MVP, I will go with Hunt. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, I will copy your IQ on Hunt. Hunt is doing a very good job, even not because of his KD, as you mentioned exactly that he's the guy that's the brain that's moving the team, just like Snake. He's the guy that's filling Snake's role, and he's still delivering what's needed. Maybe he has something that we haven't seen Snake doing, which is flexing all the guns. He's playing HK, EBR, he's playing also TRG, he's playing all the guns that he can use, and he's still flexing for his teammates. However, I want to mention another thing. When the scoreboard was there, that Lucia had also 1.4 KD, 1.36 KD, Omega had 1.89 KD. What I like about 3BL Galaxy roster right now, that if Noxon is failing, they have Lucia is going to be popping off. If Lucia is failing, they're going to be having Omega. And I've seen Lucia only negative in one single map. I can't remember what this map, but I was just writing. The guy was just doing extremely well with the team. It's his first West League, so A big shout out for this guy, is doing very good. However, when we talk about Ankara in a very short words, I like how Anubis plays on Eagle Eye, and I mentioned that, yes. But I said that 3BL is also not bad and they are good on Eagle Eye. But when it comes to Ankara, I don't like how 3BL plays on Ankara. And I like how Anubis plays on Ankara because Muffin usually sets the tone. He goes in for aggressive peaks. He tries to get his teammates a pick or two, and then let the team continue playing. If he plays or if he continue playing like this, I think that we might go to the third map.
Alright, Penguin said that we might go to the third map, but the question for me is, will 3BL find a way to close it out with a 2-0 fashion? And the answer will not be with me, will not be with Penguin. Wait, that's the right finger. Alright, that's the right finger. It will be with the Laz and Volt. So guys, pick it out.
All right, you know, look, the thing about Penguin, I love when he brings his analysis, but there is sometimes I wish he's a little wrong because he's claiming a third map series, but I'm still begging the question here that this could maybe be done in 2. Just considering 3BL, they looked good, man. They I think you said it best, like they did a full suffocation of Anubis, and I love what they brought in this map. I thought that was such a refreshed approach to an Eagle Eye game, so we'll have to see what they can do in this next map, right? I mean, this is not going to be the easiest, you know, sort of a way that they can do it on a map like this, but I do feel like everybody from 3BL really was popping off in the fragging department.
Yeah, and of course, just to remind everyone who wasn't here a little bit earlier, one of the reasons that I was saying it's paramount for 3BL to actually go 3-0 for this week, their opponents were Nemesis, that's the big win that they had this week, Imperium, and now Anubis, right? Like 2 of those 3 games, you would definitely say with how good they were in Stage 1 or in Season 1, they are actually bound to win those ones. Next week is Vitality, unKnights, and PEC. So they really do need to go 3-0 this week, right? It's everything for them. I'm pretty sure that they know that as well. It was a strangulation on Eagle Eye, but the start here on the global risk side seems to be a lot more passive, right? We don't see anybody actually playing that connector from that side. One of the angles that, you know, we were talking about Spoxy earlier on in the Ankara. He was an absolute demon here. I'm actually intrigued in seeing what Anubis have in store because I feel like they really know how to maneuver around the map. They just were suffocated, right? I mean, we're talking about that. Not really as suffocated for now, but Hunt decided to take the duel themselves. Good trade from Doom, and it still keeps Anubis afloat, despite sad. Perhaps. How many times do you see a sniper putting himself in that position? I'm baffled.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird spot. I mean, I've seen Snare do it a couple times, and I'm always like, why? Like, why would you want to be there? Like, that's such a awkward position to be holding with a snipe. But you do see it. You do see it time from time, which is always it makes my head scratch or kind of implode a little bit. I'm going to be honest, but that's fine. I mean, that's why these guys are professionals, and I'm not. But we'll have to see. But it doesn't work out for Sad in this case, but. Now things work out for a man advantage for Anubis. We see 3BL trying to get a little bit aggro like they were trying before map number 1. Seems like a little bit more of a humbling experience in Omega. He's going to get bested here too. So again, 3BL getting a little bit desperate here for some duels. And Anubis have kind of been like, okay, look, let's just hit the pause here. Let's just kind of wait things out. We know 3BL just want to go for, you know, big fights here. And we can take our time. But that time is dwindling. It is 30 seconds remaining here, Volt. So this is where they kind of need to get a move on here and now. And okay. Game is going to be able to find himself a beautiful headshot against Losha as well. So this is not looking good for Noxon.
Yeah, it looks like 3BL are going to be out of contention super early on. Noxon is left in a 1-on-4. And let's be very real about it. The odds are low enough in a 1-on-4. The odds are even lower if TRD is holding you. That could have been his default life, but quickly, Dirty is going to recuperate that one. Quick start for Anubis. And one of the things that I want to talk about is that, hey, Ankara is actually a much bigger map. Not just in terms of space, but in terms of the timing of the rotations, right? Like in Eagle Eye, if you take mid, in the span of like 3 seconds, at tops 4 seconds, if you're taking your time, you could actually be pressuring the side of the map that they are on. Not going to be the case here in Ankara. You need to pick your moments. You need to be a lot more secure. And that play style, not going to really work here. So I feel like not only is it the map that I've seen convincing play from Anubis, it's the map that whatever happened in Eagle Eye is not going to actually work out in.
Well, the fact that we're already this deep into this round and nobody's really gone down is still a little surprising. So 3BL have been like, okay, guys, let's just let's chill. Let's get off the high octane play that we're going for. And now Sad, ooh my, that was actually a nice little bit of an attempt that Nor's actually trying to just be the distraction, hoping that his teammate can get that kill right away. But a beautiful shot from him and does escape with his life. So that's a really good position for a reset. So 3BL, again, for Muffin's sake, unfortunately for Anubis, he's not able to capitalize on it, but now he finally does. Sad was like, okay, I'm going to try again. Why not? But a minute is about to approach us here, Volt, and now Anubis still have to make a bit of a game plan. 3BL look like they might even try to double swing this. Oh my dear goodness, this could be bad, and trades are coming back. But Anubis actually are the ones that pan out successfully in this kind of a situation. Now the rotates are coming through. Is it a little too late, though?
I feel like it is. Dirty is already way too far ahead of them, but Noxon does find a massive timing here. Now 2-on-2. In that timing, not a lot of flashes, not a lot of smokes left for the side of Anubis. So they have to take some of those duels head on, and Doom is left with very little HP. Let's be honest, this should be Noxon's every day of the week. All he needs to do is just find any inkling of damage. Switch to the pistol, and that will get the job done. And there it is, USP in hand, trying to be agile, 4 more in the chamber, and they are going to be enough. 3BL go 1 for 1. Despite how close Anubis actually got it, playing for time did actually allow 3BL to take the liberty of their own engagement at their own age.
Yeah, and it's a good call you made there, too, because I was going to say, like, I wonder if the communication might have been even like, look, he should be, like, half lit, or he should be quite low in the HP. And again, when you're getting that up close in that kind of a fight, the USP is just so strong. So I'm glad that he was able to make that switch, too. I was getting a little nervous for his sake with having the HK. In a position like that, I'm like, man, if you miss that 1 or 2 shots, like, you could be very well screwed here. But instead, he does it well. Now a 3BL back in this game, but a good kill against Omega. He hasn't been able to find really much success here in this game so far. It seems that he's been 0-3. He hasn't been able to find a duel yet in his favor. So it's a little bit slow here. That was off the presser a little bit from map number 1, but still plenty of crossfire to do and to commence of. And now 3BL, a double player in GR spawn, and just, again, leaving solo anchors essentially in the A and B site, which is very, very interesting. And again, this allows him for the quick rotates, which I don't mind, but Hunt has to be very careful in this spot. If he overextends this, I mean, again, that's a free site that's theoretically up for grabs from Anubis.
Here's the thing, I wouldn't mind it if they actually had those 2 players stationed elsewhere, but now they're doubling up on the A site, and the B player has got to worry both about the underpass and the site itself. Yes, Anubis have been playing slower, but what 3BL are doing also means that they're not going to be getting any information, which is something that I feel is going to be the most important currency. Gainer clearing space little by little. Eventually, he'll walk into Hunt, taking the courtesy of going into the underpass just to deliver himself. Meat on the table for 3BL, an important kill for Sad. The rotation happening by Noxon, but just as I said, not going to be the same as Eagle Eye. He's going to have to take his sweet time, which might allow a chance, but they're running the time pretty low. They actually might get a chance. Losha's still anchored on in the site, and that lane flank could be activated any second now. Losha still yet to be tested. Noxon taking the timing. That's a C4 down. Another kill to be taken, and Noxon left in a 1-on-2. Now it's just the 1 remaining. Gainer very late on in the round. It will have to be a hat trick from the youngster, closing in on the distance. 10 seconds remaining. Gainer going for the C4. There is a smoke on Noxon. Could he try to go for a heroic here? Trying to clear around bit by bit. Gainer spotted at the door. Now jumping outside the window. The plant is actually in a good position for him. Didn't spot him initially. Could go for a tap to try to bait him off, but he tries to go for the duel, and he is going to be able to best Gainer once more. Individuals reign supreme as 3BL take the lead.
Yeah, and again, let's not even forget, too, that he survived with 3 HP in that encounter against the Gainer, too. So Gainer was so close to be able to take him out, but really good control of the recoil, handling that stressful situation very, very well. Those can be very tense and a lot to take in, but Noxon has really been able to save the day here for 3BL. Well, this is 2 clutches in a row for him that he's been able to find that has allowed 3BL to be in this lead position. So Anubis, you know, again, like when we talk about the scoreline, it could have been easily a coin toss where this could be a 3-0, like, you know, easily. I feel like if anybody was not to see this game, they wouldn't understand that. But It has been such a close encounter, but 3BL are just getting the best of it slowly and surely. And now Omega finally gets his revenge and takes down Gainer. Finally able to pick up his first kill here in this game. And the second map, good play potentially here from Sad. Oh man, the timing, unfortunately. But again, the evil genius of Noir is able to find him, and they're right back to 4-4.
That was a mistake from Noxon. No two ways about it, really. I've been saying no two ways about it, but really, just one way traffic only now. Onto the A site, a lot of pressure onto Losha, not a single kill to be found. A little bit of damage, but it leaves Hunt and Omega in a position where there's not really that much for them to do. Hunt could go through middle, and that is going to be an easy kill for Dirty. And it does feel like their fate is sealed, and it will be as such. 2-2 it is. And 3BL. You know, Omega's at least back to finding kills, but it is the same problem as always. They like to take those duels, but unlike Anubis, they don't really play the buddy system as much. It's always like one player, very little creative potential, and especially, like, when you're playing on the GR slide, you're supposed to be the one taking the more aggressive duels with the TRG. It feels like that they're walking into the sniper, what's his name, Dirty most of the time, and Muffin.
Yeah, and Omega now seems to be kind of getting back into his stride a little bit here, being able to find some good kills. And now being able to slowly just, you know, taking down Gainer when we see it. And then now just giving themselves just that extra little bit of an edge here if possible. But now Anubis kind of sitting back in the back of the spawn here. They're just kind of waiting things out. They're not really committed to a game plan yet because they're not too sure. But either way, I mean, this is where 3BL... Can they take advantage of the man up on this situation? And I do like that they're not overextending anymore. I like that they're playing the 2-on-2, that they're not kind of, you know, still going rampant and looking for kills. This time Anubis now are going to be at the ones that have to go for the hunt.
Yeah, and it really is important for 3BL to get openers like these. Otherwise, this game could go a lot worse for them. Right now, 3 players working their way close to the B site. Could descend down the stairs, could go back to the bridge, and it's one of the angles that they haven't really tested as much, but Omega here, tug down low. There's a chance for him to at least find one, if not more. If he finds a multi-kill, this round is over. Flash on site, Omega good for 2. Could he find more? Pistols out, and Dirty and Muffin are going to be able to at least find some trades. Dirty even adds one more onto Sad in the meanwhile. Losha needs to be careful not to be another casualty to that system. 2-on-3 in the post, and aggressive from Muffin in the underpass.
Yeah, with time taken away on this too with 33, and now Muffin has to be able to find this kill if he can. He actually misses the shot, but he will be able to rebound this here with the pistol. Now he's looking for a little bit more. There it is. That's Muffin. Fully baked and now looking good. It's a delicious treat, and now we get to see Anubis back into a lead. Boy, oh boy, what a grind we are going through. But Muffin is finally starting to get back to that performance we were talking about, right? Like, again, from earlier this weekend.
Yeah.
It was such a strong amount of performance he's been able to have, but now things are looking a little bit closer to that affair. It was a little bit quiet here for day number 3 of this weekend, but better late than never. You know what, Bolt? That's my saying.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. I mean, it's just disappointing from 3BL. How many other teams in the top 4, or at least you consider a top 4 team, would actually lose to 2 TRGs in a retake? Right? Like, that's my metric, right? That was 2 TRGs, no trades. The pacing is a little bit off from their side. Sure, credit obviously to Muffin for picking the right duel there at the underpass. But the other 2 should have been a lot more vicious in their play. And that's the thing that 3BL were in the Eagle Eye, that there aren't really much off here. They need to be not just a lot more aggressive, but they need to be more decisive is probably the right word for it. Like, they need to play in packs. If they're going to be aggressive, you know, just send 2 or 3 people through an angle and try to play to your own gameplay instead of trying to match what Anubis are going to do, because Anubis are the masters of what they're doing right now, right? They wiggled their way in middle, played that angle. Now they got themselves an alternate avenue, could go through the underpass if they want, or what I'm assuming that they're going to try to do is that they're going to try to pull some attention up towards middle, maybe try to get a pick on Omega, which could be the case here with good utility, but it seems like back through the underpass we go, and now Sad asked to find that initial duel.
Yeah, it looks like Sad is going to be the one that's going to get a little bit more of the action here, and he has to just survive. It's just playing Survivor at this given moment, but Omega might be able to find the flank. This could be huge. This could be good timing, and there's that one, but it's only that one. And look at this. Sad is able to put a little bit of a shotgun TRG in this kind of a situation, up close and personal in the duels. Gainer with a big lurk as well. Now this has become a little bit problematic for the retake, and just leaving it to Losha by themselves behind the single box. Maybe be able to find the timing of this. Now goes for the full swing. They're trying to investigate. It's just a matter of time, and Muffin again saving the day for Anubis, sitting at an 8-2 and really starting to pop off. And this is what I was talking about, just ramping up, like transforming into that, you know, new form of a monster that he can be in the server. And it's starting to look really good. It's paying dividends right now, right, for Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, two things. Muffin is playing even better, but definitely 3BL are playing to his tune as well. Omega trying to face the music, but guess what? That's not a Muffin that he can take a bite out of. That's another kill for the side of the sniper. 9 in total in those now 7 rounds that we are in play of. And a lot of pressure on Noxon. Perhaps somebody from the side of 3BL might actually be thinking about taking a risk again. For now, the most advanced is Sad, and that's good enough for them. Hopefully, though, they'll be able to take a read. I feel like this is one of those rounds where they will need to make a gamble, whether it is a side stack or somebody taking an aggression. It has to be either or, and it seems like Hunt is trying to reroute into the A side. That is their choice. This is their gambit.
Yeah, 3BL are going to have to do something kind of big here because, I mean, like you said, it feels like they're kind of falling apart a little bit on their defense, and it's just not being able to really hold things down like they were, because it was down to clutches, right? Like that's where Noxon was able to find these 1v1s. So now we need to see something a little bit different. Anubis are really giving a good view of what they've been able to practice on this, and now Sad maybe going to be able to find himself a shot here. Again, he's still thinking that somebody's going to come through Hotel and kind of go for a kill against him, but that's actually the bomb drop, so that's a nice little one. Yeah, still plenty of time, but that'll definitely cause a little bit of a distraction point here. And now Hunt trying to see if he's going to be able to slip through onto the window. Bomb's going to go down now. And now the question of Sad. He's still kind of posted up, waiting things out. He's going to go for a little bit of a waiting game on this one, but 30 seconds on that timer, Volt, and time is the essence here for this retake. Now already back kills, and 3BL are being able to find themselves all 3. So there we go. I was talking about clutches that need to be required. No, now it looks like it's going to be teamwork that is going to be able to find themselves back into another round in their favor. And it's been some time, but they get it done. And it looks like we are just going to have that quick little bit of attack timeout that is going to be called from 3BL, which probably makes sense considering they weren't entirely sure how that round was going to go. I don't mind this. They get the round win. That's going to feel pretty good. Now they can just, again, clean things up in the remaining rounds for the first half, just seeing if they might be able to slither their way to getting that victory. All right, the timeout's looking like it is about to be done, and conversations galore here for 3BL. But again, I think it's been interesting because Anubis have been able to get themselves a decent little bit of a tread right now, but 3BL slowly kind of making this conversation of a comeback, maybe. But again, but this is where we need to see their GR side picking up a little bit more steam. But it's here now, right? I mean, we're still in that first half. It looks like we're ready to go back into the game. As you can see on the cameras, it looks like 3BL are ready to go. They're fired up and excited with 4-3, and still a possibility for 3BL to be able to find themselves, even possibly maybe to close off this half, which would, you know, feel really good, especially going onto the BL side. And this is where, again, I'm curious of what they're going to be able to bring onto this for their offense, what they can do a little bit differently. Because when we saw them, you know, play in previous seasons, again, it's like, you know, they definitely have some nuances that they like to do. So it's always a good thing to see. Double or triple player, I should say, towards this A site now, just actually for Anubis to kind of creep through middle potentially now, and Omega's actually switched up his position, so he's going to play in mid bracket. Losha getting very aggressive and kind of hesitating if he should go through hallway or not. The gainer should be a dead man, and actually that's going to be the C4 drop. That's a ton of information, but Dirty, he's able to find himself a lure kill. 3BL now, they're starting to pull them apart like a pulled pork sandwich, and now things are starting to look a little bit better here from the 3BL camp, and they get the bomb down. Dirty's now made him way through the fence, and now he's able to find himself a double kill. I don't know how he gets away with this. Now he's made his presence very well known, and this is where Losha has to be very careful. This positioning needs to get adjusted quickly, and you can see that Dirty in the vent. He's going to reconvene on another spot, but Losha is a step ahead of him, and now leaving it to Doom. He was somebody as a big clutch factor in the first map. Can he do it here and now on the 1-on-2? He should be able to pick up this bomb. It is retrievable. He's got 40 seconds to work with, so he's got some time. 3BL, they're actually going to vacate this A site. They're going to just make sure to clear out everything through middle. And now they're still going to investigate and just, again, clear all different information so that they can be having a sure thing. Even if he decided to go for the plant, it's not even going to be that bad of a situation for them. They still have some utility to work with. Bomb going to be picked up. 14 seconds left on this. And now Doom, again, he's going to have to commit to the plant right away. But look at how fast they're already here. And yeah, I was just going to say, as soon as he gets the plant down, puts down the digits, 3BL are already there. So look, now 3BL have been able to find themselves 2 rounds in a row. We're back to a tie game of a 4-4, leaving it open for the last remaining round here for the first half. And honestly, if 3BL could be, like I said, be able to find themselves in the position to be able to find this remaining one here for the first and transition to the BL side, this does create a bit of a question for me. This is where I start to scratch my head a little bit to see what Anubis might be able to do on the GR side. But time will tell. And Muffin, there's no time waiting here as he's able to find himself that opener. And look at that, Anubis. They do not mess around. They're able to find this double kill instantly. Picking up the bomb. Looks like they're going to try to make their path already. A big play from Hunt. He was trying to see if he could get a bit of a timing on this with a better angle, but it looks like Anubis aren't going to mess around. With 1:50 left, they have themselves a 4-on-2. They're running towards the wrong site, but again, they got the numbers in their advantage. 3BL, they're going to drop Losha, just not a care in the world, not going to know. He drops from the skies, and look at how fast Anubis picked this up. 5-4. And Anubis will be able to take themselves the lead. All right, we're back and ready to go for the second half here. And now Anubis were able to get themselves that last remaining one here for the first, and now they get to switch things over for the GR side and having 3BL on the blacklist side. So now the question is, what Hunt has got in store in the playbook here for 3BL to possibly be able to find themselves a 2-0 sweep. And Omega does get some information, but he can't seem to capitalize on this kill. So now 3BL kind of exploring different options on the map here. You got one player in mid, you got people kind of just, again, skirting around looking for information as much as possible. Triple player setup here from Anubis here towards that A side. You have also Gainer kind of playing in the vent control. This is where Gainer might be able to find himself an absolute multi-kill potentially, especially with the Vepr. This is going to be such a strong weapon, and there it is. That's a big swing, and he only seems to find that one kill. Omega survives this threat right now. And the rotates haven't come through yet from Anubis, and you can see a beautiful shot from Sad. My God! He's able to find the double with the pistol, and now Noir has to do something big with the M14. Drops the bomb, and a 2v2. Sad just posting up on the corner of the stairs. He's just hoping that somebody will be able to swing him. A nade gonna just crunch him down with damage. They don't have the bomb to work with, so now they have to, again, refight for control into this site. A nice little bit of a crossfire here from Anubis. And look at the new IGL. He's just able to really kick down everybody with a big old boot. And now Anubis get themselves a 2-round lead.
Massive one at that too, lads. Thankfully I'm back already. And apparently the game is still pretty much dead even on the swap. But, you know, it's going to be really intriguing to see how 3BL are actually going to be able to break that one down. Because on the Eagle Eye, they were just able to brute force their way. Clearly, even on the GR side, brute force wasn't really the way to go. But you've only really seen one round so far of them on the offensive. And nor the IGL could be tested again. It's a heavier lean towards the B site. But 3BL could be looking for a repeat here. The timing for Nor is going to be everything. Whether or not they're going to call a rotation back is actually of the utmost importance. Right now, they're leaning in towards a swing late into middle. And that could actually catch Noxon off guard if he's not ready. And that's the opener there that Anubis needs. And 3BL don't really have the timing to try to press the go button. They thought that if there's going to be an offensive, it's going to be deeper down from the B side. And that's not the case. Like, Dirty has taken an offensive line, yes, sure. But not offensive enough to be picked off by the other side. That means that Omega needs to immediately get that one. There it is. Omega with one. They need to find a double opener cleanly. Nor finding that kill pretty much puts the monkey wrench on their plans. Because the rotate is there, and the site is going to be held. That is game over. Hunt left against 3. He does find 2 of them. That's suddenly Doom. It's only 1v1. A minute on the timer, and Hunt! The IGL turns from prey to the hunter incarnate.
That's exactly what we're talking about, man. The fact that Hunt, again, he's just the one-man shop. You know, we talked about him sniping. We talked about him IGLing. And boy, oh boy, can he frag. And with low HP like that, too, that is really going to hurt for a team like Anubis. Like, again, you had that round in the bag. And then all of a sudden, you just let Hunt just get a little bit of breathing room in the deep end of the pool, and then he's able to swim. And now, I mean, that lead that was built up from Anubis is now starting to dwindle just a little bit more. But 3BL, again, a lot of work cut out for them. But that could be enough fuel for these guys to get, you know, back into this game. You can tell they're a highly motivated team. They need that, you know, that environment to thrive, and that might have honestly just kickstarted this whole thing in a different direction now.
Well, that is going to be the question. Is this the beginning of something, or is it a flash in a pan? Losha, clearly thinking about Dirty again. They understand where that line of sight is being played at, but do they understand it's a TRG? Because it's a very different approach if it's a sniper or a rifle. Now they know, though. Shot straight in between the two of them. Not anything for Losha. Thankfully, that's the case for him, because mostly he would have been dead if otherwise. Minute on the timer for 3BL. Mid is open grounds. And they could definitely split back towards the A side if they want to. Clearly that is the case. This time, though, Noor got some support.
Yeah, the X-Suit looking like it's going to come through now. 3BL just going to try to barrel in. That flash is good, but not good enough. Gainer still causing a little bit of problems. Now 3BL finally getting themselves back into firing action. So they're able to get themselves some duels. a slight advantage. Omega just tucked away in the corner. Ooh, he's going to swing this. He is absolutely going to swing this. I don't know why he does with the pistol only, but maybe now Hunt again is able to find himself another clutch situation. It seems like him and Noxon have been able to chat with each other thinking, okay, look, you were a clutch. Now I'm going to be the clutch factor. And we're right back into this game.
Oh, magic it is indeed. Perhaps there's something to replicate it. And Gainer thinking about an aggressive play, but sad this time. Wasn't up to those antics. Too little too late on the smoke, ain't it? At least Noor is gonna try to lock down the site for now. Early rotation from Muffin weakens the B site. And that is gonna be the question in my mind. You know, they've been on some red hot form. Do they let it get to them and get overzealous? Or do they do what they're doing right now? Dissect the map, play a little bit more logical. That's exactly what I want to see from 3BL. I want them to be able to manifest. You know how they say every man has two wolves? Right? We've seen one wolf in Eagle Eye. I want to see the other wolf, like calm, composed, logical wolf from 3BL. And clearly, this is it. They found a pick, picked them, prodded around the map, weakened their defenses, but this kill here is everything. It gives some life back to the other side, and Nora's been doing pretty okay. A kill from him, one more from Doom, second time of asking. Omega needs to find the kill here, and this time, he is going to be able to do so. Cold and TRG, the latter is going to be enough for Sad to find his second of the round, and the 7th for 3BL.
Yeah, this is a really big turn of the tides. I mean, this is where now Anubis they were in the lead, they were controlling the game, and like you said, it's a whole other, you know, face and everything for 3BL where they've been playing so aggressive, and then now they're starting to mix things up really well. The clutch factor's starting to kick in for them, so a good time here for Anubis to kind of just again figure out what they need to do a little bit differently. Things have lost that lead, and that's a tough position to be in, right? When you have the lead for quite some time and then it slips away from you slowly and surely, that gets to be really, really stressful. But you can see Norris kind of already going through a big conversation. He's very active on what's happening here and now. But again, let's not forget that 3BL, they have really had a lot of big 1v2s or like, you know, big clutches in their favor, which that honestly for the mental of like Anubis, that can be so frustrating to get over. Like that is never an easy thing to handle, especially when you just lose these situations that you're like, well, should have had it and it didn't go our way.
Yeah, again, think about it from that perspective. If you're Anubis, you're a team that does everything right. The calls are made from your IGL. You play the map really well. You are actually suffocating the other side. You can tell, like, Noor is emphatic about that one. And he's right to be a bit passionate because, you know, if you play the game by the textbook, if the game is only in the head of the IGL, then they've definitely delivered an excellent game by all standards. But that's the one woe that I've always had with Anubis. That's the one thing that perhaps for me, I actually always choose 3BL over Anubis for that side. They just have the it factor. Anubis, unfortunately for them, even if Muffin, Dirty, Gainer, even Noor really have all had their own moments, not really the team that I can say, yeah, like backs against the wall, you know, you put a gun to my head, I'll probably choose 3BL because they got the people that can make the magic happen.
Yeah, and I think if I'm not mistaken, that's why we all went for that prediction too, right? So it's just, you know, I think there was a little bit of that 3BL magic that seems to kind of, you know, soar in a little bit too. But that's where I think we were all kind of, you know, also alluding the fact of that Anubis have looked better. Like now the facelift with the new IGL, things have definitely changed, and this has been a team again where they've always been on the brick of like, you know, or the brink I should say, for like 5th or 6th place in the league, and they clearly want to be in the top 4, like without question, probably even higher, but just being in that playoff contention is huge. So it's definitely an new and improved Anubis, but it's just like any team, it is like when clutches don't go your way and like crazy situations happen, like you can't help but be annoyed. It's just one of those things, everyone's human, and that's where you're like, okay, well, I guess this is happening now.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day, right? Like, that also is what makes some champions. And if you look at the team like Vitality, for example, that's one of the reasons why they're touted so highly. Even when everything went against their way in New Mexico, even when the second map was looking a little bit difficult, they still had the composure to still take over the game when it was their moment, when Snare was on. They were just able to eat it from there. Right now, that's a test for Anubis. Things have gone pretty wrong for the last couple of rounds. Do they have the composure? Gainer is the one with the shotgun. 2 rifles on that line. Somehow, Losha almost actually got away with his life there. And a big test from Gainer with the shotgun. That's one. Well traded by Noxon.
It's free sight.
Does mean that it's left on a 3-on-3 again. 2 players towards middle, 1 towards B in a very early rotation from Noor, which does mean 3BL have more than enough time to go for a plant on a C4. Smoke of their own. One already used very deep on that line of sight, trying to establish an aggressive line. And as long as they are wary of that late rotate that has been done by Noor, things should be all but good. 35 seconds on their line. Noor and Muffin on one side. Very late from Dirty, but he's actually eating a little bit of damage on that side. Could he be the difference?
Yeah, possibly. And Hunt's actually playing in a very aggressive angle here too. So now with the smoke dissipating, he's going to be stuck in the corner. An easy kill for him. He does get blind as a bat here from that flash. Muffin able to put the rifle to a little bit of work. 13 seconds remaining. And now Anubis, they got to get a move on here. You can see that it's just come down to the 1v1. Noxon tries to run away, but he gets it on the feet, on the back pedal. And there we go. The 2 clutch players of 3BL still prevail. And Anubis so close, but no cigar. And now we're talking a 2-round difference here for 3BL to potentially find themselves a convincing 2-0 here for this series. Now Anubis trying to get ultra aggressive, and look at that, 3BL, they are well ahead of this. They're reading the children's book. They know what's happening in this chapter. And Anubis, they get caught in every single crosshair.
These Muffin gets something, but that is some straight up ridiculousness. 1 HP on the back pedal there from Noxon, and that's a shot needed by Muffin. He's not going to be afforded way too many chances, but actually he is. I guess a big thank you to Sad for that one. Thankfully enough, Noxon seems to have his number on the other side, still playing by the planks. Important for Noxon to actually find that kill. Muffin low on HP, and they bring it back to a 3-on-1. That could be game over. Match point is on, momentum in their hands, and Noxon red hot in this Ankara. 5 kills to his name, even after the timeout. It's a slower game from Omega, but it seems like he's not going to be really that needed. Then there's some magic to be asked. Low shot could have been carried. I mean, there's definitely a question to be had about the AK, but it's vintage, right? Everybody basically memorized the spray pattern like the back of their hand. Statistically speaking, the 417 is superior, but, you know, there's the feels. There's stuff like that could happen from Noor. But the problem is for Noor, time is of the element, and the element is gone. Scarcity is the number that we have here. The stick is going to be denied. Noxon guarantees in line for 3BL.
Okay, look.
One more to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it is one more to close it out. I agree, but I don't love how we see that post plan from 3BL. Like, Losha, no reason, in my opinion, to be swinging that bend control. Then we see as soon as he goes down, that player in box, he gets caught as well. So that was way too close. I mean, again, you had a 3-on-1, and you're kind of giving these 1v1 situations, which Noor was almost able to get it too. So, I mean, I know they get it at the end of the day, but it's just these kind of the excitement probably being in the position they're in, probably being a little bit careless in some regard, but this is where now they have to absolutely just dial in, lock in. You have 1 round to be done here to making this a 2-0, and they keep just going back for the same play, right? They just go for these A executes. They think it's the easy moneymaker. If they're going to be getting killed like that, I guess it is, right? They're just going to get the keys to the site potentially. Now they're just going to try to take vacancy if possible. And these USPs are singing a lullaby right now, and nobody from Anubis seems to have the answer. Look at this, Losha for the flank, and this thing looks like it is going to be done, dusted, and potentially removed here as Doom has got minimum HP. And it's just 2 players alive. Omega just has to make sure he stays alive with this 8 HP remaining too. Bomb has to still be picked up. Volt, it's not looking good as Omega drops to his death. Are you absolutely kidding me? This is what I was saying, Volt. You cannot let this go, but my God, they get away with it. They get it done. They get the 2-0. But man, was that a bit of a roller coaster to get here.
My heart dropped just as he fell to the floor. Man, Omega has been struggling for that one, but credit where it's due. That was impeccable from the side of 3BL, because they looked like Anubis had their number, but clearly, you know, firepower in spades. And I guess the one thing that we can both agree on is that it actually really resembled the Eagle Eye after all, despite it looking anything but in the first 5 rounds of the game.
Yeah. honestly, what an impressive performance though from 3BL, because I think the one thing I love that Penguin talked about in the very beginning too is saying, like, you know, for 3BL to be in the position of potentially finding themselves a 3-0, that's such a massive boost for them in the standings and such a good way for them to really catapult themselves in the top conversation. Even if things don't go their way when they're playing some of these other teams, now they're in a good position right now. There's some teams that don't even have a win right now. So this is a really, really good spot for 3BL. But look, that's it for us, Volt. We've had a very long day. It's been the day of best of threes galore, and we're gonna let we're gonna let Penguin and Sekio take this to close things out for the day. And that's it for us here on the casting desk. We'll see you next time, and it was great games. And we'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Thank you, Laz and Volt, and definitely
guys.
was a long game, and I believe that the guys actually smurfed it. Thank you guys for this, and of course, the other guy who was smurfing was Hunt, who's literally on the hunt for Anubis, and man, he found a way, he found the secret to demolish Anubis, to own Anubis, and for a team like 3BL, they must be happy with a 3-0 week. And for you, Penguin, how did you feel that Hunt actually did all of that, or like, what's your take on a team like 3BL on this game?
Yeah, if you watch when Hunt dodged the round, instantly Anubis took a pause. If you watch Anubis' faces, they all just were so done, you know. They were just were talking like as if they are blaming themselves or blaming maybe each other for what happened in this round. You should have waited. Why you did that? Why you didn't tell me if he came probably like this? If you look at Doom especially, he was just done after this round, and we've seen none from Anubis after that. And this is the games, that's why I'm telling you, these games are not relying on the strategies. If you look at it's all about mental. If you look at 3BL, they only pushed a side. They haven't went anywhere else, only a side. They didn't do a single maybe fake, or maybe they did one fake with Losha, but it's not a fake. It's just one guy throwing a utility and just trying to distract, not fake. But other than that, such games are never played with strategies, and that's how Anubis came into this series. They came in, they wanted to put some strategies, they wanted to put some maybe pushes, some aggressive rounds on the globalist rounds. However, 3BL always had one mental, maybe I want to say the mental resilience better than Anubis, because even though after multiple rounds that they almost threw for Anubis, they haven't lost their composure. However, when Hunt just got one round, what was 1v3, they instantly got crushed. If you remember 3BL Galaxy on season 1, they were just throwing the 1v5, maybe not 1v4s, but yet they keep playing the map and try to improve. Now Anubis just throw 1v3. I'm not saying that it's all about this game, but it was one of the main reasons. The first one is that they went in with strategies. They wanted to go with full strategic wise. They didn't just try to go with the flow. And the second thing, that their mental resilience just fall after what Hunt did on this round.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. 3BL Galaxy had a tough time early on this season, especially in Season 1, not in Season 2. Season 1 was a horrible experience for most of the players, but here in Season 2 they're definitely smurfing and finding the ways to turn the tables around versus multiple teams, winning versus the runner-up on Season 1, winning in a pretty hard and a tight game versus Imperium, and now demolishing Anubis. And it felt like they kinda owned Anubis in a way or another. So for a team like that, they should be proud of themselves. Of course, Noxon will be the MVP of this match, or like this set, but I believe the full match MVP should be Hunt. That guy just had a lot of key points, or like key rounds. Like, he had everything and he did everything to help 3BL Galaxy to win this game. And of course, for 3BL Galaxy will be leading the board with those 3 wins, having a lot of 2-0s, so that's gonna help them of course in the seeding. And we have seen a lot of upset coming from those players, and for me, watching young talents being able to pull this up, that's something you need to focus on, and we need to develop. We need to see more of that from 3BL Galaxy. And of course, for our match MVP, it's gonna be the one and only Hunt. And I have a question for you, Penguin. seeing the A execution coming out from 3BL Galaxy in the second half of this game, it felt like unpickable even after the pause. Anubis didn't find the way to close it off, or like to find a way to find a default strat, a way to cut them off. It felt like they can't even contest them.
They did. They stacked their side, but yet they lost it. So it's individual's issue, let's say, from the side of Anubis, and we mentioned this early on season 1. Basically, what Yusuf Hassan did, we were talking about, of course, Anubis' coach. What he did, that he knew that there is some issues and some defaults on the A side, so he just told them, okay guys, we're going to be playing starting 3 A side, which is actually smart, because he would just shift away, right, the extra guy if he sees any of the enemy team's players just maybe taking hotel or maybe taking mid, he will just shift them immediately back to 2B side or maybe 2 mid. But the thing is, they stacked 3 side, and 3BL didn't do anything. They didn't run mid, they didn't run hotel, they didn't run underpass, they didn't take any control. You just push his right hand, instantly clapped the guy in A top. I guess it was Doom. Just one tap was HK, and then the round is over. So he had the right call, but it was just maybe at this round only. It's an individual skills. We're not saying that's the main issue for Anubis, but on this round it was individual kills, because the players from 3BL, they got the better of the defenders and they won it.
Of course, that's for the individual skills, and 3BL will get the best out of that, of course, versus Anubis. And now we go back to the standings, and oh my god, it feels like 3BL Galaxy. I remember the joke back on the first day, like, guys, stop the race, stop everything. 3BL Galaxy got the first place, and man, what a week they have been through. And now, after those 3 days, they're standing at the first place, and on the other side, you'll see Anubis with 1 win, you'll see Titan Esports with 1 win, and a lot of big names are still down in the standings. And of course, that's not gonna be the case for the most of the league, but 3BL Galaxy to stand still at that spot, that's something they need. Actually, they should try to keep pushing it and being part of the top 4. That roster, after those small changes, they're looking pretty good, and man, I can't wait to see them next week. And of course, speaking of next week, we have our matchups here. Swamp Gaming will be playing versus Anubis, Vitality versus 3BL, top 1 versus top 2.
Yeah, I want
it will be hard one. It will be hard one.
It's over, my dude.
I'm gonna give them that.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a tough week next one, but to have a good game versus Vitality, to even get closer to winning versus Vitality is going to be a huge plus for them. And of course, the third game will be Imperium versus unKnights. That's going to be the schedule for day number 4. And of course, first wrap up for what happened today, we had 4 best of 3s, and of course, we would love to say that some of them were kinda quick and the other were not. And speaking of those, we of course had the Vitality versus Titan. Of course, we had a 2-1 in the scoreboard, a huge comeback that came from Vitality. Of course, the first 2 games they went 2-0, and finally 3BL versus Team Anubis, they got the clutch, they got the 2-0, and for me, it was a happy week. We've seen a lot of good games. What about you, Penguin?
Well, it was a good week, as you mentioned. We've seen very good games. We've seen almost upsets coming out from Imperium. I'm happy for Imperium also to be able to play and perform on such level. Yes, they haven't claimed any wins, but these guys are looking sharp more than ever. Maybe they still get relegated this season, maybe not. And even if they got relegated, I believe that they can get out of the relegations. Shaky performance from Vitality. We would love to for them to step up just for the international tournaments. We're not here to support Vitality or support Titans. We are supporting whoever is going for on our international events. Nemesis, they looked shaky, they came back, so I believe that all the teams just give their best. That the only part is that the things that shocked me, 3BL getting the 3 win, and also seeing Titans on the 6th place, losing 2 games, one to Anubis and other to Vitality. I wish for them to come back and to bounce back stronger than before. And it was just a hell of a week. You know, the first phase always a good games.
I totally agree with you, Penguin, and yeah, it was a hell of a week. We watched almost, I don't know, 10 CF West games, and they were all more than perfect. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope that you enjoyed the stream, and of course, see ya next week.